Hello guys, this is not a Python course. This is a backend engineering course using FastAPI. If you already know Python basics, you are ready. If you don't, pause here and go to my Python playlist and come back here. Okay? I mentioned my Python playlist in description. Okay? You should already know Python function and classes, basic imports and virtual environment. Okay, I mean basic idea of virtual environment, but I will show you how to create virtual environment. Okay, so here we can see how website work. Okay, so you can see here, this is the diagram. Okay, so this is how every modern website work. It doesn't matter it is the if it is Instagram, Amazon or Netflix. Okay, on the left side you can see, on the left side we have the browser. This is the client. Okay, it can be a website or a mobile app or even another server. Okay, this browser never talk directly to the database. Okay, here I have database. Okay, this browser never talk directly to the database. When when we click a button here in the browser, okay, the browser send http request here. Browser send http request here. Okay, an http request is just a message. It say I want some data or I want to save data. Okay, this http request say I want some data or I want to save data. Okay, okay, and you can see here after this I have API. So this is where fast API lives. Okay, fast API receive the request and check it, run the business logic and decide what to do next. Fast API is the brain of our backend. Okay, now we move here in database. Okay, so database store the real data. This database are going to use for store the real data. Okay, like users, order, password, everything. Okay, only the API is allow, this API allow to talk to the database. So fast API talk to the database using SQL query or an ORM like SQL Alchemy. Okay, here. Okay, now you can see this arrow. Okay, the database send raw data back to the fast API here. Okay, the database send raw data back to the fast API. Fast API convert this into this JSON data. Fast API convert this data into JSON data here. Okay, finally fast API send a JSON response back to the finally fast API send a JSON response back to the browser here. Okay, so here after sending JSON response back to the browser by fast API, so here front end understand JSON data. Okay, here front end understand JSON, database does not. Okay, so here in this course we will learn how to build this API layer using fast API. Okay, once you understand this flow, backend development become easy. I am repeating again, browser talk to the API and API talk to the database. Browser talk to the API, API talk to the database. Database never talk to the browser directly. Okay, browser talk to the API and API talk to the database. Now you can see what is the REST. Okay, REST means representational state transform. Okay, or you can say REST is just a rule for how API should work. Okay, so here I'm going to take one example. Okay, restaurant example. You is equals to customer. Okay, so you are the customer. You is the, you can say you is equals to customer or you can say the client. Okay, you want a specific dish. Okay, here and here we have menu is equals to API endpoints. Okay, and beta is equals to API. Okay, you don't talk into the kitchen yourself here. Okay, you don't talk you don't walk into the kitchen yourself. Okay, you don't walk into the kitchen yourself, you give your order to the waiter. Okay, and the waiter take it to the kitchen. Here, waiter take it to the kitchen and bring your food back to you. Okay, so here you are the client and menu is equals to API endpoint. Okay, so if you want some specific this, you can find out here in menu. Okay, so here you don't talk directly into the kitchen yourself. Okay, here, so you give your order to the waiter. Here, waiter is the API, so you give your order to the waiter take it to the kitchen here and bring your food back to you. Okay, rest is just a rule for how API should work. So you can see here HTTP method. So what is the HTTP? HTTP method are just action. They tell the server what you want to do. Okay, HTTP method are, HTTP method are just a action. They tell the server what you want to do. Okay, here you can see get. Get means read the data. Post means create a new data. Okay, put means replace full data. Patch means update part of data. Okay, part of data means if you want to update half data. Okay, and delete equals to remove the data. I am going to take for example restaurant. Okay, restaurant example. Okay, so get equals to read data. Okay, so if you are in restaurant, okay, so get equals to read data. So get is equals to here in restaurant show me the menu. Okay, get means show me the menu. Okay, post equals to create a new data. Okay, so here in restaurant, okay, post equals to create a new order. Okay, and here put equals to replace full data. Okay, and here you can see put equals to replace my entire order. Okay, I want to eat something else. Okay, and here patch equals to update a part of data, and here you can see change only my drink. Okay, here this, and here delete equals to remove the data, and here delete equals to cancel my order. Okay, I hope you got it. Now we are going to talk about status code. What is the status code? So status code are how the server tell you what happened, not in word but in numbers. Okay, status codes are how the server tell you what happened. Okay, not in word but in number. Now you can see status codes. Okay, 200 okay means successful. 201 is equals to created, new thing created. Okay, 400 means bad request, your request is wrong. 401 unauthorized is equals to not logged in. 403 equals to forbidden, you are logged in but not allowed. 404 not found is equals to doesn't exist. 500 server error and server messed up. Here we can see one example. Okay, you are ordering a pizza. Okay, 200 means pizza delivered at your home. Okay, 404 means pizza shop not found. 401 means you didn't log into the app, and 500 means kitchen caught fire. Now we can understand with this URL. Okay, this is the URL, or you can say endpoint. Okay, so first of all we need to understand path parameter. Who identify a specific thing. Path parameter are used to identify a specific parameter. Okay, so here user, this one user. Okay, user number 42. So this is our identifying to the specific person. Okay, 42, 43, 44, 45. Okay, so here this is used for specifying the specific. user. Okay, so this is called a path parameter, identify a specific things. Okay, 42 means this user. Now we can see query parameter, or you can say filter. Okay, so question mark active is equals to true and limit equals to 10. You can see here this is our URL. Okay, user 42. Okay, this is our path parameter, and active equals to true. So it means this line active equals to true. Okay, it active equals to true. Active equals to true means so only active user. Okay, active equals to true, it means it will going to show you active user, and limit result equals to 10. So it will show you 10 active user. Okay, so 10 is the limit. Okay, so query parameter are filter and options. Okay, so here you can see user 42 specific user. Okay, here this is the params, user 42 specific user, and user question mark active equals to true means filter user. Okay, header. Header is like envelope with the hidden note inside this. लिफाफा के अंदर छुपा हुआ note. Okay, header means envelope with the hidden note inside. Okay, so header are invisible information sent with every request. Okay, not a part of the URL or not a part of the body. Header are individual information sent with every request, not part of the URL and not part of the body. Okay, so header just like this: authorization bearer token, content equals to type application, content type equals to application JSON. Okay, and accept application JSON. Okay, so we will understand this after some time. Okay, so header is equals to ID card, language, and rules. Okay, now we are going to understand body. The body is where you send the real data to the server, mostly used with post, put, and patch. Okay, so body is where you send real data to the server, mostly used with post, put, and patch. Okay, so here you can see this is the body like this. Okay, here you are going to send name, that is Amit. Okay, and you are again going to send email address. Okay, by using post method, put method, or patch method. Okay, so URL equals to means bear. Okay, method equals to what an action, body is equals to equal, I mean actual data. Okay, now we can see JSON. Okay, so API mostly speak one language, that is JSON. JSON is just structured text like this. Okay, in curly bracket means object, curly braces means object. Okay, and here you can see key in quotes, that is name is also in quotes and age is also in quotes. Okay, so key in quotes. Okay, string in quotes. Okay, and number no quotes. Okay, so this is the JSON. Okay, I hope you got it. API mostly speak one language, that is JSON. JSON is just structured text. Now we can see here full request. Okay, so here you can see endpoint equals to URL method, URL plus method, and request equals to everything sent to the server, everything that you send to the server. Okay, so request equals to path parameter, query parameter, head parameter, and body parameter. Okay, so request, request is a combination of these: path parameter, query parameter, and headers and body. Okay, so this is I have one example. Okay, so this is the real API request. Fast API just help you to handle each part cleanly. Okay, so here you can see this is the body part. Body part, email address equals to body equals to email, if you are going to send any email. Okay, so email equals to new@mail.com. Okay, so here you can see post equals to action. Okay, so here you can see post means action, user hyphen 42, it means here user hyphen 42, these are the path parameter. Okay, for a specific user. Okay, notify question mark notify equals to true is equal, it's mean query parameter. Okay, query parameter, not question mark notify equals to true. Okay, this is query parameter. And here header equals to auth and format. Okay, so this is a auth and format. Okay, this is the header, auth and format. And body is equals to data. This is the data. I hope you got it. So FastAPI is built exactly around this. Okay, path parameters, query parameters, header, body, and status. Okay, I forgot to mention status here, but uh, status also present here. Okay, so FastAPI is built exactly around this path parameter, query parameter, headers, body, and status code. If you understand this, FastAPI feel natural, not magical. Okay, so this is the body. Okay, and here post means action, path parameter, notify user equals to query parameter, headers, auth and format, and body equals to data. Now we are going to understand path operation. Path operation define what action an API perform on a URL. What action an API perform on a URL. Different action use different HTTP methods. Okay, different actions use a different HTTP method. Okay, path operation define what action an API perform on the URL. Okay, so here you can see app.get. Okay, and here you can see user. This is the path slash user. Okay, so here this is used for app.get means get API. You can read by using this API. Okay, so you can read the any information of the user by this API. Okay, so this is the path user. Okay, here app dot at the I mean here you can see here this is the decorator. Okay, so get is used to fetch the data. Okay, it does not change anything. Okay, here you can see app dot post. Okay, and user app post means we are going to create something. Or okay, okay, so post is used to send the data and create something new. Okay, app dot put. Okay, so put is used to update the full data. Okay, if you have someone. Okay, if you have one user data with ID number 30. Okay, so you can search user's ID there, like user number 50. Okay, so you can search by ID user slash, here you can write 50. So it you can update the, after this you can update the full data of the user by using put. Okay, and patch is similar to this, but here we are going to update the partial data means half data. Okay, by using user ID. And app.delete is equals to, here this is the path user and here this is the ID. So delete and remove the data. Okay, so here we are going to delete and remove the data. So we can also write like this at the right app, it's a decorator. Okay, here I am going to write one path. Okay, so this is the path guys. Okay, here this one is path. Okay, so this is the path, this is also path, this one, these are the path. Okay, app dot get. Okay, I miss get from here. Okay, so this is the path. This line connect the URL with the function. This line connect the URL with the function. Or in Swagger shows all the path operation automatically. Okay, so path operation tell FastAPI what to do when a URL is called. Okay, path operation tell FastAPI what to do when URL is called. Okay, should I create the user? Should I get the user? Okay, should I update the user? Should I delete the user? Okay, so path operation tell FastAPI what to do when URL is called. Okay, I hope you got it. Get means read the data. Okay, get means you read the data. Post means create the data. Patch and put and patch means update the data. Okay, and delete means remove the data. Okay, and FastAPI use this decorator path for operations. Okay, FastAPI use this decorator path for operation, for path operation. FastAPI use this decorator for path operation. That's why we use everywhere like this. @app means it's a decorator. I hope you got it. What is the path parameter? If you already know this, skip ahead. If not, rewatch this once. Because every FastAPI endpoint is built from these exact pieces. Now we are going to understand what is FastAPI, okay, and why we use FastAPI. So FastAPI is a Python framework used to build a API. It helps your backend receive the request, process the data, send response in a JSON. Or in short, you can say FastAPI helps different applications talk to each other. FastAPI helps different documents talk to each other. Okay, why do we use FastAPI? Because it is easy to learn. If you know the basic Python, you can start FastAPI. Okay, so that's why it is easy to learn. Okay, and second, very fast to build API. Okay, with very little code, you can create a working API. Okay, third is automatic documentation. Fast API create API documentation automatically. You get your Swagger UI and Redog. You don't write document separately. Okay, fourth is built-in data validation. Fast API check the data for you. Okay, if the client send wrong data, Fast API catch the error. You don't write extra code. And fifth is modern Python support. Fast API use modern Python library like type hints. Okay, this means fewer works, better editor support, and cleaner code. Okay, so Fast API is a modern, fast and easy Python framework for building API with automatic validation and documentations. Okay, or you can say when to use Fast API. Use Fast API when you are building API for web app or mobile app or microservices. Now we are going to understand what is virtual environment. Virtual environment is a private Python setup for one project. So its library don't clash with other project. Virtual environment is a private Python setup for a one project. So its library don't clash with the other project. Now I am going to create one folder. Here folder name is Fast API hands on on Fast API. ओके, तो अब मैं अपना विजुअल स्टूडियो खोलूंगी यहाँ पर. Okay, if you don't have Visual Studio, you can download. Here you can open your Visual Studio. Okay, after this we can open from here. This is my folder. Okay, now you can open your terminal. Okay, so here we can create our virtual environment. So I can create my virtual environment with this command python -m venv. Okay, so here I got my new virtual environment, that is venv. Okay, it took time, so here we can create our requirement.txt. Okay, so here we can install everything. Now I got this folder here. Okay, they have this folder has includes library and script. Okay, so this is our virtual environment. Okay, and this is I put here fast API, I mean roadmap. Okay, and this is our requirement.txt file. Okay, now I am going to activate this virtual environment by using this command. Okay, VNV hyphen script activate. Okay, so VNV is this folder. Okay, script is this folder, and activate this one. Okay, so I am going to activate by using enter. Okay, so here you got this. Now I have activated my virtual environment. Okay, for our fast hands-on fast API project. Now I am going to install FastAPI. Okay, so FastAPI is our framework and UICon is the server that run our API. Okay, I need to save this and I am going to here in terminal. I need to run this command pip install hyphen r requirement.txt. Okay, it took some time. Here I am going to install everything. Now after installing these two, FastAPI and UCon, our system is ready for creating the API. Okay, so this is our project structure. Here, I have this folder. Okay, and this is the requirement.txt. Okay, I I I I keep everything here. I will keep everything here, but I need to install. Okay, and this is the documents of syllabus of our FastAPI. Okay, so here I'm going to create one folder that is basic. Okay. Inside this, I am going to create syntax. Now I have this file as syntax.py. Now I am going to create our first API. Okay, so here I'm going to import from fast API. I'm going to import fast API. Okay. Now here you can see from fast API import fast API. You are importing the fast API class from the fast API package so you can create a web app. Okay, now I am going to create instance of app. Okay, create, or you can say create the app object. Okay, so here app equals to fast API. Okay, here this create your fast API. This create your fast API application instance. Think of app. Think of app as your server brand. Okay, every route, config and API logic attached to this. Okay, now we are going to create one what endpoint. Okay, so here I'm going to use @app dot get. Okay, @app dot get. I need to close the bracket. Okay, this is the decorator. This is the @app dot get. Okay, here I need to pass slash. So this is the decorator. It tells API when someone send the get request. When someone send the get request to slash this path, okay? Run this. When someone send a get request to this path, okay? Run the function below. Okay, so here I'm going to write code for function. Okay, so this slash means uh, root URL. Okay, root URL, and get equals to get means browser request read the data. browser request for read the data. Now I am going to define one function, def home. Okay, here I need to write like this. Okay, this function run when someone hit this slash. Okay, this function run when someone hit this. Okay, FastAPI automatically call this function. Okay, and convert return value to the JSON and send HTTP response. So here after this I am going to return something. Okay, return, here I can write message colon, here I am going to write hello FastAPI. Okay, so here I am going to return hello FastAPI. You return a Python dictionary. Okay, you return a Python dictionary. FastAPI automatic convert it into a JSON. Okay, so here I need to save this by using Control S. Okay, so this code I'm going to explain again. This code create a FastAPI based server with a single get endpoint. Okay, single get endpoint at slash here that return a JSON response saying hello FastAPI. Okay, so I need to save this. I am going to run this code. Okay, first of all I need to clear this. Okay, I'm going to use this command. Okay, ubicon. Okay, this is wrong. First of all I need to enter my folder name is basic. So here I'm going to enter this folder name is basic. Okay, again I'm going to clear this. Okay, again I'm going to run this, like, but our file name is what? Okay, so we need to check what is our file name. That is syntax.py. This is our file name. I need to copy this, and here ubicon man app means, what is the app? App means this app, instance of FastAPI. Okay, and man, here I need to replace this man with our file name. Here you can see in terminal. I hope it is visible to you. 1 minute. I'm going to change this. Okay, that is syntax dot, sorry, underscore syntax app. Okay, now our server is going to be run. Now we are going to click on this line, this one. Okay, here we need to write docs. Okay, so we can see our Swagger API. Okay guys, so this is, you can hit like this. Okay, docs. So here you got your first API, this one. Okay, so this is our first API. You can see here I got my message in response body in JSON. Okay, that is hello FastAPI. I already have this hello FastAPI. Okay, so here you can see message status code is 200. 200 means successful response. Okay, media type is application JSON. Okay, it is not important. Okay, so here this is our request URL. Okay, this one, and here I hit get API. Okay, so I got everything in this document. Now you can see we created our first fast API successfully. Okay, or we got here in terminal 200. Okay, it means it is successful. Okay, status is successful. Now you can see here
If I'm going to check this again, okay, if you are going to try and execute, and I got this JSON response body. So we create our first API, okay, first fast API, okay, and it returned JSON response by using get endpoint, this one, okay.
Now we are going to create path parameter. So what is the path parameter? A path parameter is a variable part of the URL. We use it to send the data through the URL itself. Okay, let's see how to create path parameter. Now I am going to create another file inside the basic folder. Okay, I have syntax.py and this is a b underscore path parameter.py. Now we are going to write code for path parameter. Okay, so I need to minimize this. Okay, in this file path parameter I am going to write code. Okay, I need to close this. Okay, so here I'm going to import again from FastAPI. From FastAPI, F should be small. Okay, FastAPI. I'm going to import. I'm going to import what? I'm going to import FastAPI. Okay, so here we import the FastAPI from the FastAPI package. I already explained this. Okay, and here I'm going to create our app instance. Okay, that is app equals to FastAPI. Oh, break it. Okay, so this line create our FastAPI application. This one. Okay, everything in this app will be attached to this app. Okay, after this, what I'm going to create? I'm going to create decorator. So our decorator is like this app dot get. Okay, here I'm going to pass the path parameter. This is very important. Okay, so here here app dot get, inside this I need to pass in quotes. Okay, here I'm going to pass users. Okay, here slash, again I'm going to pass in bracket, curly bracket. Okay, user id, and here I'm going to pass order orders. Okay, orders, here I'm going to pass what? Order id. Okay, so here this is our what? Here user id, here user id and order id is the path parameter. Okay, when I open this, what? User id, for example, I have this URL, like when I'm going to open this users slash file and orders slash what? 20. So here we can see I need to comment this. Okay, so here in FastAPI automatically take 5 as a user ID. Okay, 5 is the user ID and order ID, that is 20. Okay, I hope you got it. The value, I mean the value come from the URL, not from the request body. Okay, the value come here from the URL, not from the request body. So this is called our path parameter. Path parameter are the variable. Okay, path parameter are variable part of the URL. Okay, path parameter are the variable part of the URL used to pass data. Okay, so here you can see I am going to pass user ID and order ID. Okay, so it will automatically take 5 is the user and order is the 20. 20 is the order. Okay, so you can also see here I'm going to write here http colon, okay, and slash localhost localhost colon 8000 http localhost colon 8000 user. Okay, so this is the complete URL. Okay, http localhost. Okay, I forget to explain this, what is the http and localhost. Okay, so here http means how browser and server talk. Okay, http means. Okay, and this number 800 is the port number, port where FastAPI is running. Okay, local host means my own computer. Okay, local host means my own computer, and http means how browser and server talk. Okay, and 800 means port number where FastAPI is running. Okay, and user, and this is the user number, user ID, and order number. Okay, so path parameter, what is the path parameter? I hope you got it. The path parameter are the variable part of the URL used to pass the data, variable part of the URL. Okay, so user may be user ID may be 10, user ID may be 11. Okay, so these are the variable part. Path parameter is a variable part of the URL. Okay, okay, and order ID also variable here. So these are the path parameter. Okay, now I am going to create one function, def get order. Here I'm going to pass user ID, this user ID. Okay, so user ID should be in integer. Okay, because we want number. Okay, and order ID should be in number also, so that's why I need to write here integer colon here. Okay, then I can return what I'm going to return here, user ID and order ID. So here I'm going to return user ID colon user ID comma, I am going to return this also. This is in string. Okay, that's why I need to write this in a double quotes. Okay, okay, now it is perfect. Break it also, I have closed, I already closed. Okay, wait a minute. So you can see here, this is our function get order, and I'm passing here user ID and order ID. Okay, so now I am going to run this. Okay, but here FastAPI match the path parameter with the function parameter. Okay, here user ID and order ID are integer. FastAPI automatically validate the type. Okay, if I send a string instead of a number, FastAPI will return an error. Okay, so here like I want to send here integer. Okay, so that's why I put here int. Okay, if you pass here string, then FastAPI will give you error. Okay, so I'm going to run this. Okay, so here I need to close this. Okay, I need to write our file name. What is our file name? File name is this b path parameter. Okay, so here I'm going to run and change here file name. Okay, I'm going to reload. Oh, I got error, could not import. Oh, what happening here? Error import by path manager. Oh, I did mistake, guys. You can't do it. Okay, I also mentioned .py. Okay, so I don't need to mention this. Okay, here I am going to rerun. Okay, I remove this .py. Okay, I just need this file name only, not dot. I don't need .py in here. Okay, so here my file is successful. Now I am going to click here. So here after run this, I'm going to click here. Okay, I'm going to write here /docs. Okay, so I got my first API with path parameter. Okay, so here I'm going to click here. You can see here user ID and order ID. Okay, so here you can see I'm going to click here and try out. Okay, so you can see here I need to fill user ID and order ID. Okay, so even though this is a get API, okay, this is the get API. Swagger UI so input fields here. You can see here Swagger UI so input fields here because the API use path parameter. These fields are not a form, they are used to build the request URL dynamically. In this example, user ID and order ID are the part of the URL path. Okay. So FastAPI values for them. Swagger UI provide the input boxes so you can enter those values and test the endpoint easily. When you click execute, Swagger UI simply convert the input into a URL. Like so here I'm going to enter user ID that is 4 and order ID you can put any. Okay, I need to click here execute. Okay, so here I got this URL, this one. Okay, Swagger ID simply convert the input into a URL. Okay, so here you can see I have this my endpoint and here user ID that is 4 and order ID that is 10. Okay, in its response body you can see here user ID 4 and order ID 10. Okay, so guys, this is our path parameter. Okay, I hope you got it.
Now I am going to try path parameter with another case, that is path parameter with the type string. Okay, so here I am going to write here shift at the rate app dot get. Okay, this is the second case. Here in colon I'm going to pass slash product. This is the path. Okay, products. Yes, again slash I'm going to pass as an import, that is name. Okay, name should be in string. Okay, name should be in string. Okay, now here I'm going to write path parameter with str. Okay, and here I'm going to define one function, that is product. Here I'm going to pass name of our name should be in string. Okay, if you are pass number here, then it will give you error, any number, or you can say any integer. Okay, and then it will return what? Return product name. So here product underscore name. Product underscore name. Okay, so this is a string, this is for displaying. Okay, and here I'm going to pass name, this one. Okay, I need to save this. Okay, so should I explain this? Yes. So here you can see our new function, that is here is the path parameter name in string. Okay, FastAPI does not convert this into a number. Okay, it stay with a strings. Okay, or here you can see return product colon name. The value from the URL is written in the response. The value from the URL written in the response. Okay, now I am going to run this. Okay, I just do control S. Okay, oh, where is my URL? This one. I need to refresh this. Oh, you can see I have two APIs now. One is this, okay, and one is this with a string. Okay, so I am going to check this one. Okay, I am going to click here. Okay, check it out or try it out. Okay, here I'm going to fill my name, that is Nidhi. Okay, so here You can see I got here product name, that is Nidhi. Okay, so this is the product name. I fill there product name, this one. Okay, that it will show there. Okay, product name equals to Nidhi. Okay, name is the variable. Okay, and it should be in string. So here you can see I got 200 product Nidhi HTTP, that is 200 means status is successful. 200 means successful. Okay, okay, so I got my response in JSON. So path parameter are required. If you remove them from the URL, the API will not work. Path parameter are required. Okay, if you remove them from the URL, the API will not work. Okay, so later we will see the query parameter, which are optional. Path parameter are used when the value is a part of the URL structure, like user ID or product name. Okay, so here you can see I already show you this example with integer. Okay, you can't fill here any string because I kept the field like this. Okay, user ID should be in integer, order ID should be integer. Okay, or here I kept name should be in string. Okay,
Now I am going to create another file here in this folder basic. Okay, that is c path type.py. Okay, so we are going to learn what kind of path we have. Okay, now I am going to create path type. Okay, I'm going to close this. Okay, here I need to copy and paste this. Okay, I'm going to import FastAPI from FastAPI. Okay, and here this is the app instance. Okay, first of all I'm going to create a static path. Okay, here I need to define static. Okay, so here I'm going to create app.get one function with app. This is not function. Okay, this is app.get. I'm going to create here get API. Okay, here I'm going to create path. Okay, hello, and here I'm going to write /world, WORLD, world. Okay, now I am going to define one function, that is static underscore route. Okay, here I am going to return what? Define static route. I am going to return inside this message should be in double quotes. Okay, and here colon, I need to write colon here, and here I'm going to write this is a static route. Okay, oh, okay, app dot get hello world. So 1 minute, define static route, return. Okay, I forget to put colon here. Okay, so this is our static route. You can see here, this is the static route. URL is fixed. Here you can see hello world. It will work only for hello world. Okay, here you can see it will work only for hello world. If you are going to change the URL, it will not work. Okay, so here you can see this is the function static route, and it will return this is the static route. Okay, and now we can define here another dynamic route. So here after static route, I need to write code for dynamic route. Static route means fixed. Okay, this is fixed. And dynamic route means we can change, or it can be flexible. Okay, so here we can write like this. Okay, if you are passing anything as a name in URL, okay, this will be so URL. Okay, so here define dynamic route. Okay, I did mistake here. No, I'm doing good. Okay, so here app.get hello and name. Okay, after this I'm going to define one function that is define dynamic route. Okay, here inside this I am going to pass name should be in string. Okay, and here I am going to return in double quotes message, and here I can write hello name. Here name is should be dynamic here. Okay, hello name, I mean hello Nidhi. If name equals to Nidhi, okay, hello Nidhi, this is dynamic route. Okay, so here you can see name, this is the path parameter. Okay, this is the decorator of app. Okay, decorator app dot get is our API. Okay, so here hello. Okay, like this. Okay, this is for statics. Okay, here I'm going to make it flexible, so that's why I use like this. Okay, this is the input. Okay, if you can give any name here. Okay, and this is fixed, we can't change it, but here we can give like a hello Rahul, hello Nidhi, hello Suraj, hello Priya, hello Pinky, hello Angel Priya, whatever. Okay, so here you can see whatever the value I pass in the URL. Okay, whatever the value I pass in the URL become the name variable. Okay, whatever the value I pass in the URL, it become the name variable. Okay, so static, this is our static statics path is a fixed, it has fixed URL. Okay, and you can see here dynamic, I mean this one, dynamic route has flexible, or you can say dynamic route accept value from the URL flexible. Flex, I mean route, dynamic route accept the value from the URL. Okay, I mean it is a flexible or it is a fixed. Okay, you cannot change its path. Okay, if you are going to change the URL, then it will not work. Okay, here you can change anything. I hope you got it. Now we are going to run this. Okay, I'm going to rerun. Okay, so here I use this. I'm going to open this. Okay, here I can write doc like this. No, we have different file. Okay, we need to change file name. Sorry, I forget. I need to close this. Okay, actually I use different file. So here I need to write list ls. So this is the file name cpath. I need to copy this file name. Okay, and I need to change here in this command. Okay, here. In place of this, I'm going to paste it. Okay, now I'm going to run this error. 1 minute. App, what is the error? App not found. 1 minute. What is the error? in this code I did mistake. Okay, I forget slash, no route in first static path. I also forget the slash, and here I also forget the slash. Okay, okay, this is our static path, or it is our dynamic. Okay, so here like this. Okay, so this is our URL. Okay, and hello, this is our hello. Okay, and name. So for example, you are going to static path, you are going to use static path. Okay, hello world. So your URL should be like this. Okay, like this. This is our URL. 800 port, and this is for local, and hello, this is, and this is world. Okay, if you are going to change URL, it cannot be work. Okay, and for dynamic, this is for dynamic. Okay, so for dynamic I have URL like this. Okay, we can change here name anything like Nidhi. Okay, because it is dynamic. Nidhi, Ramesh, Suresh, whatever. Okay, now 1 minute. I'm going to close this. I'm going to rerun. Okay, now I am going to open. I'm going to write here docs. Okay, this is our static, this is our static path. Hello world, static route. Okay, if you are go here and you can check here. Okay, so this is a static route. Okay, I already provided message that it is a static route. Here, this is a static route. Okay, and you can see here, this is my, this is the response body, and this is the request URL. Okay, this is the URL, or you can say hello world. Okay, so we have this. Okay, and this is for local, and this is for port number. Okay, and we are going to check this dynamic route. So here I can enter any name. I'm going to try it out like Rahul. Oh Rahul, I'm going to enter this. Okay, so here you can see URL like this. It is going, it is not working. Wait a minute. So guys, you can see here this is wrong. I am giving here Rahul, but URL not change. It is like name. Okay, here you can see hello. Here should be Rahul, but it is giving variable name. This is a dynamic route. We need to fix this. Okay, so here I give space, but we can't give space here. Okay, now we can check again. Okay, I need to go here. I'm going to refresh it. Okay, then I am going to use, I'm going to write Rahul. You can see here now I got Rahul here in URL. So here you can see this is our URL. We can change the name. Okay, so hello Rahul, this is a dynamic Rahul, or you can change it with Uma. Okay, now you can see I got Uma here. Okay, this one, hello Uma, this is dynamic route, but in this we have static routes. Okay, hello world, we can't change. Okay, when you are going to change the URL, yeah, when you are going to change the URL, what, this will not work. Okay, because it is static. This is the static route. I hope you got it. Okay, after finishing path, we are going to move here in query parameter. I need to close this. Okay, I need to save this. Okay, then I can save this. Okay, so here I am going to create one file. that is query parameter. D query parameters dot py. Okay, so here, where is my file, guys? Okay, I do not create here. I need to create here. PyCatch. I can't use in PyCatch. Okay, so here I got our query parameter.py. Okay, so here you can see PyCatch. We don't have any query parameter file. Okay, after some time, um, like after running the code by using query parameter, I got one file like this. Okay, I will explain after some time this folder. Okay, so here I'm going to create code for query parameter. Now we are going to understand query parameter. Okay, here query parameters. Okay, so query parameter are extra data we send after the URL. Query parameter are the extra data we send after the URL. They always start with a question mark. Okay, so here I'm going to write this. Okay, I am going to comment it. I'm going to do comment. Okay, so here this is our like query parameter key, because they start after the question mark. They always start with a question mark. Okay, here this one is our query parameter. Here you can see in the second point I have item name. This is also query parameter. Okay, so query parameter are extra data we send after the URL. Okay, and here query parameter equals to path parameter plus query parameter together. So I'm writing one example here. Okay, so here I need to copy these two lines. I am going to import this line here. Okay, I'm going to import FastAPI. From FastAPI I'm going to write a variable name app equals to FastAPI. Okay, instead of FastAPI. Okay, now I am going to create one program for query parameter. Okay, so this is the format: route question mark key equals to value. Okay, so here I'm going to create decorator app dot get is the API. Here I'm going to define one path. Okay, that is item. Okay, and here I'm going to define one function get underscore item. Here I'm going to write name is equals to, name should be in string. Okay, colon, and here I'm going to return search for, SEARCH, searched for. Okay, it should be in quotes, double quotes. Okay guys, okay, after this I'm going to write here name. Okay, so I'm going to return here search for name. Okay, so here name is the query parameter. This name is the query parameter. Okay, it is not the part of the URL path. Okay, so here you can see I have written name. Okay, so in FastAPI, whatever we return from a function become the API response. FastAPI convert Python data into JSON automatically. Now I am going to run this. Okay, so here you can see file name, this D query parameters. Okay, and here colon app. Okay, so this is the app instance of FastAPI. Okay, and here I'm going to reload it again. Error in reloading. Error loading SCI app could not import module D. Okay, I did one mistake here. Actually, I am in not in correct folder. Okay, so first of all, I need to enter inside the folder, and here I'm going to reload. I'm going to click on this button. Okay, here I'm going to search. Okay, so this is our first query parameter path. You can see here get item. Okay, so here I am going to write name, that is Nidhi. Okay, so here you can see query parameter after the question. I mean it has question mark. Okay, we can send data like this with the help, I mean with question marks. Okay, so query parameter come after the question mark. Okay, so name is the query parameter and path parameter come inside the URL. Okay, so this is our query parameter after the question mark, and this is path parameter item. Okay, path parameter identified the resource and query parameter filter the data. Okay, path parameter is required and query parameter is optional here. Okay, I'm repeating again, query parameter come after the question mark. Okay, I hope you got it. Now you can see response search for Nidhi. Okay, so whatever you written here I written search here name. Okay, you can see here in the Swagger documentation. Where is our Swagger documentation? Here. Okay, this one. I think you already know about the return. Okay, because you already know Python. And you can see here I got 200. 200 means successful. Okay, if I got error, it will give you this error 404 not found. Okay. Now I am going to write code for multi-query parameter. Okay, so here I am going to define one decorator app.get. Here inside this I need to write path like this, products. Okay, and here I am going to define get product. Get product means our function name, that is get product. Okay, here inside this function I am going to pass two parameters. One is category. One is category. Okay, cat means category. Okay, category should be in string. Okay, and I'm going to pass price. Price should be in integer. Okay, because price should be in integer. Here I need to put columns. Okay, and here I'm going to return what? This. Okay, so here it is category. Okay, so here I'm going to return category equals to cat, this one. Okay, and price equals to this is the price, and price equals to this one. Okay guys, so here you can see before I use only one query parameter, here I am going to use multiple, that is category and price. Okay, so you can see here our URL should be like this. Okay, localhost 800,000 is a port, and here you can see product. Okay, this is our product. This is our product. Okay, and after product I have question mark. Question mark, after question mark I have query parameter, that is category, and category equals to mobile. Okay, name of the product, I mean product equals product, and category is equals to mobile, and price equals to 1000. Okay, so category is mobile and price equals to 1000. Okay, so we will see it. Okay, after control S we need to go there and check. I am going to refresh it. Okay, so now I have two endpoint. Okay, first is this and second is this. I am going to check again this. Okay, I'm going to pass here Uma. Okay guys, here you can see I have Uma. Okay, and this is the query parameter after question mark. Here this is our URL. Okay, this is for local, and this is port, and here item question mark name equals to Uma. Okay, so you can see here this is our path item, and here after item I got my name, that is Uma. Okay, item name equals to Uma. Now we can search here for multiple product. Okay, so here we can check this. Okay, so here I'm going to fill category equals to anything, you can give anything. I'm giving mobile. Okay, and its price is 6,600. Okay, it's a Geo phone. Okay, so you can see here we got multiple query parameter inside this URL. Okay, you can see here HTTP, localhost, port, product name. I mean product. Okay, so product is what I already show you. Product means this path. Okay, and here I got category equals to mobile phone and price equals to 600. Okay, okay, I hope you got it. It is already written by us in this file. Okay, category equals to category, price equals to price. Okay, I hope you got it. This is for multiple category and this is for single category here. Okay, now we are going to understand request. So request body means sending JSON data to the API. Sending your JSON data to the API. This is mostly used with post request. Okay. And what is Pydantic? Pydantic. Okay, we are going to use Pydantic also here. So Pydantic is used for data validation in Python. Or you can say we can use it also in a FastAPI. Pydantic is used for data validation in FastAPI. It checks data type and rejects the wrong input. Okay. Now here we can see in request.py file e underscore request.py file. Okay. So here request body means sending JSON data to the API. Okay. So sending data by using post request. I am going to send data by using post request. Okay. In dictionary we can send like this. Okay. In response you got these things. Name equals to Johan and age equals to 22. So here you can see here we are going to send data by using post API in the JSON form. Okay, so request body means sending JSON data to the API. And what is the Pydantic? Pydantic is a Python library used in FastAPI. Okay, Pydantic is a Python library used in FastAPI to validate the data. Okay, that is, it is integer or it is a string, it is a boolean. Okay, and convert data to the correct type. Okay, and reject the invalid data. Automatically create a JSON schema. So that's why we are going to use Pydantic. Okay, I hope you got it. Now I am going to write code here. Okay, so here I am going to import. I already import FastAPI. Okay, and I am going to import Pydantic. From Pydantic, I am going to import base model. Base model are used to validate our data. Okay, and convert data to correct type, reject the invalid data, and automatically create JSON schema. Okay, so here you can see variable should be in string. Okay, if you are going to create name, like if you are going to fill, okay, instead of string something else number here, okay, then it will reject. Okay, and here you can see it is integer. Age is integer here. Okay, if you are going to enter anything like you are going to enter a string, but it will correct this or it will reject the invalid data. Okay, so here this is the class equals to user. Okay, I am going to use base model that it will automatically correct the type of data. Okay, I mean convert data to the correct type. Okay, it is used for convert the data into its correct type. Okay, so name should be in integer and age should be in, sorry, name should be in string and age should be in integer. Okay, so this model define what we expect. Okay, name must be string and age must be in integer. Okay, and here I'm going to create our post API. Post API means if you are going to create something, okay. So here I'm going to define our post API. Okay, okay, so here I'm going to define at the rate app. Okay, app dot post. Here I'm going to pass user. I am going to define create user underscore user. So here user colon user. Okay, so here I'm going to create our post API with the decorator, with this decorator at the rate app dot post. Here user is the path by using slash. Here slash user is the path. Okay, I'm going to create this function and here I'm going to pass user colon user. Here I'm going to write double quotes, sorry, not double quotes, what is it, colon. Okay, here we can like this user. Okay, because I took here this user. Okay, here this is the path and here user equals to this user. Okay, here this user, I'm going to use this class, user class. Okay, that it will correct the data and reject the invalid data. Okay, so here I'm going to return what I'm going to return. Okay, whatever I'm going to return here, it will show in our Swagger document. Okay, here I'm going to write message colon user received. Okay, message equals to user received and comma data. So here data colon user. So message equals to, here I'm going to return two things. Okay, message equals to user receive. Okay, if user receive message, it will say you user receive, and data equals to user. Okay, data equals to user, this one. Okay, so user equals to user, this one. Okay, user equals to user means FastAPI expect JSON in the request body. Okay, it means FastAPI expect JSON in the request body. FastAPI automatically convert JSON into Python object. Okay, so here I'm going to run. So here I'm going to run this file name request request. Okay, I need to copy and here I need to change file name. Now we are going to click here. Okay, I'm going to write docs. Okay, so here you can see our post API. Post API means create. I'm going to create one user. Okay, so here I need to click here and try it out. Okay, so Pydantic, I mean here you can see request body and here post request. Okay, So in Swagger, show the request body automatically. Here, if you are going to use name, I'm going to fill here, okay? Name Nidhi, age, age is 89. Okay, name should be in string. Okay, age should be in, sorry, name should be in string, age should be in integer. Okay, I'm going to execute this. Okay, so it will create, I mean, I have create user. Okay, so user equals to, here you can see it inside the data in dictionary I got name equals to Nidhi and age equals to 90. Okay, and here I already show you app.post and here user. So this is our user, this one. Okay, this is our local host and this is our 8000 our port. Okay, and this is our user path, this one. Okay, I got message, I got message user receive and data equals to user. What we have inside the user, name and age. Here name and age. Okay, so here user equals to Nidhi and age equals to 90. Or you can see in response body message. I passed what I passed here in written, I got in Swagger document. Message equals to user receive and data. In data what we have? Inside the data equals to user. Okay, and user equals to these things, name and age. So here I written two things, message and data. So here I got my message, that is user received. Okay, and data equals to in dictionary key is name. Okay, and value is Nidhi, age is key and value is 90. I hope you got it. This is our post request that is used to create something, okay, or create your data, create your anything, create name, create table, whatever. Okay, so you can change here, you can fill again, or you can try by your own. Okay, you can reset from here, you can cancel. Okay, like this. So post requests do not use query parameter for data, they use request body. Okay, Pydantic protect our API from the bad data, so that's why we use Pydantic. Okay, Pydantic protect our API from the bad data, so that's why we use Pydantic. Now we are going to create a response model. Okay, so here, okay, after closing this, here I am going to create one file, that is request response model. Okay, so now we are going to create code for response model. Okay, we are going to understand what is the response model in FastAPI. So here we are going to understand response model. So far we control input using Pydantic. Now we will control output using a response model. Okay, what is the response model? A response model defines what the API is allowed to return. Extra fields are automatically removed. So here I am going to create class, that is user, and base model. Here I'm going to pass base model. Okay, so first of all I need to import what these two things. First step to create a Pydantic model, and then here. Okay, so here I import from FastAPI, import FastAPI. Okay, from Pydantic I am going to import base model. Okay, so this is structure of the response. Okay, user response, this one I have class user response. I'm going to pass base model, okay, for data validation by using Pydantic. Okay, so here I'm going to pass id, that should be in integer, name should be in string, and email id should be in string. Okay, so this is structure of the response. Okay, only these field will be sent to the client. Okay, we can send these field only to the client. Okay, so here now after writing response model, okay, I am going to use this response model. Okay, I'm going to create one get API. Okay, app dot get. Okay, here I'm going to pass path. Okay, that is user and user ID. Here I'm going to pass user ID 1, that is it, user ID 1, user number 1. Okay, here in comma I'm going to write response model. Okay, so here response underscore model. Okay, so this is the variable name, RESPONSC, response model equals to, I'm going to write what, user, this one. Okay, user response. Okay, and after this I am going to define what, I am going to define get underscore user. This is our function name. Okay, I forget to define app instant, app equals to fast API. Okay, after defining user here I need to put columns. Okay, here response model equals to, this is the variable name guys. Okay, I'm going to pass in get request. Okay, so here this is the path user. Okay, and here this is the user number 1, user number 2, user number 3. Okay, and this is the variable name, that is response, that is I'm giving here response, user response. Okay, and this is the function to get user. Okay, and here how do I get user, by using return. Okay, so here user ID equals to 1. Okay, because I already passed in user response ID, name, okay, and email. Okay, ID, name is alias, and email is alias @ example.com, and password. Okay, so you can see here I haven't written any password here in user response. Okay, we don't have any password in user response. Okay, but here in return we have password. Okay, so I need to save this by using Ctrl S. Okay, now I am going to check this. Okay, I need to run. What is the file name? Okay, I can check by using this response model. This is our file name. Okay, I'm going to write here Ubicon file name, response model, app, and reload here. Okay, now we can click on this. Okay, here I need to write path, that is Swagger docs. Okay, so here I got my get API. Okay, so user 1, I already said that this is the path. Okay, user 1, this one, user 1. Okay, but here I am going to click here. Okay, here try it out. Okay, I am going to check what we have in user 1. Okay, so I already said that here what we have in user 1, user 1. Okay, that ID is 1. Okay, user ID is 1. I am passing this ID 1 here. Okay, name is alias, email is this one, alias @ example.com, and password 12345. Okay, so here I am going to execute. Okay, so I got this. Wow, ID is 1, name is alias. Okay, and email is alias @ example.com. Okay, so even though we written everything, but where is our password? Okay, I already mentioned password here. Here I mentioned the password. Okay, so even though we written the password, FastAPI remove it because response model does not allow it. because response model does not allow it. Okay, response model hide your password. Okay, so I hope you got it. Here you can see this is our URL. Okay, this is the path, user and user number 1. Okay, and this is the information in response body for user ID 1. Okay, name is alias and email address like this. Okay, and here you can see I got everything successfully, that it will give you like this, user 1 and user ID 1. Okay, and I got 200. It means successful. Okay guys, I hope you got it. Okay, so notice password is not in the response. This is the response model. Okay, response model, this one, password not in the response. Okay, and byte is important because request model protect input. Okay, and response model protect output. Request model are used to protect input, and here response model, this is our response model, this is used to protect our output. Okay, some information we don't want in our output like password. Okay, so that's why it is protect the output. We never send password in real API. Okay, I hope you got it. Now we are going to move in what, dependency.py. Okay, so here I'm going to write code for dependency.py. Dependency. Okay, what is the dependency in FastAPI? So sometime multiple API need the same data. Sometime multiple API needs the same data. Okay, instead of writing the same code again and again, FastAPI give us dependency. Okay, so depend is like a better. Okay, the better bring data before the route runs. Okay, so here I'm going to import. Actually, I hope you got it. Sometime multiple API need the same data. Instead of writing the same code again and again, FastAPI give us the dependency. Okay, so here I'm going to use from FastAPI, I'm going to import FastAPI and depends. Depends is like a beta. The better bring the data before the route runs. Okay, and here I'm going to use from typing, I'm going to import annotation. Annotation means adding the extra information to the variable or parameter like this. Age equals, age should be in string, sorry, age should be in integer, and that is 25. Okay, so annotation means adding the extra information to a variable or parameter. Okay, after this, here I'm going to create dependency function. Okay, so here dependence dependent function, okay, whatever, dependency function. Okay, so here I'm going to define one function, get underscore current underscore user. Here I'm going to write colons. Okay, and here I'm going to return what I'm going to return in response, that is username. It should be in double quotes. Okay, username colons and here name Johan. Okay, comma, I'm going to write role. What is the role of Johan? Johan is the admin. Okay, so Johan is the admin. So this function get underscore current underscore user. This function fetch the user. Okay, this function are used to fetch the user later. This could come from the database or a token. Okay. Okay, I forget again what I forget. App equals to FastAPI instance. Okay guys, now I am going to use dependency function. Okay, this is our dependency function, first one. Okay, now I am going to use this function. Okay, here, so I'm going to use this depend. So here I need to write user underscore dependency, dependency. Okay, here I'm going to write annotation. Annotate, I already said that annotation means adding the extra information to the variable or parameter. Okay, so here I'm going to pass dictionary because I want result in a dictionary format. It is right or wrong? Annotated is right. Okay, so here I'm going to use depend. Okay, depend equals to this function, get current user. Okay, so this is the shortcut. Okay, first if I will call this function get current user automatically. Now we can see here get current user. It means get current user. This function get the user data from here. Okay, username Johan and role admin. Okay, so this function get the user data from here. Okay, depend equals to get current user. Okay, sorry, this function are used to get the current data of user. Okay, and depend equals to get current user. Okay, depend tell FastAPI run this function before the route. Okay, run this function before the route. Annotation dictionary, it's mean this line tells FastAPI what type of data we expect. Okay, what type of data we expect in dictionary? Yes, we want data in dictionary. Okay, so here we expect in a dictionary. Now we are going to use dependency. Use dependency in route. Okay, so here I'm going to write decorator app dot get. Here I'm going to pass me. Okay, and here I'm going to define get underscore me. This is our function name. Okay, so app dot get, this is a get API. Okay, this is the path me. Okay, here we are going to use dependency in route here. Okay, so here I'm going to define one function get me. Okay, here inside this I am going to pass user user colons what user dependency. I am going to use this user dependency. Okay, it means FastAPI inject the user into this function. Okay, I'm going to inject user by using this user dependency in this function. Okay, in user dependency what we have? Okay, we get the username and role admin. Okay, in dictionary format. Okay, so we are going to inject everything in this function. FastAPI inject the user into this function. Okay, so after this I'm going to return message colon here user found. Okay, and here user equals to here user in colon equals to user. Okay, so we did not call the function ourselves here. Okay, we just inject user into this function. I mean in this function. Okay, FastAPI inject this user in this function. Okay, so we did not call the function ourselves, and we are going to return user that user found and and user equals to user, and user equals to what? This user dependency. Okay, this one. We got inject everything here. Now after this I am going to create another, okay, reuse dependency. This is also reuse dependency. Okay, so here I'm going to write, I need to copy and paste it. I just need change something. Okay, so here app.get, I need to change this path. This is a dashboard. BOARD, dashboard. Okay, and define here function name is also dashboard, not get me. Okay, and user equals to user dependency. Okay, we are going to inject this user dependency here. Okay, and return message equals to, okay, so here I'm going to return message equals to what? Return message equals to, here we can write like this, f welcome to the dashboard. Here we can write like this, welcome to the dashboard. Okay, comma, here what? I need to pass user user, this user. Okay, user equals to what? Here I'm going to pass username, this one. Okay guys, so we are going to return message welcome to the dashboard. Okay, and here username. Okay, like if username is Nidhi, and it will give you welcome to the dashboard Nidhi. Okay, here like this. Now role, here I am going to change role equals to user, and here I am going to write role. Okay, now we can say, okay, we are going to run this file. Okay, response model, is this response model? No, it's this dependency. Okay, so this is the dependency.py file. Okay, so I need to copy this file name and here I am going to run. This is the file name. Okay, and this is the app instance, this one. So guys, this is the another user. Okay, this one same you can see here, same dependency, different route. Okay, first route is this app.get me. Okay, second route this app.get dashboard. Okay, so you can say same dependency, different route, no duplicate code. Okay, here we also use user equals to user dependency, this one. Okay, and here we also use user dependency with this detail. Okay, and here we return message equals to user found and user equals to user. Okay, and here we give message welcome to the dashboard because this for dashboard route. Okay, and role equals to role. Now I am going to click on here Okay, here I need to write docs. Okay, so you can see here first this is the route hyphen me, get me. Okay, so here we can see this is our first route. Okay, me, get me. This is the route and this is the function and get me. Or we have user message, sorry, user message equals to user found and user equals to user. So here, okay, I am going to try it out. Okay, so if I am going to execute this, what we get? Username Johan and role equals to admin, because this is the get API. Okay, so that's why we got the information from the user, that is from dependency. Okay, so here you can see here get me equals to I already passed user equals to user dependency. This in user dependency what we have? Username Johan and role equals to admin. Okay, and user message equals to user found. So you can see here user message equals to user found. This one, this is our first message. User equals to, sorry, message equals to user found. Okay, so message equals to user found I got in response. Okay, here I'm going to return this and same thing I got in my response. Okay, message equals to user found and here user equals to user. So what we have? User equals to user dependency. What we have in user dependency? This function get user. Okay, and here I have username and role admin. Okay, so here username, that is Johan, and role equals to admin. I hope you got it. User dependency. Now we can check with another. Okay, so here this is for our dashboard route, and dashboard is a function. Okay, so here our function name is this is our dashboard route and this is the function dashboard, and here user equals to user dependency. What we have in user dependency? This function. Okay, username Johan and role and admin. Okay, role admin and username Johan. Okay, so here user equals to user dependency. What we get in message? Welcome to the dashboard. Okay, so here if we are going to use it by using try it out and then execute. Okay, what we can see here, welcome to the dashboard Johan. Okay, we got Johan here. Welcome to the dashboard user equals to username. So where should I get this user from here? Okay, user, I use this user and user dependency. This user have, I mean username should be having user dependency. Okay, you can see here username Johan in user dependency. Okay, and I got role equals to user role, that is admin, this one. Okay guys, so this is our message and user role equals to admin. I hope you got it. Okay, we got our response successfully. That's why we got 200 in response code. Okay, 200. Okay, or you can see here this is the URL. This is for local port and this is for dashboard. Okay, and similarly we have for this also. Okay, this is the URL. This is for me route. Okay, and we can see here me and dashboard. Okay, and we got 200 for both. Okay, this is for dashboard. 200 means status successful, or here also I got 200 means our status is successful. I hope you got it. User dependency, sorry, dependency. Okay, now we are going to understand this folder. Okay, PyCatch. So this is the folder created automatically. This folder created automatically by the Python. It stored the compile file to make code run faster. Okay, so Python convert code to the byte code and save it here. Okay, you can see here we can't open. Okay, so file is not displayed in the text editor because it is either binary or uses an unsupported text encoding. Okay, so you can open by using it like any editor. Okay, so I'm not going to open it. Okay, I already checked this. Okay, So here this is that I mean this is not important. Okay, so this is the folder created automatically by the Python. It is stored the compile file to make the code run faster. Okay, Python convert code to byte code and save it there. Okay, this folder is normal. Do not delete it manually again and again. Okay, it contain .pyc files. Okay, here you can see. And generally we like while you are going to put code, you are going to post code in the GitHub. Okay, so you need to ignore it. Okay, you don't need to send everything on GitHub. Okay, now we are going to understand Pydantic model in FastAPI deeply. Okay, so these are the elements in Python, I mean Pydantic model. Okay, base model, what is the validation, what is the optional field, and what is the nested models. So we are going to understand these things inside the Pydantic models. Okay, so I need to create these files inside the basic folder. So I have our folder, this one. Okay, h1. Oh, where is this? Where is the file name? Okay, again I'm going to create second file, h2 validation, h3 field, and h4 nested model. Okay, the h4 model is not valid. File content folder name choose to the different name. Okay, what happening, guys? Okay, so I'm going to rename this. Okay, now I have created h4 nested model.py. Okay, so h1 base model, validation.py, optional field.py, and nested model. Okay, guys, so we are going to learn about these things. Okay, inside the Pydantic model in FastAPI. Okay, so first of all, we need to talk about what is base model. Okay, so here, where is the folder? Okay, so this is our base model folder. So I'm going to write code here for base model. Okay, so base model is used to define the structure of our data. It tells FastAPI what data we expect. Okay, so here I'm going to copy and paste it. Okay, so base model. Okay, if you want to run this, you can run like by using this command. Okay, so here I'm going to import FastAPI from FastAPI, and from Pydantic I'm going to import base model. Base model is used to define the structure of our data. It tells FastAPI what data we expect. Okay, and this is the instance of FastAPI. Now we are going to create one class. Class equals to user. Inside this I'm going to pass wish model. Okay, here I need to put column, and here name should be in string. Name should be in str, and age should be in str. Okay, guys, so name must be in string, and age must be in integer. Okay, after this I'm going to create one API. Okay, here I'm going to use decorator post API for create. Okay, and this is the path, this is the function. Okay, and here I'm going to pass this user, this one, user equals to user, and it will return the user. Okay, so it is just I already explained these things. Okay, so base model is just used to define the structure of data. It is not like rocket science. Okay, so if you are going to run this, you need to use this command. Okay, I'm going to exit and here you need to paste this command. Oh, I forgot this reload. Okay, so here now I am going to click on it. Here I am going to open my Swagger docs. Okay, so you can see here name should be in string, age should be in string. Byte is giving me age should be in string. Because I write here age should be in string, okay, but it should be in integer. Okay, I did mistake guys, sorry. Now I am going to reload this. Okay, now you can see name in string and age in integer. Okay, here we got status code 200 means successful response. Okay, so this is our base model. It's used, base model, this is for, I'm sorry, base model is used to define the structure of our data. Okay, it tell FastAPI what we expect. Okay, so we expect name should be in string and age should be in integer. Okay, sorry guys, I stuck. Now I am going to create code for H2 validation. Well, what is the validation? So Pydantic automatically validate the data. If data is wrong, FastAPI reject the request. Okay, so here I'm going to copy this code. Okay, here, and I need to paste it here. I just need to change one thing that is written. Okay, okay, I need to remove this. Okay, so both in base model and validation we have same code. Okay, but I have one difference here. Okay, message, I pass here message equals to valid data received. Okay, and user equals to user. So here in base model also I return user. Okay, and what in validation I return user and message. Okay, so Pydantic automatically validate data. If data is wrong, FastAPI reject the request. Okay, so here I'm going to rerun this, run this again. Okay, so this is I'm going to import FastAPI by using FastAPI. Okay, and here I import base model from Pydantic. This is the instance of FastAPI. Okay, and this is the class user, and here this is the base model. Okay, name should be in str, age should be in integer. Okay, here this is our post API, and this is the route path. Okay, and here I'm going to create this. Okay, username and age. Okay, so here here I'm going to run this. Okay, so I'm going to exit it. I'm going to run. Here I'm going to open this. Okay, again I'm going to use docs. Okay, so here user, create user. Okay, so I have user, this one, and create user, this is the function name. Inside this I have user, this one. Okay, and this user has name and age. Okay, so here I'm going to click try it out. Okay, so I'm going to write name is Nidhi. Okay, age here 10. Okay, so I am going to run this. So here I got a response. Here you can see message equals to valid data received. Here what I have in message, valid data received, and user equals to user. And what we have in user equals to user, that is name Nidhi and age equals to 10. Okay, and here this is the path and this is the URL endpoint. Okay, and this is the port. So here I got 200 successful response. Okay, so I already said that Python automatically validates data. If data is wrong, FastAPI reject the request. So we should try with wrong data. Okay, I'm going to pass here string. Okay, string, in string I'm going to pass Uma. Okay, so here you can see I got the error. Input should be a valid integer, unable to parse the string as an integer. Input Emma. This should be in integer. Okay, so I got error that status code is 422, means invalid input. Okay, unprocessable entity. I also got error in terminal. Okay, you can see here. Okay, so here name should be in string and age should be in integer. Okay, not you can write age in string here. Okay, so this is called the validation. Pydantic automatic validate the data. If data is wrong, FastAPI reject the request. Okay, so this is called the validation. Now we are going to write code for optional field. Okay, so in optional field, okay, I need to copy code from here. It is same. Okay, here I need to write copy and paste. Okay, so here age equals to, here I write like this, I need to write like this, optional field. Okay, because I need to import optional here. Okay, okay, so here from typing I'm going to import optional. Okay guys, so here I just change this one, optional. Okay, here this field, before I write integer only. Okay, so it means optional field are not required. This field is not required, but name should be required here. Okay, now age can be missing, but name is still required. Okay, here age should be missing, but name should be required. Okay, so I'm going to explain again. This is I'm import fast API. Okay, and here I'm import base model and I'm import optional. Optional means not required, field are not required. Okay, and this is the class user and I'm going to use base model. Okay, name and age should be in optional and name should be in string. Okay, and here this is our post API and this is the path, and here I'm going to create user. Okay, here I'm just passing this user and return the user, this one. Okay, so I'm going to run this file. Okay, oh I got error. Oh, I missed the UV I missed this UV. Okay, so I am going to run again. Okay, and then I'm going to click here. Okay, so here again I need to write docs in Sogar. Swagger, sorry, not Sogar. Okay, so here you can see what I'm going to try it out. Okay, so here if I'm going to miss our age and name is Mina. Okay, so I'm going to execute this. Oh, I got error. wait a minute. Okay, so if I'm going to write here Nidhi, and let me check Nidhi, name is here. Okay, response Nidhi is here. Okay, and age is 0 is showing. Okay, so if I'm going to miss this, should I get the error? There is the response. Yes, I got error here because Nidhi is, I mean age is, like if you need to pass something here. Okay, 0. Okay, and here Nidhi should be. Okay, so here we can create one optional field. String is an optional field. Okay, this one. Here I'm giving none. So what will happen? We can check here. Okay, and I'm going to check here. I am going to reset. Okay, so here I'm going to try it out again. Try it out again. Okay, should I try it? So yes, it is working. It is also working, guys. देख लो. Okay, name is empty. Okay, we don't have, I mean we miss, now name is missing. You can see name can be missing here and age can be missing here. Okay, so if you write like this, so yes, age is 10 here. Okay, or you can write, or if you like, if you did like this, it will give you error maybe. Yes, because it should be a, I mean something is there like 0. Okay, because we have a string. Or if you, I'm going to write like this, or here 0, so we need to check. Okay, again I got error. Okay, so here I mean double quote should be present here. Okay, and here 0 should be present. So here this is the perfect example. Okay, so optional field are not required. Optional field means field are not required. Okay, so I hope you got it. Optional means field are not required. Okay, if you write it, I mean it will be okay, otherwise it will not require, not necessary. Okay, now we can go with nested model. Nested model means a model can contain another model. Okay, so first of all I need to paste it. Okay, FastAPI base model app instance. Okay, here I'm going to create class address. Okay, here base model for check the data. Okay, city should be in string, country should be in string. Okay, now you can see here I have created another model, that is user. Okay, so this is user model, this is also use base model. Okay, but here we have different variable, that is name should be in string. Okay, I'm going to use this address from where, this address from here. Okay, I'm going to use this class here address. Okay, so this name person, I mean I am the Nidhi. Okay, and my address is, where is my address? My address is here in this class. Okay, in this class I have my address, and in this class I have my name and address. Okay, so this is used for complex data. Okay, a model can contain another model. Okay, so here you can see this is our post record, this is the my path. Okay, I'm going to create user. Okay, and here I'm going to pass this user. Okay, and return the user. Now I am going to run Okay, this I'm going to run this file. So here I'm going to use this command unicon. Okay, file name app and reload. Enter. Okay, so I got error. What is the error? App is not defined in module. Okay, so I already. Okay, so here I need to space for readable. Okay, so here I think my API is before it is giving but error, but I'm going to rerun this. Okay, let me check. Okay, now it is perfectly fine. Okay, I'm going to click here. Okay, going to open. Okay, here you can see path user and function name is create user. Okay, path user and create user is a function name. Here it return the user, and user what we have, name and address. Where should I get my address? In this class. Okay, so here you can see name, address and string. So I'm going to try it out. Name should be in string. Okay, here I'm going to write Nidhi, city Mumbai. Okay, country India. I'm going to run this. Okay, I got successful. Okay, this is our endpoint. Okay, name Nidhi, address I got address. Okay, Mumbai and India. So this is our response body. I got 200 status code. Okay, that means successful. Name is Nidhi and address equals to city Mumbai and country equals to India. Okay, guys, I hope you got it. So nested means a model can contain another model. Okay. Now we are going to understand what is the automatic document in FastAPI. Okay, so here you need to, okay, so here, okay, you can open like this slash docs. Okay, so this is called the swagger. What is this called? Swagger. So FastAPI automatically create API documentation for us. We don't write it manually. Okay, so here if you can see here, okay, so you can use this button, try it out, okay, to execute anything. Okay, and this is application layer, and here you can see this is a request body. Okay, and it will give you examples value. Okay, in schema that name should be in string, address should be in string, and country should be in string. Okay, and here you got your response here, like if you are going to hit this, fill anything. Okay, I need to click it here. I need to click on this button, try on. Okay, and I'm going to write name is India, city Delhi, country Bharat. Okay, so here I'm going to execute. Okay, so I got this response. Okay, this is not response, this one is the response. Okay guys, so name is Nidhi, address equals to this, city is Delhi and country is Bharat. Okay, so this is like curl is you can also check here in curl, it is called a curl. Okay, and this is the request URL. Okay, and here you can see this is the status code. Okay, so these are the document FastAPI automatically provide you. We don't need to create by our self. Okay, and you can cancel this or you can reset this. By using reset, it will be reset. Okay, and you can cancel this. Okay, like this, or you can close by using this. Okay, so guys, I already said that this is called the swagger. Okay, now I am going to check with another document that is called we can open like this, redoc, redoc, redoc. Okay, this is our U endpoint. Okay, this is for local, this is the port, and here you can write this like this, slash redoc. Okay, I'm going to enter here. Okay, so you can see here. Okay, this is another document. Okay, so redoc is another documentation view. It's more readable and less interactive. Okay, so here you can see this is our create request user. Okay, and here you should write, I mean you should need, and here you can see name required. Okay, name should be in string, address object. Okay, so here you can see 200 status code, and here validation, this is for validation error. Okay, so we are going to use swagger only. Okay, and here you can see this is our post, and this is our post request, and this is our endpoint. Okay, this is the payload name should be string, and address here city and country name. Okay, so you can expand all. Okay, and response example here you got. Okay, here you got your response example. Okay, so this is the another document redoc. Okay, and here you got every endpoint of, I mean every API here. Okay, so we are going to use this only because this is easy to use and easy to read. Okay, and easy to understand. So guys, swagger is just for testing purpose, not for production purpose. So swagger, or you can say redoc, these are for testing purpose, not for production. Okay, guys, I changed my folder name from basic to phase 1 fast API course. Okay, so here I already have these files. I just rename this folder. Okay, because we are going to move phase by phase. Okay, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Okay, so this is our phase 1. Okay, fast API core. Okay, before it has name what, basics. Now it is, now it has name phase 1 fast API course. Okay, and now our second phase is REST API design. Okay, so here we are going to design our API. Okay, now we are going to create what? Okay, so now I am going to create this file inside the phase 2. Phase 2, CRUD intro. Okay, so inside the phase 2, I'm going to create this file. I'm going to create all file at once. Okay, at this time I'm going to create every file. Okay, after finishing this I'm going to write code. ef Okay guys, so we are going to learn these topics in phase 2. Pagination, CRUD introduction, filtering, sorting. So this is the sorting. Okay, now I should delete this file. Do not save. Okay, so now we have all files, CRUD intro. Okay, create, post, read, get. Okay, update, put, fetch, and delete. and pagination and filtering and sorting. Okay, so we are going to create code in this file. Okay guys, so here we are going to understand phase 2. Okay, so first of all we need to go with CRUD. Okay, what is the CRUD? Okay, so CRUD means four basic operation on data. Okay, create, read, update and delete. Okay, so here I am going to, where did I paste? Okay, sorry, I need to paste it here. Okay, so CRUD means CRUD means four basic operation of the data on the data. Okay, create, C means create, R means read, U means update and D means delete. Post equals to create. If you are going to create something, you need to use post. Okay, get equals to read. Okay, if you want to get information from your data like user product whatever. Okay, so you can use get API for read the data. Put means update the data and delete means delete the data. Okay, so here after this I am going to import fast API. Okay, and create the instant fast API. Okay, now you can see I am going to create this path. Okay, by using app.get. Okay, so this is the get API with decorator app.get. This is a path, and here this is the function name. I'm going to return just message equals to CRUD explain. Okay, I just need to save this, and here I need to enter in my virtual environment. Okay, I deactivate my virtual environment. So where is the, okay, so here I I got my virtual environment. Now I need to clean this. Okay, and after clicking ls, okay, so I need to enter in this folder phase 2. Okay, so cd I need to phase 1 phase 2. Okay, I am here in this folder. Now we can run this. Okay, now we can check I have this file CRUD intro. Okay, so here in terminal I just need to change this name. Our file name is CRUD underscore CRUD underscore intro. Okay, this is our file name, and this is the app instance. App hyphen reload. Okay, I'm going to enter. Okay, now I am going to click on this line here. Okay, and here I'm going to open my Swagger documents. Okay, so you can see here this is our home function name and this is the path. Okay, so this is our path and this is home function name, and it will return CRUD explain message equals to CRUD explain in return statement. So we can check here where is our return statement. So here after try it out I need to execute. So you can see here message CRUD explain. Okay, okay guys, so this is our basic program. I just check that our API is working or not. This endpoint, this endpoint. Okay, this endpoint doesn't do CRUD at. Okay, it only explain what CRUD means. Okay, read the CRUD start in the next file. Okay, we are just going to confirm that our fast API is working or not. Okay, so now it is working perfectly. Now we are going to move here and create API, or you can say create post API. Okay, so first of all I need to go here. Okay, and I need to copy fast API base model. No, I don't want this. Okay, this one. So here in this folder, in this file, okay, I need to close this. Okay, so in this file create post. Okay, I'm going to copy and paste this. Okay, from fast API I'm going to import fast API. Okay, and here I'm going to import base model from Pydantic. Okay, this is used for validate our data. Okay, and this is our first, this is our application. Okay, FastAPI application. Okay, and here this is our class user. Here I'm going to pass user, base model. Okay, name should be in a string and age should be in integer. Okay, okay, so now I am going to create what? Here one factdb. Variable name is factdb. Fact_db is equals to empty list. Okay, so this is a fact database. We are using a list just for learning. Okay, real database will come later. Okay, so here after creating fact database, I am going to write code for post API. Okay, so here this is post API. This line is for post API. So okay, I'm going to write app decorator app dot post. Okay, we can write post like this. Okay, here I'm going to pass path name user. Okay, so post is used to create a new data. Post is used for create a new data. Okay, this endpoint will create a new user, this one. Okay, now I am going to define one function. Okay, function and request body. Here I can write function and request body. Function and request body. In function and request body I am going to create, okay, define create user underscore user. Here I am going to pass user equals to user colon users. Okay, so it is the user, this one. I need to put colons here. Okay, so FastAPI automatically read the JSON data from the request body. Okay, so data is converted into a user object. Okay, now we are going to save in a fact data. Okay, so fact underscore db. Okay, fact underscore db dot append. I am going to append what? User, this user. Okay, so we store the user inside the fact database. Okay, now I am going to return I am going to return here message. It should be in double quotes because it is a string. Okay, return message colon user created. Okay, and data. Here I am going to write data colon user. Okay guys, so here I am giving message user created and data equals to user. Okay, data equals to what? User, user. So we return such information, message and data. Okay, so we need to fix this. It should be here 1 2 3 4. Okay, now it is perfect. Okay, so here we are going to return successfully message and data. Okay, so now we are going to run this. Okay, here I'm going to, okay, I'm already in this folder. Okay, Now I am going to check which file I have. File name is create a post. Okay, I am going to run. I'm just going to replace this name with this. I don't need any space. Okay. Okay, so now I am going to click here. Okay guys, so this is our post API. Okay guys, so this is our post API. I have successfully created. Okay, I'm going to try it out. Okay, name and age, Nidhu, age is 100. Okay, I am going to execute this. Okay, so I got my name Nidhi and age equals to 1000. Sorry, 100. Okay, it means we created one successful user by using post API. Okay, okay, and you can see here response also 200. Okay, means status is equals to successful. Okay guys, and this is our fake data, I mean fake DB I have created for learning purpose. Okay, so after this I am going to write code for this get API. Okay, c read underscore get dot py. Okay, here we are going to write code for get API. Okay, so we don't need Pydantic here. Okay, so here I import fast API from fast API, and this is our application. Okay, app equals to fast API. Here I'm going to create one fake database, I mean fake users. I'm going to create fake users. Okay, as of now I am going to use this fake users. Okay, but later we will use what we will use our real database like MySQL, MongoDB. Okay, so here I'm going to write 1 minute. Here we are going to write what in dictionary I can write like this: id colon 1 comma name. Okay, name should be in double quotes, and here I have name equals to a. Okay, okay, I need to copy this and I put here. Oh, a should be in what double quotes because it is a string. So here it is v. So here you can see I have created fake users. Okay, and here you can see in dictionary I have user ID and username. Here also I am you can see here in dictionary I have user ID and name. Okay, inside the list. Now I'm going to create decorator at dot get. Okay, this is for get API. Here I'm going to create path. Okay, this is path. Okay, this is users. After this I'm going to define one function get underscore user. It will return fake users. Okay, this one what we have in fake users. Okay, it will be written in our Swagger documentation. Okay, so get API is used to read the data. Okay, now I am going to run this. Okay, what is the file name? Okay, this one. We can check file name. This is our file, and here we are going to change name of file here. Okay, so here I'm going to write like this. Okay, so you can see this is our get API. Okay, I'm going to try it out. I got it. Okay, so here you can see if you are going to execute. Okay, so here we will get our all user in response. Okay, id1 username a, id1 username b. Okay, I should change id number here too. 1 minute. I'm going to refresh. Okay, again I'm going to try it. I'm going to execute. Okay, so here I got id number 2 name b, id number 1 name a. Okay, so this is used, get API used for read the information. Okay, and status code is 200. I hope you got it. This is our get API. Now here we can see put and patch. Okay, so here you can see here I'm going to import FastAPI from FastAPI, and this is which model I'm going to use from Pydantic. Okay, and this is optional. Optional means it is like sometime it is required. I mean you can fill, okay, but it is not required. So I'm going to import from typing. From typing I'm going to import optional. Okay, so here this is FastAPI instance. Okay, it is used for creating the FastAPI. Okay, so here you can see here this is the fact database. Okay, just for learning. Okay, after some time you will use MongoDB and MySQL, any of one. Okay, imagine this is the data already stored in your DB. Okay, so fact user equals to, okay, I give user ID that is 1. Okay, and username is Rahul and age is 25. Okay, now we are going to create one class. Okay, so here you can see put means full update. Okay, put means replace the entire object. Okay, client must send all the fields. Okay, so here you can see this is the class user put. Here I'm going to pass base model. Okay, that user can send the correct data. Okay, if it is wrong then it will give you error. Okay, name should be in string. Okay, if you are sending name, that should be in integer. Okay, so with the help of base model it will give you error by using Pydantic. Okay, and here you can see age should be in integer. You can't fill age in string. Okay, so with the help of this we can check our data. Okay, that it is correct or not, that it should be an integer or that should be it is like string. Okay, so here this is our class. Now I am going to create API. Okay, so this is our, okay, here you can see here this is the decorator app. Okay, put, okay, and this is the path, and here this is the user ID. What is the user ID? User ID is this one, this one. Okay, our user ID one here. Okay, so here I'm going to define one function that is full update user. Okay, so user ID should be in integer. Okay, we can't write user ID in string. Okay, so here user equals to user put. So what is the user put? User put, this user put is this. Okay, is this your user put? Yes, this is the class user put. Okay, so we can use these things by using user put class. Okay, so we can access name and age. Okay, here by using user put. Okay, and user ID should be an integer. Okay, so after this I am going to replace old user data completely. Okay, so here I can use this fake users. Where is our fake user database? This is our fake user database. Okay, so here user ID of this fake user database. Okay, user ID, this is one. Okay, of fake user database. Okay, so here you can see user dot dictionary. Okay, so I'm going to replace old user data completely with user dot dictionary. Okay, means if you are going to fill here details, okay, you should change your name, like in place of Rahul you can put Ankit. Okay, and he's 30-year-old whatever. Okay, so you can replace these data with the another data or new data. Okay, by using this. So here you can see replace old user data completely. Okay, and it will return what? Message user fully updated using put. Okay, and here you can see another field. I'm going to return user. Okay, so you can see here user ID of fact data. Okay, so user ID of fact data, this one. Okay, so it will give you detail. Okay, for user ID 1 it will give you name and age. Okay, whatever you change here. So after this we can check it that is working or not properly. Now I am going to run this file. Okay, update put patch. Okay, so here I'm going to click on this link. Okay, so here I need to search docs. Okay, so here you can see I need to write user ID, whatever is user ID. So I already write in my code, that is one. Okay, now I am going to change name, that is Nidhi, and age should be anything you can write in age. Okay, I'm going to execute. Okay, so you can see in response I got name Nidhi and age is 10. Okay, so here you can see in our code what I written here. Okay, I written message user fully update using put. So you can see here user fully update. Okay, using put. Okay, now you can see in user. Okay, with the help of user ID here user fake user. Okay, so here with the help of user ID of fake user, I'm going to update our user. Okay, user should be in dictionary. So what I got in my response, that is new entry. Okay, that is Nidhi and age is 10. Okay, so this is our response and its stated code code is 200. Okay, so here you can see in terminal also we use put and user ID 1. Okay, I got 200. Okay, here. Now we are going to create patch. Okay, patch means partially update. We are going to update half data. Okay, patch means update only specific field. Okay, and client said only what need to change. Okay, so I'm going to create this class user patch. Okay, I'm going to pass here base model. Okay, so name equals to optional. Okay, here I'm giving optional. Optional means you need to fill or not. Okay, you can only fill, I mean you need to fill only name. Okay, and age should be none. Okay, or you can fill only age, name is not required. Okay, so here we use optional by while I'm using patch. Okay, so name here, name is optional and that should be in string. Okay, if you are fill the name, okay, that should be in string. And here age. Okay, age you can see here it is also optional, but if you are going to fill it, it should be in integer. Okay, and both are equals to none. Okay, so these are the optional field. Net, I mean it is not necessary that you can fill it. Okay, you can also left empty. Now I am going to create its API. Okay, so here you can see oh. Okay, so this is our decorator app. Okay, so here this is our patch API. Okay, and this is the path. Okay, user, and here this is our user ID. Okay, so this is the function name. I'm going to update partially, so that's why I'm writing here define partially update user. Okay, here I'm going to pass as a parameter integer user ID. Okay, user ID should be in integer and user equals to patch user patch. Okay, user equals to user patch means we can access this in user patch what name and age. Okay, and user ID should be in integer. Okay, so get existing user data. Okay, so I am going to access user data. Okay, so store user, this is the variable name. User data equals to fake user. I'm going to use this database. Okay, fake user. Okay, because I'm going to access user data. Okay, so user store user equals to fake user. Okay, and its user ID. Store user equals to user ID of the fake user. Okay, now I am going to update the name only. Okay, if provided. Okay, if you are update your name, okay, then we can use this. Okay, if user dot name. Okay, so here I have this user. Okay, and inside this user what we have, user page class. Okay, in user page class I have name and age. Okay, so if user dot name, this one, if user dot name is not none, if it is not none, or if you are going to fill some name there, okay, so store user, this user, I'm going to update store user's name. Okay, so name of store user is equals to user dot name. Okay, now it will replace with new name. Okay, whatever you fill there. Okay, now we can update age only if provided. Okay, if you are going to update age, okay, so we can update by using this line. Okay, if user dot age, okay, user is this. Okay, in patch user we have name and age, this one. So we are going to write like this, user dot age, you can see here user dot age is not none. Okay, then we can update this store user, age of store user, okay, is equals to user dot age. Okay, now our age will be updated by using this line. Okay, your age is updated by using this line only if you provide it. Okay, here you can see your name updated only if you provide it. Okay, here I am going to return what, I am going to return message user partially updated using patch. Okay, and here you can see user I return user inside this what, stored user. Okay, so in stored user what we have, updated value. Okay, updated data, name or age. Okay, now we are going to run this. Now I am going to run by using this file. Okay, this is our file name. Okay, and this is app, this one. Okay, this app. Now I am going to run this. Okay, we can use this one. Here I am going to search my documents. So here you can see I got two APIs, put and patch. Put means user will be updated fully updated by the user, full update. Okay, so here I'm going to write email id, sorry, user id. So if I'm going to try it out, so here I need to fill one. Okay, and here I'm going to update Rahul with Nidhi and its age is 90, 80, whatever. Okay, so here you can see I updated user fully update using put. Okay, so you can see here, mm, here in return what we have in return. Okay, so you can see here message user fully updated using put id. Here you can see user fully update using put. So here you can see this is our message in response body. Okay, and user in user, okay, user dot dictionary I already write like this, user dot dix. Okay, so I got in dictionary name, this name, and age, that is 80. Okay, so here you can see user equals to user id of fake user database. Okay, so before I have Rahul and age 25, name Rahul and age 25. Now it will update completely by using this. Okay, it now it is going to be update by name Nidhi and age 80. So this is our response. Okay, now we are going to check. Okay, wait a minute. So here you can see this is path user, and here you can see this is user ID. This is path user, and this is our user ID, that is one. Okay, now we are going to try patch. Okay, so we are going to test patch API. Okay, so here I'm going to write user ID, that is one. Okay, here I'm going to write mono. Okay, here we can update partial update user. Okay, so here I'm just going to update name. Okay, so what we have name here in our fact vector DB, that is Rahul, and age of Rahul, that is 25. Okay, so here I'm going to update Rahul with mono. Okay, so name is equals to mono and age equals to this. Okay, so user partially update using patch. Okay, if I am going to update, here I have Rahul. Okay, you can see name Rahul and age 0. If you write like this, then what we have, I got error, because here something is necessary, like 0, you can put 0. Okay, and if you replace this, or you can write like this. Okay, so here you can see we update. So here in put, user are going to be update full data, and here in patch, okay, we are going to update partially. You can see here. Okay, so what you send in Swagger. Okay, here empty string, this one. Okay, so empty string is still a valid string. Okay, it is not none. Okay, so patch logic updated. Okay, so that's why I got in result name is empty string and age 10. Okay, so patch logic updated it. This is valid string. Patch update whatever you send, even an empty string is considered valid data. Okay, none means don't update, and empty string means update with empty values. Okay, so if you want to ignore this empty string, this, okay, then you can update your code here. Here I'm going to update this line. This line should be username is not none. Okay, I'm going to remove this user.name is not none, and user.name I'm going to use strip. Okay, not equals to empty string. Okay, so we can update this. Now user name should be like Ankit, Rahul, or Shreyans, whatever. Okay, and name empty string in name should be ignored here. Okay, so patch update whatever you send, and FastAPI does not guess your intention. Okay, so if you send empty string, FastAPI will save it. Okay, if you don't want that, you must handle it in your code. Okay, now we are going to check. Okay, I'm going to refresh. Okay, here I need to fill user ID here. Okay, and if I'm giving like this. Okay, so here Rahul, I got Rahul, older data. Okay, no, now it is not taking empty string. Okay, it is going to giving you Rahul here. Okay, and age is 0, only age is updated. Okay, here you can update age. So I got age, that is 10. Okay, similarly you can do it with age also. Okay, that you don't want to send 0 whatever. Or if you write here Ankit, okay, then it will update only name, that is Ankit. Okay, now you can see here I got Ankit and it should be same. Okay, so this is the Page API. Okay, here we are going to update partial data. I hope you got it. Okay, so now we are going to use delete API. So first of all I need to create delete API. Okay, then we can see how to delete. Okay, so first of all I am going to import fast API. Okay, from fast API import fast API. Okay, here this is for instance of fast API. Okay, so here I am going to create fake database for demo. Okay, this simulates user store in a database. Okay, so here you can see fake user equals to in dictionary I have ID number. At ID number 1 what we have name Rahul and his age is 25. Okay, and second ID number 2 name Nidhi, age 22. ID number 3 name Aman, age 30. Okay, so first of all I need to create one API get. Okay, I need to create get API. So we can see here every users. Okay, so it will get API is used for so the all user. Okay, so here I'm going to create decorator app dot get. Okay, here I'm going to create path users. Okay, and here this is our decorator. Okay, now I am going to create function name is get user, get underscore users here. Okay, so this is our function name. Okay, so it will return what? It will return your fake users. Okay, so these so it will return like if you are going to check this API, then it will give you these name. I mean these data 1 2 3 4 5 4 1 2 3 whatever you have. Okay, now what I'm going to do? Now I am going to create delete API. Okay, so here here I'm going to write code for delete API. So at the rate app dot delete underscore user. Here I'm going to write path. Okay, that is users. Okay, users hyphen, and here I'm going to write user underscore ID. Okay, here also I pass user and here also I pass the user, and here I give user ID as a input. And after this what I'm going to create one function name, that is delete user. Okay, so I'm going to define delete user. Oh, it should be delete, not delete user. Oh, I did mistake, that's why I got error. Control C and I need to paste it here. Okay, so this should be delete user and it should be delete. Okay, so here you can see at the rate decorator app delete. Okay, and here this is our function define user delete. Okay, delete user. Here I'm going to pass user underscore ID, that should be integer. This user ID should be integer. Okay, you can't pass any string. Okay, so here Now I am going to check, okay, if this user exists or not. Okay, if it exists, then we can delete it, otherwise we can't. Okay, so here I'm going to check if, okay, I need to give one space here. Okay, so here user id, user underscore id, not in fake users. Okay, okay, here I'm going to check if user id is not present here. Okay, then it will give you error. Okay, so here I'm going to return what, return error. So I got error here. Here in error I got like if you are going to search, okay, if user doesn't exist in fake users, okay, then it will give you error. What is the error? User not found. Okay, now I am going to remove user from the database. Okay, if this id exists. Okay, so here I'm going to delete the user, delete deleted user. Okay, deleted user equals to fake user. Fake user means this is our fake database. Okay, so deleted user equals to fake users dot pop user id. Okay, so here I'm going to delete user by using user id. So here I use pop for delete the user id. Okay, if you are going to enter user id 1, okay, so it will delete one user, I mean one user id from this database. Okay, from this fake users database. now now what, now I'm going to return here, what I'm going to return, message colons, in string I have user and user id as I input. Okay, and I'm going to write here delete user, deleted successfully. So here you can see deleted user equals to, I'm also going to return this. Okay, deleted user equals to deleted user, this one. Okay guys, first of all I have get API. Okay, it will use to show you everything from your fake data or from your fake user database. Okay, you can see in in these details in dictionary. Okay, by using get. Or after this we can delete, like if you want to delete id number 1, id number 2, so you can delete by using this. Okay, delete API. So here this is the path. Okay, or with the help of user id you can delete, you need to enter user id. Okay, and here this is the function name, I am going to pass here user id, that should be an integer. Okay, so now I'm going to check if user is present. Okay, if it is present here in fake users, then we can delete, otherwise we can't delete. Okay, if it is present here, then we can delete, otherwise it will give you error, not found, user not found. Okay, and here this is the logic for delete user. So here in fake users, here I use pop. Okay, pop is used for remove the user id here. Okay, so here I'm going to return message user id delete successfully. Okay, and deleted user, it will show you deleted user. Okay, I'm going to save this. Okay guys, so here I forget to put slash. Okay, now I'm going to run this file. Okay, so first of all I need to clear this. Now we can check our file name. Okay, so this is our file. Okay, now I am going to run. Okay, now I am going to click here to check our APIs. Okay, so here I need to write docs. Okay guys, you can see I have two APIs, get APIs and delete APIs. So first of all I need to check get APIs. Okay, I am going to click here. Okay, so you can see I have these IDs. Okay, in ID number 1 I have name Rahul and age 25. Okay, and ID number 2 I have Nidhi and age 22, and ID number 3 I have Aman and age 30. Okay, so I already show you this is a fake database. Okay, fake users database. I already used this in my code. Okay. Okay, or you can see this is the path slash users. So here, where is this? Okay, slash user, this is our path. Request UR, this is our endpoint. Okay, this is for local, this is the port number, and this is a path. Okay, you can see also here slash user. Okay, now we are going to check, this is also path for delete. Okay, I already show you in delete, this is path. Okay, slash user slash, okay, and user ID. Or you can see here in return in get API I written everything. That's why it is going to show you everything. Okay, and here you can see this is our path user, and here user ID. Okay, and here what we are going to return, message user ID delete successfully and delete user equals to delete user. Okay, so here okay, so this is the path user slash user ID. Okay, so I'm going to use this. Okay, so I'm going to delete ID number 1. Okay, so I enter ID number 1. Okay guys, so you can see here user 1 deleted successfully. Okay, so this is our return message from return. Okay, you can see here user number 1 deleted successfully and deleted user. Okay, so it will give you information what we have in deleted user. Okay, fake user dot pop user ID, so it will show you what you deleted. Okay, so here you can see I deleted name Rahul and age 25. Okay, and it will give you status code what, here 200, because we already deleted successfully. Now we are going to execute this get API again. Okay, I'm going to click here. Okay, now you can see it is showing you two IDs. Okay, okay, one is already deleted by using delete API. I hope you got it. So you can delete like this. Okay, and here you can see I got 200 in my terminal also. Okay, so get user 200 status code. Okay, it means successful. Okay, and delete user ID 1, it is also 200 successful. Status code is 200 means successful. Okay, now we are going to understand pagination. What is the pagination? Here you can see. Okay, in this file we are going to write code for pagination. Okay, so here I'm going to write definition of pagination. Pagination avoids sending too much data at once. Okay, now we are going to start writing code. Okay, so I need to minimize this. Okay, so here we can write code. Okay, so first of all I import FastAPI from FastAPI. Okay, this is the instance of FastAPI. Here we can run API by using this. Okay, so here fake users, I'm just creating this fake database. Okay, pretend we have many users. This list simulated data coming from the real database. Okay, so here as of now I am using this data. Okay, after some time you use MySQL, MongoDB, Elasticsearch database. Okay, for the data I'm just using this data. Okay, okay, after creating this fake data, okay, I have upload everything. I mean I have already import FastAPI, okay, and create instance of FastAPI, okay. Okay, and here you can see this is our fake data, fake user data. Now I am going to create our pagination API, okay. Just look at here, okay. Decorator app dot get user, this is the path, okay. Get users, here I use limit integer 5, okay. So limit equals to how many record you want, okay. So that's why I use limit, okay. And skip equals to integer, okay, that is also equals to 0. Skip means how many record to skip, okay. I hope you got it. Now we are going to write this line, slice the list using skip and limit, okay. So Python list support what? Slicing. Python list supports slicing. Slicing means take a small part from a big list, okay. So you can see here fake user, it means like this, okay. Fake user we have like this in list, okay. So this is fake user, okay. Inside this I am going to pass like this, start, okay, and colon, and, okay guys. So here skip is the starting point, and skip plus limit. Here you can see fake user, this one skip start equals to skip, and end equals to skip plus limits, okay. So start means where to begin, and end means where to stop, okay, where to stop. and and here you can see this first element, it is start, and these two, combine of these two, that is our end. So we stop at skip plus limits, okay. For example, I have skip equals to, or okay, sorry, for example I have skip equals to 0, okay, and limit equals to, limit equals to I have what, 5, okay. If start equals to 0 and limit equals to 5, so what we got here, okay. So fake user equals to, here fake user equals to, in comment I'm going to write fake underscore user, fake user equals to what, start equals to 0 and limit equals to 5, okay guys. I hope now you got it, okay. Start from index 0 and take 5 user only, okay. Start from index 0 and take only 5 user, okay. Again I'm going to explain with another example, okay. Here skip equals to here here skip equals to 3, okay. And I'm going to take limit equals to, limit equals to 3, okay. Now what, fake underscore user, inside this skip 3 colon limit also 3 plus 3, I got 6, 3 plus 3, here I got 6, okay. Because 3 and 3, here you can see I have this formula 3 plus 3, okay. So I got 6 here, it means we are going to ignore first 3 user, okay. We are going to ignore first 3 user and then take next 3 users, okay. So skip means you are going to skip first 3 user here, and you are going to take next 3 user, okay. Now I hope you got it, okay. So meaning of this line is like you need to skip first 3 user here with by using this example, okay. You need to skip first 3 user, and then you need to take next 3 user, okay. For example, like you have book, okay, book. So skip equals to page already read, okay, and limit equals to page you read now. Okay, I am going to take another example. In, for example, you are using your Instagram, okay, so in Instagram feed, skip equals to post already loaded, and limit equals to post loaded next. Now I am going to return what? I'm going to return total user, okay. So total data count, okay. So here total user equals to length of fake users, okay. So here I have these users, it will show you length of these user, okay, length of fake user. So here I use this fake variable, okay. And here limit equals to limit how many return, okay. Skip means how many skipped, okay. I already show you here, okay. Skip means how many user you skipped, and limit means how many return, okay. And here user equals to paginated user, actual result, okay. So this is our paginated user. I will show you this, okay. I for with this example, okay. So if you have skip equals to 3, okay, here 3, okay, and skip plus limit, you have 3 plus 3 6, okay. Because you also have limit equals to 3, okay. So first 3 user will be skipped, okay, and then next 3 user will be returned, okay. I hope you got it, okay. So it will show you how many user will skip and how many user will be returned, okay. And here it will show you actual result, okay. So I'm going to run this. So here I need to close this. I'm going to clear this. I'm use this command to run this code, okay. Now I am going to run this command unicon file name app and reload, okay. Here I app not found in module app pagination, okay. I already have app, okay. Okay, we can rerun this. Now I am going to click here on this link, okay. Now I am going to write here documents, okay. Here you can see I have only get API, okay. I have only get API, okay. So limit means how many record you want, and skip means how many record to skip, okay. Here you can see this is the path users. So you can see here in code I have user path, this one, okay. This is our path. Now I am going to search, okay. So I'm going to click on this button, try it out, okay. So here I'm going to use this, okay. Limit equals to 5 and skip equals to 0, okay. So here 5 and 0, I'm just taking these examples, okay. Limit equals to 5 and skip equals to 0, and fact will become 0 0 column 5. It's mean start with 0 and limit means n equals to 5, okay. So here it will give you 5 result, okay. So I'm going to execute this, okay. So I got our first 5 result, 1 2 3 4 5, okay. id 1 user 1, id 2 user 2, id 3 user 3, id 4 user 4, id 5 user 5, okay. So these are the users, okay. id 1 user 1, id 2 user 2, id 5 user 5, okay. So here if I'm going to change, you can see here, okay, user and limit equals to 5 and skip equals to 0 here. Okay, so you can we are going to change here. Okay, if I'm going to write what 3, I already give you example of this. Okay, so limit equals to 3 and if it is skip equals to 3. Okay, so it will skip first 3. Okay, it will ignore first 3 user and then take next 3 user. Okay, so here it will give you only 3 user. Okay, so you can see here limit is 3 and it is skipping here only 3 users. Okay, total is 12 user. So I hope you got it, and you can see this is the path user. Okay, path is user. Okay, and I got this limit 5. I mean, for example, here you can see limit 5 and skip 0. Okay, so here limit and skips and return. You can see return in return total user. I already show you total user, that there is total user 12 total user. There is total 12 user. Okay, and limit is 3. Here you can see what I am going to return here. Limit is 3, skip is also 3, and user paginated users. So here these are the users, paginated users. Okay, I hope you got it. Okay, so user after user I have question mark, limit equals to 3 and skip equals to 3. So here we can say pagination are used for sending. I mean, pagination avoid the sending too much data at once. Okay, so that's why we use pagination, because if you want to avoid sending too much data at once. Okay, so we can use limit and escape to get a proper data. Now we are going to understand filtering in Python, or you can say filtering in FastAPI. Filtering means if you are going to select some specific data. Okay, so you need to use filters. Okay, so here I'm going to write code for filtering. Okay, in this file. Okay, so here I'm going to import FastAPI from FastAPI. Okay, I'm going to import optional from typing. Okay, optional means not required. Okay, and here this is app equals to FastAPI. I already explained lots of time. Okay, and this is our fake database. Okay, list of products. Okay, so product DB database. Okay, each product has ID, name, okay, and category. Okay, you can see here ID number 1, name, product name is iPhone and category is mobile. Okay, so we have lots of product. Here you can see ID number 3, I have MacBook, category is laptop. Okay, so we have ID number, name and category, 3 things in our product DB. Okay, now I'm going to create API. Okay, so if you are going to filter the product, you can use this API. Okay, filtering API. Okay, so here app.get, I'm going to use get API. Okay, here this is a path, or you can say route. Okay, slash product. Okay, so here this is the function get product. Okay, so here category, this is our category. Okay, so category, here you can see category is optional. Okay, and category should be in string, because we have all category in string. Okay, mobile, here you can see mobile in string, laptop in string. Okay, accessories in string. Okay, so these are the categories. So here category optional and it should be in string equals to none. Okay, so category is equals to filter product by the category. Okay, so if you are going to filter the product, okay, so you need to use category. You can search product by using category. Category equals to filter product by the category. If no filter applied, okay, if no filter is applied, return all the product. If no filter is applied, it will return all product. Okay, if category is none, okay, if category is none, it will return what? No filter applied. Okay, and product equals to product DB. This one, it will return everything. Okay, if no filter applied, it will return every product. So in return, it will say that in message, no filter applied, and it will return every product. Okay, if no filter apply. Okay, if you are going to apply filter here, okay, then it will give you product by using categories. Okay, so you can filter product by categories. Now you can see apply filter. Okay, apply filter. So here I'm going to create one variable, that is filter product. Okay, filter product equals to, in list you can see product for product. So here I'm going to use loop product for product and product db. Okay, so here I'm going to take product. Okay, one by one, product for product in product db. If product category, okay, if product category is equals to category, okay, then we can apply the filters. So here it will return message filter by category. Okay, so here I'm going to return category. Okay, so it will give you product by category, and product equals to filter product. Okay, I'm going to explain again. Okay, so filtering means which data you get. Okay, and here you can see I already import these two. Okay, and I wrote here app equals to FastAPI. Okay, and this is our fag database. Okay, and here I'm going to use get API app.get, and here this is the path. Okay, product. Here I'm going to define one function, get products. Okay, so here get product by the category. Okay, so category optional. Okay, here optional means like not required. Okay, if you fill the category, then it will give you product based on category. Otherwise it will give you whole product. Okay, whatever we have in this product db. Okay, so that's why I use optional str equals to none. Okay, so category is used for filter the product by category. Okay, so this is the doc string explanation of category. Okay, if no filter is applied, return the all product. Okay, if this category okay is none. Okay, here if category is none, then it will return what, no filter applied. Okay, and product equals to, it will give you product db. Okay, so it will give you whole product whatever we have in this product db. Now I'm going to apply filter here. Okay, so product filter product equals to, this is the variable filter product equals to, here I'm going to use loop product for product. Okay, I'm going to search product in product db. Okay, so these are the product 1, product 2. Okay, so product for product in product db. Okay, if product category, okay, if this product category is equals to category, like if you are going to enter one category, if both category is match. Okay, in by using swagger db, sorry, by using swagger documents, if you are going to enter any category, okay, like laptop, if your category, okay, by using swagger documentation, if you enter any category and this category match here in product db, okay, okay, then it will return what, it will return message filter by the category. Okay, and it will show you category, okay, and product or filter product. Okay, now I hope you got it. Now I am going to run this. Okay, so its name is, file name is this, I'm going to use this. Okay, I'm going to run this by using this command. This is the file name, this is app, and here reload. Now I'm going to open this. Here I need to write docs. Okay, now you can check products by using category. Okay, So here I'm going to try it out. Okay, so here you can see if I'm going to search with category. Okay, category, that is mobile. Okay, I'm just copy mobile. Okay, okay, here this is the path slash user. Okay, so this is the path slash user. Okay, now I am going to fill here category, that is mobile. I am going to run this. Okay, so I got this product comma, I mean question mark category. Category equals to mobile. Okay, so here I got category equals to mobile. I already saw this. Okay, what is the question mark? Okay, I think I saw you in query parameter. Okay, in first session, query parameter. Okay, so if you have query parameter, it starts from after the question mark like this. Okay, so here I am in filtering. I'm just showing you question mark. Okay, so here you can see after question mark I have category equals to mobile. Okay, so here this category is present here mobile. Okay, so here we can see result. Okay, filter by the category mobile. Okay, so here you can see in written it will show you this. Okay, now after applying the filter, okay, I apply the filter or our category is matched with the product DB category. Okay, so here you can see message equals to filter by the category, that is mobile. Okay, so here I got this message filter by the category, that is mobile. Okay, and product. Okay, here we written only two things. Okay, but one is message, another is product. Filter product. Okay, so it will give you everything related to the mobile category. Okay, so I have one and two products in mobile category. Okay, or you can see here we have two product. Okay, and this is our response body. Status code is 200. Okay, if you are going to clear this. Okay, now now I'm going to cancel it. Okay, so here if I'm not going to fill any category, okay, then what should I get here? Okay, so here you can see I haven't filled any category. Okay, so you can see here if you are not going to fill any category, okay, category is optional here. Okay, okay, you can fill or not fill. If you are fill, this will give you product based on the category. Okay, if you are not going to fill, it will give you message no filter applied. Okay, in return you can see it will give you no filter applied, this one, and it will show you all product. Okay, all product which I have in my product DB. Okay, so you can see product equals to product DB means we got these product there. Okay, I hope now you got it. So here we can search only product, okay, by using filter method. Filtering control which data you get. Okay, so we can apply the filter. Okay guys, I hope you got it. Filter category equals to filter product by the category. After filtering, we are going to move here in sorting. Okay, so here we are going to understand topic sorting. Okay, and we can run this file by using this command. Okay, so what is sorting? Sorting means arranging the data in specific orders. Okay, so here you can see I'm going I import here FastAPI from FastAPI. Okay, and app equals to FastAPI, and this is a fake data like database record. Okay, so I am going to create this fake data. Okay, by you can search it by ID number ID1. Okay, data name, sorry, product name laptop, and item name laptop, and price is 800. Okay, so we have ID and item name and item price. ID equals to 3 and item name tablet and price is 300. Okay, so these are the items. Okay, or you can say fake data. Okay, I use fake data for writing the code. Okay, now we are going to create sorting API. Okay, so you can see app.get item, this is the path. Okay, and you can see here I'm going to define one function, that is get item. Okay, I'm going to use sort by. Okay, so sort by. Okay, so with the help of sort by we can search item. Okay, with price. Okay, so this, it should be in string, price should be in string. Okay, so here I use order should be I mean we are going to use order because we want the search by using ascending order. Okay, so it should be in ascending order. Okay, so sort by means field name to sort on. Okay, so price on name. Okay, and order we are going to search here ascending order or in descending order. Okay, so ASE, you can use ASE for ascending order, or you can use DESC for descending order. Now we are going to use this line, decide the sorting direction. Okay, so reverse sort equals to true. Okay, if order equals to descending, else false. Okay, so it will give you reverse sorting. Okay, reverse sorting is equals to true if order equal to DESC. Okay, else it will give you false. Okay, now you can see sorted item. Okay, sorted icon, this is the variable, is equals to sorted. Okay, I'm going to sort these sorted item. Sorted item equals to sort, and here I'm going to pass item, this item, these items. Okay, these, and key equals to lambda item, and item sort by the price. Okay, here I already mentioned sorted by price. Okay, so here, okay, if we have item and then it will search key value. So what we have? Key value we have price. Okay, you can see price is key value and value is, price is a key and value is 800. Price is key and value is 500. Okay, so here we are going to search by key. Okay, so key equals to lambda inside the items. Okay, item colon item sort by sorted key, sort by. Okay, so here I use sort by. Okay, key equals to item colon item, and here I'm going to sort by. Okay, so I got key, that is price. Okay, so I'm going to sort by price. Okay, reverse equals to I'm going to pass here reverse sort. Okay, now we are going to return here this. Okay, okay, so here you can see we are going to sort by with the direction. Okay, decide sorting direction. Okay, so reverse sorting equals to, if reverse sorting equals to true if order equals to descending, DESC descending. Okay, otherwise it will give you false. Okay, sort item dynamically based on the field. Okay, so here we are going to sort item based on the field. Okay, here I have item, or okay, we are going to search by using keys. Okay, and reverse equals to reverse sort order. Okay, and here I'm going to return sort by. Sort by, here I already sorted by this one, sorted by price, and here I'm going to return order. Okay, and here item, sorted item. So these are the sorted item. Okay, I'm going to write, I'm going to I'm going to run this. Okay, by using this line, this command. Okay, I am going to clear this. Okay, now I am going to copy and paste it here. Open this. No, oh, Okay, now it is working because I haven't saved this file. Okay, now I'm going to open this. Here I need to write docs. Okay, so here I got our first API. Here items. So you can see here, this is our path, items. Okay, items. Now we can see by default item are sorted by price in ascending order. Okay. Okay, so here I am going to try it out. Okay. Okay, so here you can see sorted by price by default and order ascending order. Okay, because I mention here, okay, by default sorted by price and order ascending order. Okay, so now I am going to search here. For example, I am going to sort by name of the product. Okay, and here I am going to use ascending order. Okay, so here I got my result. Okay, you can see here, this is the path item. Okay, I already show you this path, this one item. Okay, and we got key parameters, sorry, query parameters sorted by an order. Okay, so here I got my query parameter sorted by name and order equals to ascending order. Okay, okay, so you can see here in return what we have, sorted by name. Okay, sorted by name. Order, here what we have in order in ascending order, and here I have item. Okay, so here you can see by default item are sorted in what, I mean item are sorting here automatically by name, or you can say alphabetically name. Now we are sorting item alphabetically by name. Okay, so you can see I sort name of item by using name. Okay, alphabetically. So you can see after L we have M, after M we have P, after P we have T. Okay, so here we sort item alphabetically by name. Okay, so here you can see in item, sorted item, we have this sorted item. Okay, so here I pass item name, I mean items. Okay, so here you can see I have items, this is items. Okay, this one items, this one. Okay, and keys of the item. Okay, so we got every keys. Okay, keys and values. Okay, so here after this we got key. Okay, key equals to lambda item colon item sorted by. Okay, and here reverse equals to reverse sort. Okay, reverse sort what we have. Okay, true if order equals to descending, else false. Okay, so this is our result. Okay, and you can see status code is 200, means successful. Now we are going to check with price. Okay, here I am going to sort by price and order is descending, DESC. DESC. So here you can see, okay, this is the path, and here query parameter sorted by price and order in descending order. Okay, so here you can see we got everything in descending order. Okay, descending means higher value come first. Okay, so you can see here higher value of the price is first. Okay, and because we have price equals to 800. Okay, then we have 500. Okay, then we have 300, then we have 200. Okay, so higher value come first here by using descending order. Okay, now we can say sorting means arranging data in a specific order. Okay, here you can search by using price low and high, and name you can use A to Z. I mean you can sort by from element from A to Z. Okay, and date you can also filter by, I mean we can also sort with the date, okay, old to new. Okay, for example, Amazon use sorting. Okay, so you can sort product by price, rating, or newest. Now we are going to understand exception. Okay, so here I am going to create one file in phase 2. Okay, here I am going to create one file HTTP exception. This one. Okay, so here this is our file. I'm going to write code here. Okay, I need to close this. Okay, so first of all we are going to understand what is HTTP exception. So it is used when something goes wrong. Okay, instead of crashing the server we return proper response. Okay, so here I'm going to write definition in doc string. HTTP exception is used when something goes wrong. Instead of crashing the server we return a proper response. Now I'm going to import FastAPI. Okay, and I'm going to import from FastAPI HTTP exception. Okay, you can see here HTTP exception you can raise in your own code to show the error to the client. This is for client error, invalid authentication, and invalid data, not for server error in your code. Okay, so when something goes wrong it will show you error. Okay, so here I use get. Okay, here I'm going to write double quotes user ID slash user ID underscore, I mean slash user ID. Okay, here, oh here I need I mean I'm going to write just user. Okay, users, and here I'm going to pass user ID. Okay, as a input, user underscore ID. Okay, now I'm going to define one function, define get underscore user. Here inside this I am going to pass this user ID. This user ID should be in integer. Okay, I'm going to use colons. Now if user does not exist, if user does not exist in this data, I mean in this database, okay, fake database. Okay, so here I'm going to use what we can raise the error. Okay, so if user id not in where, here in fake users, in fake users. Okay, so you can see here this is our, I mean fake data. Okay, fake users data. Okay, so I'm going to use this line if user id not in fake data. Okay, if user id, like if we have two user id 1 and 2. Okay, if you are going to search for 3 it will give you error. So here I'm going to raise the error. So RESE raise HTTP exception. Okay, so here I'm going to write status underscore code. Okay, so you can see an HTTP exception you can raise in your own code to show the error to the client. Okay, so by using status code or exception handling we are going to show the error. Status code here you can see colon integer. Okay, and here I'm going to write status code equals to 404 comma details equals to, I am giving here detail equals to what, detail equals to user not found. Okay. Okay, so if you are going to search any other ID which is not available here in fake users, okay, this will raise the error. Okay, this error is what? HTTP exception. Okay, it will give you 404 error. Okay, and it will show you in detail user not found. Okay, now I'm going to return. Okay, here I'm going to return what? Here I'm going to return user underscore ID colon user ID comma. Okay, here name colon name colon, it will show you from fake users. Okay, so name of fake user by using user ID. Okay, so you can see here I have fake users. Okay, fake user, inside this fake user I have user ID 1 and 2. Okay, so it will give you name like Alice and Bob. Okay, so first thing it will return user ID, and second it will return name. Okay, if it is correct, I mean user ID is correct, then it will give you these detail. Okay, otherwise it will raise the error. Now we are going to run this code. Okay, here I'm going to clear this and I use this command. Okay, here you can see this is our file name http exception I underscore http underscore exception. Okay, and this is f instance in FastAPI, this one, this f. Okay, here we are going to reload. I'm going to enter, then I need to click here. Okay, here I need to write docs. Okay, so you can see I have this one. Okay, so here I'm going to search by using user ID. Okay, you can see this is our path user ID. Okay, I'm going to search. Okay, so you can see user ID 1. Okay, so here you can see in path, I need to minimize this. In path you can see we have user and user ID. This is user ID 1. Okay, so here I got user ID and user ID 1. Here also user ID. Okay, now you can see in response body, in response body what I have, user ID 1 and name equals to Alice. Okay, so you can see here in response user ID equals to user ID. Okay, so it is showing you 1 in dashboard here, this one, and name equals to Alice. So here in return we also have name. Okay, from this fake users. Okay, so it will give you name. Okay, according to the user ID 1. User ID 1 have name, that is Alice. Okay, if I'm going to search something else, okay, like I'm going to search for ID number 4, okay, then it will give you error user not found, because I use exception handling here. Okay, I use exception. Okay, and its status code 400 and detail it will give you user not found. You can see here I got user not found. Okay, and status code is 404. 404 means it will give you error. Exception, like exception is so, exception is used when something goes wrong. HTTP exception is used when something goes wrong. Instead of crashing the server, we return the proper error response. Okay, so this is our proper error response, that this user ID is not present or not found. Okay, Now we are going to understand validation error. Okay, so here I am going to write code for validation error. Okay, here this is our file name, j underscore validation. Now here I am going to write code for validation error. Okay, FastAPI handle this automatically. So here first of all I am going to import by using this file. Okay, I am going to import what? Okay, 1 minute, I can check. Okay, I'm going to import these three things. Okay, so here I'm going to import. I need to remove this. I don't need to use this. Okay, so here I'm going to import FastAPI and base model. Okay, base model, here we are going to use the base model for what? For validate the data that it is correct or not. Okay, so here I'm going to create sorry, yes, we need to create here class equals to user. Okay, and here I'm going to write base model. So here name should be in string. With the help of base model we can check that it should be in string. Okay, a should be in string. Okay, sorry, it should be an integer, not in string. Okay, now I am going to create one API that decorator app dot post. Here I am going to write slash user. Okay, and here I am going to define one function, create underscore user. Here user colon, here I am going to pass user colon this user. Okay, here you can see I am going to use post API. Post API, here we are going to create something. Okay, here we are going to create user. Okay, so this is path, and here we use in this function user equals to user. Okay, and user what we have? Name and age. Okay, so here after this I'm going to return user. Okay guys, so here I'm going to return what? User. So FastAPI automatically validate input data. Okay, automatically validate input data what you are going to enter by using Swagger. I'm taking example, or you can say by using any web. Okay, so what you are going to enter, it will validate the input data. If the data is wrong, FastAPI return a 422 error. Okay, so here I'm going to run this file. Okay, so here what is the file name? We need to check here file name. This is our file name, validation error. Sorry, what happening? Okay, so here in place of this file name I'm going to paste my current file name, that is j underscore validation error. I'm going to hit on enter button. I'm going to click on enter, then I got this. I'm clicking here. Okay, now I'm going to check. Okay, so here if you can see here name is string and age is 0. Okay, so here I'm giving I'm going to try. Name is Nidhi. Okay, and age is 10. Okay, so it is like here you can see I got Nam Nidhi and age 10. Okay, in response, because we written here response in user. Okay, in user what we have, name and age. Okay, and I also got 200 in terminal also. Okay, now if you are going to enter wrong information here like this, okay, so what happening, it will give you 422 error. You can see here input should be valid string. Okay, I already saw FastAPI automatically validate the input. Whatever you are going to enter here, FastAPI automatically validate that name should be in string. Okay, name can't be in integer or numbers. Okay, and if you are giving correct name here like this in string ABC. Okay, and here you can also write like this. Okay, then I'm going to run this. Again it will show you error. Input should be a valid integer. Okay, because age should be in integer. Okay, input should be a valid integer, unable to pass string as an integer. Okay, or it is showing error, this one. Okay, if I'm going to rerun this. It is showing you input should be a valid string. Okay, it is saying that this input should be a string, valid string. Okay, so FastAPI automatic validate input data. If the name is wrong, FastAPI return 422 error. Okay, so we don't write any code. Sorry, we don't write any error code here. FastAPI did it for us. Okay, FastAPI did it for us, so we don't need to write any code. Now we are going to understand dependency injection. Okay, so here I'm going to create one file. File name is this dependency basic. Okay, okay, so sometime what is depends. Okay, so sometime multiple API need the same logic. Instead of writing it again and again, we reuse it. Okay, so FastAPI help us to do this by using depends. Okay, if some API needs same logic, okay, instead of writing again and again, we reuse it. So FastAPI help us to do this by using depends. Okay, so here I'm going to write code for depends. Okay, so first of all I'm going to import what, FastAPI and depends. So here I'm going to use this. Here I'm going to paste it. Okay, so here FastAPI, after this I can use depend. Okay, so here I'm going to write app equals to FastAPI, this one. Okay, now I'm going to create helper function. Okay, so here I'm going to write this helper. This is a helper function. Okay, here I'm going to write code for helper function. Define get user, get underscore user. Okay guys, so this is the helper function. It returns something. Okay, it will return what, here I'm going to return by using this function. It return name colon Johnny, and it has role admin. Okay, now I am going to use this function inside the helper function. Okay, using this helper function inside the API. Okay, sorry, I did mistake. Okay, so I'm going to use this function inside the helper function. Okay, this is the helper function. It will return name, Johnny, and role admin. Okay, so here I'm going to create first API decorator app dot get. I'm going to create get API. Okay, so this is our path profit profile, and here I'm going to write profile. Inside the profile I'm going to pass, this is the function, okay, profile, and here I'm going to pass as a parameter user. Okay, so user equals to, I'm going to use depend. Okay, depend. Inside the depend I'm going to use this function get user. Okay, and here I need to write colons. Okay, so here I use this function automatically by using depends. Okay, so here I'm going to return what? Here I'm going to return message, and message equals to user user profit. Okay, sorry, user profile, yaar. Okay, comma, here I'm going to return one another variable, that is user. Inside this I'm going to pass user. Okay, so this is the user, this one. Okay, if I'm going to return this user here, it will give you this. Okay, name Johan, role admin, because I use depend equals to get user. Okay, okay, so I'm going to explain again. So this is the get function. Okay, this function prepares some data. Okay, so data is this. Inside the return it will give you name and role admin. Okay, and depend, this one, depend, fast API automatically call this function for us. Depend get user, this one. With the help of depend, fast API automatically call this function for us by using depend. Okay, we didn't call the function. Okay, fast API did it. Okay, now we are going to check this. Okay, so here you can see user equals to depend get user. Okay, we didn't call this function, fast API did it. Okay, so here you can see profile. Okay, so some user data come without calling the function manually. Okay, some user data comes without calling the function manually. Okay, so here I'm going to run this code. So first of all we need to check file name, dependency. Oh, sorry, I'm just going to copy this. Now I am going to change file name. Okay, oh, I got error. I need to save this. I'm going to click. Let me check. Profile. Okay, so I got error here. Because of this I miss this. Okay, break it. Now I am going to run this. I'm going to rerun this. Okay, now here, oh, I already import depends. Oh, I did mistake here. I give .py here. Okay, so I need to remove this. Okay, we can't give a file name like this. Okay, here I need to clear this. Then I need to remove .py from here. Okay, now I'm going to run. Now I'm going to click on this button. Okay, now I am going to open docs. Okay, so this is our API. Okay, path is profile. Here I'm going to click here, and here you can see I got profile, and this is our endpoint. Okay, so this is our profile, path is profile. Okay, and here if I am going to execute this, okay, so I got everything. In response, you can see what we have in response. In response, I have message, user profile. Okay, so this is our user profile, Johnny. Sorry, message, user profile, and user. In the user, I have Johnny and Adam. Okay, and status code is 200. So here, message equals to user profile and user equals to user. Okay, so everything we will get by using this function. Now we are going to understand another topic, that is reusable dependency. Okay, so here we are going to write code in reusable dependency. Imagine 10 API need user data. Okay, without depend we repeat the code again and again and again. Okay, without depend we repeat the code, and with depend we reuse the code. Okay, so here I also write the same things. Okay, so here I'm going to paste something. Okay, so topic name reusable dependency. Okay, you can run by using this command unicon file name. This is our file name. Okay, an app and hyphen reload. Okay, I already say that. Imagine you have 10 API. Imagine 10 API need user data. Okay, without depend we repeat the data again and again. Okay, but with depend we reuse the code. Okay, so I already have code for depend. Okay, so I need to copy and paste this one. So I need to copy from here to here. Okay, I'm going to use from fast API and depends. Okay, here this is fast API instance. Okay, this is the helper function. Okay, this is our helper function. This simulate fetching user data. Okay, and I'm going to tell you this function prepare user data. Okay, we will reuse this in multiple API. Okay, we will use this in multiple API. Okay, this get user, this function prepare user data. Okay, so this is the normal function. Here we are going to prepare user data. Okay, name equals to Johnny and role equals to admin. Here I'm going to write another function. Okay, that is no, here I'm going to write API. Okay, so here, okay, so this is our first API. Okay, dashboard. So you can see this is our get API. Okay, so here this is a path. Okay, and here this is the function name, and here I'm going to use I'm going to write as a parameter, okay, user equals to depend. Okay, I'm going to call this get user. Okay, so I use this get user. Okay, and here I'm going to return message welcome to the name. Okay, welcome Johan, like this. Okay, so here we got name by using user. Okay, welcome Rohan, name of the user what? So here you can see user. Where is our user inside the get user. Okay, so we got Johnny. Okay, and role of user, by using user, this one I have this get user, and here I will get admin. Okay, so this is our first API, or we can say dashboard need user information. This dashboard this dashboard needs user information. Fast API automatically call the helper function. This one, fast API call automatically this helper function. Okay, now I am going to write another function. Now I'm going to write another API, not function. Okay, so this is the setting API. This one here I'm going to create another API by using get. Okay, here this is the path setting. Okay, this is the function name setting. Okay, here user I use depend. Okay, and here I'm going to access this get user by using this user equals to depend get user. Okay, and here I'm going to return message equals to user setting page and user equals to user. Okay, so here this is our third person. This is our second API, that is setting. Okay, so in this API, setting also need user information. Okay, setting also need user information, but we didn't write the logic again, so that's why we call get function from here. Okay, we can use get function by using fast API like this. Okay, now I'm going to run this on. Okay, so here, okay, I'm going to clear this. I'm going to write ls. This is our file name. I'm going to copy. Okay, again I'm going to clear this. Okay, I'm going to change file name. Okay, now we can open our file. Okay, so here inside this I'm going to search docs. Okay, you can see I have two APIs. Okay, so here you can see dashboard is a path. Okay, now I am going to try it out and click here in execute. Okay, so here you can see this is our URL. Okay, and dashboard, this is our path here, this one. Okay, and here you can see in return what we have, message. In first API what we have, message welcome username. Okay, so welcome Johnny and role admin. Okay, you can see I also return role here. Okay, so this function prepare user data. This function prepare user data. We will reuse. This function. No. This function is prepare user data. We will reuse this in multiple time in multiple APIs. Okay, so here you can see dashboard. This dashboard need user information. Okay. Okay. Here you can see it need user information, that what is the message and what is the role. You can see I written both. So this need user information. So first API automatically call this function, this helper function. Okay, and we got the information message and role by using this function. Okay, not message. Name and role we got by using this helper function. So here you can see I got username and role. Username is Johnny and role is admin. Okay, and status is 200, that is successful. Okay, in terminal you can also look 200. Okay, now we are going to check second API. Okay, this one setting. I'm going to open this setting. Okay, I'm going to click here, clicking here. Okay, so you can see what I'm going to return here in setting AI, user. Okay, and this has path setting. Okay, and here you can see what I'm going to return: message user setting page, and user equals to user. Okay, so here you can see we have user message, okay, user setting page, and user, I'm we return here users, whole user. So in whole user equals to, I mean, all information of user. Okay, so in get user what we have: name and role. Okay, so setting also need user information, this part. Okay, but we don't write the logic again. Okay, we get everything by using helper function, this one. Okay, so now you can see I got name Johnny and role admin. Okay guys, now I hope you got it. Okay, so this is the part of, like, imagine you have 10 API. I mean, imagine 10 API needs user data. Okay, and without depend we repeat the code. Okay, but with the help of depend we reuse the code. Okay, you can see here we reuse the code, this code. Okay, we don't need to write again and again. Okay, here with the help of depend we are going to reuse this code by using this function get user helper function. Okay, now we are going to create another file. Okay, here in page 2 file is this one. Okay, dv dependency.py. Here I'm going to write in doc description. Okay, so topic dv dependency beginner version. Okay, you can run this file like this by using this command unicon. This is our file name and this is epistle, or here you can reload. Okay, so goal: so how FastAPI automatically provide database access using depends. Okay, so here every API needs database connection. Okay, but with the help of depends it give, I mean, depends give it automatically. Okay, every API needs database connection. Okay, depends give it automatically. Okay, so this is in readable form. Okay, this is just a for your understanding purpose. Okay, here I'm going to write code. So here I'm going to paste. Okay, I'm going to use FastAPI from FastAPI and depend from FastAPI. Okay, this is FastAPI instance app equals to FastAPI. Okay, this function prepare database access. This function get db. This function I used for prepare the database access. Okay, in real app this would connect to the database. Okay, so this function prepare the database access and it will return database connectivity ready. Okay, this is used for prepare the database access. Now I am going to create API. Okay, this is our API using database helper automatically. Okay, so this is our helper, database helper. Okay, so here API using database helper automatically. So app.get user. Okay, so this is our get API. Okay, this is the path, this is the function get user. Okay, here dv equals to, I'm going, this is our variable dv equals to depend. Okay, I use this function get db. Okay, FastAPI call get db automatically here, and it will return message user fetched successfully and dv status equals to dv, like this. Every API need database connection. Instead of connecting again, we use helper function. Okay, so this is our helper function get db. Okay, this function prepare database access. Right now it's a fact. Okay, just to understand the concept. Okay, but here I use dv equals to depend, this line. This lines means, okay, we just not call the function, FastAPI call it automatically. Okay, by using this depend. Okay, now I am going to run this file. Okay, so I'm going to check what is the file name. Okay, file name is am_dp depend.py. Okay, so here I have this line. Okay, and I'm going to enter. Oh, I think I did mistake. Error loading API attribute app is not found in. I have app. Okay, I need to rerun this. Okay, now I need to clear this. Oh, CLS. Okay, I directly use this command. I don't need to change anything. Here I can write. Okay, I'm going to enter. Oh, this is our. Oh, I did mistake here. Here I have M. File name is mdb dependency. Okay, now we can run this file. Okay, now we can go here in this link. Okay, I'm going to check. Okay, so you can see I have this user here. I'm going to try it out and it will execute. Okay, it is said user fetched successfully, database connection is ready. Okay, so you can see in return what we have, this one, user fetched successfully and status database connection ready. Okay, status equals to database connection is ready, this one. Okay, so here you can see we got from the helper function. We got database connection from helper function. This is the helper function. Okay, so database, here you can database access came automatically here. Okay, database access came here automatically, and depends gives things to the API automatically. Depends gives things to the API automatically. Okay, and here we did not call this function FastAPI, call it automatically. Okay, so now we are going to create one project. Okay, so here I'm going to create one folder. Okay, so here I'm going to write folder name phase 2 project 1. Okay, so we are going to create project 1, okay, by using phase 2. So here in this project, oh, I did spelling mistake. Okay, so I need to change this. Okay, now it is okay. Okay, so here I'm going to create one file. I'm just using here basic filtering, get, put, patch API. Okay, here, so I'm going to create here phase 2 project 1. So here we are going to use these things. Okay, this is mini project related to the book. I'm going to use CRUD operation. Okay, and here concept I'm going to use get, post, put, delete. Okay, I use path parameter, query parameter, and simpler filtering. Okay, and here I'm not going to use async function. Okay, async we will use after some time. Okay, so here I'm going to import FastAPI and body. Okay, I am going to explain here what is body. Wait a minute. Okay, and app equals to FastAPI instance. Okay, now here I am going to create fake database. Okay, for example, we are going to use this data. Okay, so this is our fake data base list of dictionary. Okay, so here I have book. Okay, book equals to in list. Okay, inside the list I have dictionary. Okay, so it has book title, title 1, author name, and category science, math, whatever, history. Okay, so I have book title, book title, title number 1, title 2, title 3, title 4. Okay, so these are the title of books. And author 1, author 2, author 3, these are the authors. Okay, and category science, history, math. Okay, so these are the categories. So this is our just fact database I'm going to use in my code. Okay, so here I'm going to create read API for this book. Okay, so I'm going to create API that read these book. Okay, so here this is our read API. So get all book. Okay, so here you can see decorator app dot get. This is the path. Okay, this is the function name. Get all the books. Okay, return all the book. This is the doc string. Okay, this is used for define this function. Okay, return all the book, and here I'm going to return book. Here this book. Okay, so it will give you all the books. Okay, so if I'm going to run this, okay, here I'm going to use control C. Okay, so I am going cls clear screen. Okay, I'm going back from here. Okay, now I am going to hit ls command. So here I can see our project, this one, phase 1 project 1. Okay, I'm going to enter here. Okay, so here I enter in my project. Okay, now I'm going to use this command again. I have this file. Okay, project book project. Okay, now I am going to use cls clear screen. Okay, now here I need to change file name. What is our file name? This one, book project, and app, this is our app, this one. Okay, this app used for run the API. Here I'm going to load, and here I'm going to click on this button, I mean this URL or endpoint. Okay, here now I'm going to write here docs. So we can see we can see here our API, get API. Okay, books is the, I already show you path. This one, sorry, this one is the book path. Okay, this one, it is the book path. Okay, so here we are going to check. I'm going to click here and here. Okay, so you can see I got, this is our endpoint. Okay, and this is the path. Okay, so here you can see in responsibility I have every book. Okay, title 1, title 4, title 2, title 1. Okay, math, history, science, and okay, whatever is the category. Okay, so I have these books. Okay, so you can see here I have these book and I got my book there in URL. Okay, so here we can see everything. So it is get API. Okay, and we read here every book. Okay, now after this API I am going to create another API. Okay, okay, this is also get API. Okay, here we are going to search everything by using title. Okay, search book by using title. Okay, I'm going to use here path parameter. Okay, so this is our API app.get, and here this is the path book, and this is our path parameter. Okay, okay, so book title is our path parameter. Okay, so here I'm going to define one function, get book by title. Okay, so this is our book title, this one. Okay, and here it should be in string. Okay, here I'm going to use path parameter. Okay, and we use here case fold. What is the case fold? Case fold, here you can see it convert all the uppercase letter into a string to the lowercase letter. Okay, it will convert uppercase letter into a string to lowercase letter. Okay, I hope you got it. Uppercase letter in a string to lowercase letter. Okay, it is going to convert this. So that's why I'm going to use case fold. Now I'm going to use this. Okay, uh, okay, so now you can see I am going to use for loop for book in a box. I am going to find out book inside the box. Okay, I'm going to use loop that we can access every book from here. Okay, so book in a book, if book title dot case fold. Okay, Okay, we are going to convert uppercase string into a lowercase string. Okay, if book title dot casefold is equals to book title casefold. Okay, so if you are going to enter any book name, okay, and you convert this into a in lowercase by using this casefold, okay, that equals to book title dot casefold, which I have here. Okay, so you enter by using Swagger. Okay, so this, I mean Swagger, if you are going to enter title, okay, by using Swagger UI. Okay, if it is match here inside this. Okay, so if both title, I mean both book title is like matching there, okay, then it will return the book. Okay, otherwise it will return message book not found. Okay, I am going to run this. Okay, I am going to run this and I'm going to check. I'm just going to, okay, refresh this. So you can see I got my book. So here you can see I have this book title path. This is our path book title, this one, and this is our book means, I mean it is our path and this is our path parameter. Okay, if you have something in your URL, this is called a path parameter. Okay, so here book and book title. Okay, so I'm going to write what if I'm going to search which book. So here I'm going to search from title. I'm going to check title 4. Okay, so here I'm going to write book name. Okay, that is title 4. Okay, so here you can see this is our endpoint book, and after book we have title. Okay, it is giving you 4, title 4. Okay, so here I got in response what here what I'm going to return. Here I'm going to return what book. So here I'm going to say this title. Here you can see this title is equals to book title. So this is our book title. What is the book title? Title is 4 here. Okay, and here also I enter title 4. Both are equal. Okay, then it will give the detail. Okay, you can see I written here book detail. Okay, so here we have everything. You can see title, book title 4. Here we have author is 4 and category is math. Okay, now we are going to check. It is giving us like this. Okay, yes, title is 4, author is 4 and math is 4. Okay, and response body you can see here, this is our response and status score is 200. Okay, I hope now you got it. Okay, so here we got, or we can search like this, book 1. Okay, so now we can see it is giving me title 1, author 1 and science category. You can check here science category, title 1, okay, author 1. Okay, and here we also got response 200. Now I am going to create another API. Okay, here, okay, this is, I'm going to use filter. Okay, so get book by category. Okay, so here I'm going to use query parameter. Okay, in query parameter what we have, like this. Okay, if you have path this book, okay, and you have category, after category it will give you question mark and write your category. Okay, category equals to math. So this is called the query parameter. Okay, so here you can see I'm going to create this API. So app.get, here this is the path, okay, books, and here I'm going to write category. Okay, so here this is our function get book by category. Category should be in string. Okay, and this is the description of this function. I'm going to use query parameter here, and this is example of query parameter. Okay, and here I'm going to store result in list. Okay, here I'm going to convert, I'm going to create. Okay, so here here I'm going to store result. Okay, result equals to empty list. Okay, so here for book in books, okay, I'm going to use loop here to iterate every book. For book in books, okay, one book, two book, three book, title, four book, okay. Okay, so we are going to iterate every book by using for loop here. Okay, if book category, this category, this category, if book category, okay, dot casfold. Casfold means I already told you. Casfold is what? It will use to convert uppercase string into a lowercase string. Okay, is equals to category dot casfold. Okay, if you are going to enter by using Swagger API, any category. Okay, enter category by you is equals to category I have in our data here. If both are equal, okay, if both are equal, then we need to append, I mean we need to add this book in result. Okay, so result dot append. So here I'm going to add this book in a result. Okay, and here we are going to return result. Okay guys, so I hope you got it. This is how query parameter work. Okay, so I'm going to save this. Okay, and I am going to check here by going to refresh it. Okay, and I need to close this. Okay, so this is our third API, book get by category. Okay, you can see here book and category. Okay, if I'm going to search any category, I'm going to use sign. Okay, so here I'm going to click here. Okay, I'm going to try it out. Okay, so this category science, here this category science. Okay, so here you can see this category science. Okay, here this category science is equals to category dot casfold means this category. Okay, category enter by you by using Swagger UI, this category. Okay, is equals to the category we have inside this data. If both are equal, then it will append this book inside the result and return the result. Okay, so here we have how many categories? Same science. We have two times science. Okay, you can see title 1 its category science, and title 2 also its category is also science. Okay, so here I'm going to execute. I already execute. You can see here. Okay, this is the book and this is the category, this is the path. Okay, here after question mark I got my category, that is science. Okay, so I find out two books in science. Okay, so you can search like this. You need to store it in result. Okay, okay, that book has category science. Okay, science category book you need to append inside the result here inside the result, and it will, and here we are going to return result. Okay, and result what we have, these two book. Okay, who has science category, oh sorry, which has science category. Sorry guys, I have poor English. Okay, and status code is 200. Now I am going to create another API. Okay, adding new book. Okay, because I have three and four books, I'm going to add one book. Okay, so here you can see create. Okay, I'm going to use post for create a book. Okay, and here I'm going to use post API. Okay, for adding the new book. Okay, this is the path. Okay, here I'm going to create one function, define create book. Okay, new book equals to I am going to pass body. Okay, I'm going to use post request and add new book to the list. Okay, so here I'm going to use this book variable. Okay, this book variable I'm going to append in this book. Okay, book dot append, book dot append new book. Okay, I'm going to add a new book here. Okay, and return book added successfully and book equals to new book. It will give you new book in a return. Okay, and body means it will give you everything like this. Okay, title, author and category science like this, it will give you everything. So this is called the body. Okay, so I hope you got it. This is the function. Here I'm going to pass new parameter. Okay, new book equals to body. Okay, here this is the description of this function. Okay, book I'm going to append in book our database. I'm going to append this database new book. Okay, and here it will return message and book equals to new book. Okay, I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to refresh this. Oh, here. Okay. Okay, this is our new API, that is create the book. This one. Okay, guys. So I'm going to try. Okay. I need to fill everything in body, request body. This is the body. So I need. Okay. So I need. I'm going to use this. So here I'm going to write bio, author 6, title 6. Okay, I'm going to check. Okay, so you can see book added successfully. This is our message. You can see here book added successfully. This is the message, and in new book I'm going to add what? This body, title, author 6, and bio. Category is bio. Okay, and you can search here get all books. Okay, if you are going to click here get all book. Okay, so you can see here I got my new book here. Is it visible to you? Our new book, this is 6. Title is title 6 and author 6 and bio. Okay, but it is, I mean here we have only 4. Okay, but after adding by using post category, I mean by using post API, I create one book, and you can see here I got my book here, this one. Okay, or we can use another API also. There is, we can also search here. If I'm going to use try book title book 6. Okay, now I am going to check. Yes, I find, oh, book not found because maybe I did mistake. Okay, its title is book title. Okay, not book 6. Okay, so here if I'm going to write correct name, okay, book titles, I mean book title equals to title 6. Okay, yes, now I find out my book title 6, author 6, and bio here by using this API. So here I'm going to close this one and this one also, and we can search also here by using category. So here I'm going to search bio because this is new category. Okay, so I got, oh, it is giving me null. Mm, okay, I use bio but I got null. So guys, here I got null. Okay, this is not, I mean this is confusing but this is correct. Okay, this is not wrong because of my logic. You can see here I don't have any category. Okay, like bio. Okay, I don't have any category. You can see here I have category science, history, and bio. Okay, so how can I match? Okay, So here you can see this category is used for here, this one. This category used for like if you are going to enter from if you are going to enter category by using Swagger UI. Okay, so this category is equals to this category, book category, which I have here in data. Okay, so we don't have any bio. Okay, so that's why it is giving me null. Okay, or but it is correct. Okay, now after post I am going to create put API. Okay, so put API used for update the full book. Okay, so here this is our put API and this is the path. Okay, I'm going to update, okay, book. Okay, update equals to, I mean update book equals to body. It means if you are going to update any book, you need to fill these things: title, author name and category. Okay, by using body. And here this is the description of this function. Replace, I mean put replace the full of. Now, okay, I am going to use full loop. If index in range length of book. Okay, if index of these books. Okay, it has 0 index, 1 index, 2 index and 3 index. Okay, and they have title. Okay, so here you can see if index in range length of books. Okay, if book index title. Okay, if this title, okay, 2, title 2, title 1, per title 3, title 4. Okay, in casfold is equals to updated book title. Okay, if you are going to update any book by using title. Okay, so here it will update the index equals to updated book. I mean it update book and every detail of the book by using body. Okay, in this index. Okay, if we have index 0, index 1. Okay, at a specific index it will update the all information of the book. Okay, and return the message book update successfully. And here if if not, then it will write message like book not found. Okay, so here I'm going to save this. I'm going to check here. Okay, so this is our port API. So I am going to use try it on. Okay, so here I'm going to update book, this book. Okay, here I need to copy and paste it here. Okay, I'm going to update author 89. Okay, and title 3 and category history. So here I'm going to write geology, whatever, geo. Okay, and author 89 and title. Okay, so we are going to update this by using title. Okay, so here you can see book update successfully. Okay, you can see here book title. In response body it will show you message book update successfully here. Okay, this is the message book update successfully. Okay, it means we update everything. Okay, we can check here that we are going to update or not. Okay, if I am going to execute. Okay, you can see here title 3, author 89 and geo. Okay, so yes, we updated it. Okay, because title 3 I'm going to update author name and category, that is geo. Okay, if you want to update its title also, I'm giving here 89. This is also 89. Category is also 18. Guys, don't be confused. These all are in a string. Okay, so we can check here. Title 89, author 89, book is not found. Okay, so here you need to write correct name. Okay, if you are going to write this name, title 3, okay, so it will update mm, everything, okay, except title. So here you can see title 380, author 89, category 89, book update successfully. Or we can also check here by using this all book get. Okay, I got this 89, 89. Okay, or so here we are going to read all book. Here we are going to update all the books. Okay, we can update all the books. Here we can create the books. Here we are going to find the book by title, and here you can find out the book by category. Okay, now I am going to create delete API. Okay, so here this is our delete API. Okay, delete book by title. Okay, so here this is app dot delete. I'm going to delete book. Okay, this is a book path and this is the book title. I'm going to use title to delete any book. Okay, this is the function name delete book, and book title it should be in string. Okay guys, so here this is doc string, define this function. Okay, delete means remove a book. So here I'm going to use for index in length, for index in range length of books. Okay, so we are going to find out index of this by using this loop. Okay, index of book, any of anyone, any book. Okay, so here if book index title in case fold is equals to book title. Okay, then it will delete this index. Okay, if you are going to any title by using Swagger API and this title will match by using index. Okay, this title match here in database. Okay, then it will delete this index of this title here. Okay, book dot pop index. Okay, and return book deleted successfully. Okay, otherwise it will give you book not found. Okay, so I'm going to save this and going to check here. I'm going to refresh this. Okay, so I have delete API, this one in red. Okay, I'm going to delete so I can check here. Okay, I'm going to try it out, execute. I'm getting all the books here. Okay, I'm going to delete this title 3. Okay, so try it out. I'm going to delete title 3. Okay, so it is said that book delete successfully. Okay, big delete, book delete successfully. Okay, in written you can see I already have this message, book delete successfully. Okay, and you can see here if I'm going to execute this again, this get book, get all book. Okay, so it is showing you title 1, title 2 and title 4. Okay, because we already deleted title 3. Okay, so that's why it is said that delete the book. Okay, this is the path, book and here title, or here you can see if book not found. Okay, if I'm going to enter any random name, book book 9. Okay, I'm going to check. Okay, so you can see it will give you book not found. Okay, this one. Okay, because we don't find out book here inside this data. Okay guys, I hope you got it. This is our mini project by using FastAPI or by using CRUD operation of FastAPI. I hope you got it. One minute. New. Oh, oh yeah. What's happening, yeah? This is our file name. Okay, I'm going to create this one. or where is the, so here I'm going to create one file and I'm going to use CRUD operation. Okay, so here this is our new file. Okay, I need to copy this and paste it here. Ta -ta 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 -ta. Okay, so project student manager API. Okay, by using CRUD operation, here you can use this command for run this file. Okay, okay, so here I'm going to import from FastAPI. From FastAPI, I'm going to import what? I'm going to import fast, F-A-S-T, fast API. And I'm going to import from Pydantic. I'm going to import what? Base model for what? Data. डेटा को क्या करेगा ये? डेटा को वैलिडेट करने के लिए आई एम गोइंग टू यूज base model. Okay, here I'm going to create app instance equals to fast API. Fast API, here inside this I am going to write our title. Title is equals to what? Student manager API. Okay, because I'm going to create this API. Now I am going to create what? Here this model for data validation, Pydantic model. Okay guys, Pydantic model. So I need to do what? I'm going to create one class, that is student. Here student. Okay, in this class I am going to pass base model. Okay, so here this is our base model. I need to write colon, and in the base model I am giving name. Name should be in str, means string. Okay, and here age should be what? Age should be in integer. Okay, here course should be in str. Okay, so this is our Pydantic model. Okay guys, it is used for data validations. So here after this I am going to create one FACDB. Okay, after this we are going to use real database like what? MySQL, MongoDB, Elasticsearch. Okay, any of one. Okay, so here here I'm going to create one database, that is student. Okay, student student equals to empty list. Okay, this is fact database for testing purpose. Okay guys. Okay, so here I'm going to create one API, that is get API. Okay, so I'm going to use app.get. Here this is our path. Okay, path is students. Okay, and here I'm going to define one function, that is add student. Here I'm going to add all student from the university. Okay, student from YouTube channel also. Student colon student. Okay, oh, student. Huh? I did mistake in spelling. Oh, it should be what? It should be stu. Oh, yeah. Okay, student equals to student. Here, this is the parameter inside our function. Okay, now what? Now I am going to create student. Oh, this is the student. Okay, I need to copy this and paste it here. Student dot append I'm going to append. I'm going to append. I'm going to append here what? Students. Okay. Here inside this database. Okay. Here this is a function students, and here I'm going to append all student here in the inside this database. Okay. And here after this I'm going to return. I'm going to return what? Return what? What? I'm going to return message. In message, what I'm going to return? I'm going to return student added successfully. Oops, I did mistake. It should be post, not get, because I'm going to create student data. Okay, first of all I need to create data, student data. Okay, so here this is our post API, this is the path, this is the function name, add student. Here I'm going to pass parameter. Okay, parameter, I mean this one, student equals to student. Okay, I use this. Okay, so that we can access name, age and course from here. Okay, and here I'm going to append inside this database student dot append student. Okay, so if I'm going to fill by using Swagger API, Swagger UI, if I'm going to fill name, ages and course, it will append in this fact database. Okay, and return student added successfully and student. Okay, now we are going to clear screen. Okay, now I'm going to enter my project folder. Okay, the project folder is this one, right? Phase 2 hyphen project 1 CRUD whatever. Yeah, sorry, CRUD. Okay, now I'm going to enter this command. Okay, this one, unicon file name. Oh, here it is also wrong. It is not .py here. Okay, now I am going to run this file. Okay, error loading app not found in module I student. Yes, I already have app. Oh, okay. Okay, so you can see I have this API, post API, because we just create post API. Okay, this one, post API. Okay, this is the path, student path. Okay, so here I'm going to click here. I'm going to try, and here I'm going to fill name. Okay, name is Nidhi. Age is what? 10. Course is BBA. Okay, I'm going to execute this. Okay, so I got everything. Okay, here you can see in return what we, yeah. Okay, so you can see in return what we are going to pass. Here you can see we wrote message. Okay, student added successfully and student equals to student. Okay, so here I have student added successfully and student equals to name Nidhi, age 20 and course BB. Okay, so here we are getting information. Okay, from students by using this class. Okay, so in this class I have name, age, course. Okay, so I use this here and I return this here. Okay, so that's why I got name, age and course BB. Okay, now what, I'm going to create one API. Okay, that is get. Okay, get API. get all student. Okay, so here I'm going to create at the decorator get decorator app get. Here I'm going to write in double quotes, this is the path students. Okay, then I'm going to define one function. So this is our function get all students. Okay, I need to put colons here. Okay, then it will return this student. Okay, I'm going to save this. Now I'm going to check here. I'm going to refresh this. Okay, so now you can see I have two APIs. One is okay, one is get and another is post. Okay, I already refreshed this, so maybe now I am going to try it post API first of all. Okay, I'm going to enter name Nidhi is 10 and course is BBA. Okay, I'm going to execute. So here you can see after this I am going to execute this API. Okay, get. So here we got Nidhi 10 and BBA. Okay, now I am going to create. Okay, so this is our get API. Okay, get all the student. Now we can create more data. Okay, so I'm going to write Uma. Okay, course MBA. Okay, so here I'm going to run this. Okay, so I got Uma MBA. Okay, in post API here. Now I am going to use this API get API. Okay, so you can see I got two details. I got details of two users, Nidhi and Uma. Okay, and their age and courses. Okay, so these are our post API. Post API is for create something. Okay, and get API are used for get the information or get the student information. Okay, so this is our get API. Okay, and this is the URL request URL. Okay, now I'm going to create another API update here. Okay, so here I'm going to write code for update. Okay, here I'm going to create add app the app. Okay, and here I'm going to use put API to update the information of a student. Okay, I'm going to use path student. Okay, student underscore name. Define update student. Okay, so this is our put API. Okay, and this is the path and this is the path parameter. Okay, student name. Okay, so here this is our function update student. Okay, so here we are going to update student. Okay, by student name. Here I'm going to pass parameter student name. Sorry, what is this? So here this is student name, that should be in string. Okay, okay, so this is our function updated student. Here I'm going to pass two parameters student name and updated student. Okay, and here okay, after this I am going to write like this for index student enumerate in students. Okay, here this is students. Oh, actually I did. Oh, okay, I should change this students here. Okay, now it is working. I don't need to remove this. Okay, so here I need to remove s. Okay, now it is perfect. Okay, So here you can see I'm going to use for loop here, index and student in enumerate student. It means it will give you in dictionary key and values. Okay, like name is equals to Nidhi. Okay, name is Nidhi. Course is MBA. Okay, whatever you have in dictionary, it will show you like this. Okay, name Nidhi, age 10, course BBA. Okay, so it will access key and values by using dictionary. Okay, and here if student name dot lower, okay, I mean student name should be it convert student name in a lower case. Okay, is equals to student name also in lower case. Okay, so it will convert, like if you are going to enter any name by using post API. Okay, or by if you are going to update anything by using put API. Okay, so like you are enter any name. Okay, so it will convert it this name into a lowercase, and that name is equals to name that I already have here. Okay, if both name are equal, then 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 we are going to update student. Okay, student information. Okay, by using index. Okay, so here I'm going to return message student update successfully, and here I'm going to return student, this one updated student. Okay, so here it will give you updated student. Okay, otherwise it will give you error. Okay, so here we can return if student not find out, then it will give you error. So error student not found. Okay, now we are going to check here. I am going to reload this page. Okay, so you can see I have this student's name. Okay, so first of all, you can see, okay, this is the path, student name. Okay, here student and student name. Okay, so if you are going to execute this, okay, so here you need to fill any name. Okay, okay, so as of now our data, student data, okay, now it is empty. Here you can see, so that's why I already refreshed this, so everything, I mean everything, every information already erased from here. So that's why I'm going to create new information. Okay, I'm going to try it. Post API, with the help of post API I'm going to create data. Okay, so here Nisha, age of Nisa, course of Nisa, that is V. Okay, I'm going to create. Okay, so first data you can see here. Now I am going to create another Harsu. Okay, here you can see. So so I created two data. Okay, they two, I mean data for two users. Okay, so here I'm going to use get API to read all the data. Okay, so I have two users in this data, Nisa and Harsu, their age and courses. Okay, so this is our get API, so we can check all the student here. Okay, we can create student by using post API. Now we are going to update. Okay, so here I'm going to update sorry, this is Nis, not Nisa. I miss A from here. So here I'm going to fill here Nis. Okay, and now I am going to change this Nishu age of her 10th and course. Okay, so here you can see I update this. Okay, now I am going to check get API. Okay, I'm going to execute here. Okay, so you can see this is updated by these information. Okay, age 10 and course school. Okay, you can create more by using post, and here with the help of put you can update. We can also update this Harsu. Okay, so you can fill here Harsu. Okay, now I am going to enter here Ram age 90, here course. Okay, I'm going to execute this. Okay, student not found. This is said that student not found. Okay, I did something wrong. Okay, okay, so it is said that student not found. Okay, it is going to check this student not found. So here I'm going to check get again. Okay, it has Nisu and Harsu. What happening, guys? Okay, I'm going to reset this. In here age 40, I'm going to write course. Okay, so here wait a minute. Okay, I'm going to create Pydantic for this one. Okay, so this is the class student update. I'm going to create another class for update the student. Okay, so this is our Pydantic model. You can see this is also our Pydantic model for post and get, and here I use sorry, this is for post only. Okay, and this Pydantic model for I mean put or I mean update. Okay, so here student name equals to str. Okay, update. Here I'm going to write update data is equals to what, this student updates. Okay, now I'm going to use loop. Okay, for loop for student in s- in student. Okay, I'm going to apply loop here by using like that we can iterate the student from student data. Okay, now I am going to write one condition if student name dot lower. Okay, it will convert student name in lower. Mm, okay, this is the student and this is also student name dot lower. Okay, is equals to student student underscore name, this student underscore name dot lower. It's mean, okay, if you update any name, okay, that is student name, okay, it should be in lower letter. I mean, it will convert in lower letter, okay, and this name is equals to student name, okay, which I have inside the data, okay. And here student.age student age equals to updated, this one, updated data. Oh, okay, student age I'm going to update by using updated data dot age. Okay, so here student date should be updated, and here student course, student dot course, okay, is equals to updated underscore data dot course. Okay, so here name is the key, and here we are going to update two things inside this, age and course. Okay, we can't update the name. Okay, and here I'm going to return what I need to copy this and paste it here. Okay, okay, so I'm going to return here student edit, no, student update successfully. Okay, not added, update successfully, and student equals to student. Okay, this is our student. Okay, this is our student class. Okay, here we got our name of student, age and course. Now we are going to return here what I'm going to return student not found. So here return, you can write like this, error colon student not found. Okay, I'm going to save this. Okay, I'm going to rerun this again. I'm going to rerun this. Okay, so here, okay, so I have three APIs, get, post and put. Okay, first of all I need to create one data here. Okay, I'm going to write any name. Okay, that is Suresh. Okay, age of Suresh is 30 and course DSA. I'm going to execute. Okay, I'm going to again create another data, that is Ramesh. Okay, age of Ramesh is 20, course JE. Okay, so here by using post I have created data. Okay, now I am going to check by using get API that I get all data or not. Yes, we have two users, Ramesh and Suresh. Okay, now we can update by using put. Okay, so here we are just going to fill this Suresh. Okay, I'm going to use this API. Okay, so here I'm going to write Suresh and detail of Suresh, what is it? Age 30 and days. Now I am going to change Suresh age. Okay, that is 23 and course AI. Okay, now I'm going to execute this. Okay, student update successfully. You can see in written student update successfully, and student equals to student means it will give you name and course, I mean age, name, age and course. Okay, so here we can update only two things, age and course, because name is a key here. We can't update the name. You can see here as a key we just took name. Okay, if name is present in your database, okay, that is equals to name, you are going to enter here. Okay, if both are equal, then you need to update, then you can update your age and course. Okay, so here I updated my age, I mean age of my data, not my. Okay, and you can see this is student and student name. Okay, so this is the path. Okay, student, this one is student, sorry, this is forget. Here you can see student and student name. Okay, now I am going to create delete API. So here I am going to import here in top from, okay, we can import here, comma, HTTP exception. Okay, for delete API. I'm going to use here HTTP exception. Okay, now I am going to write code for delete API. Okay, so here I am going to create decorator app dot delete. Here inside this I am going to pass hyphen, sorry, slash students. Okay, and here I am going to write student name. Okay, so this is our decorator. Okay, this is a path and this is a path parameter. Student name I already use here. Okay, student name, student underscore name. Now here I'm going to define one function that delete underscore students. Okay, here I'm going to pass what, student name, this one, as a parameter. So here student name should be in string or index for index. So here I'm going to use for loop for index and student, index and their student. Okay, in enumerate. Okay, so here you can see enumerate student. Okay, now we are going to use this condition, this one, if student name, this one. Okay, so here we are going to take student as a id. Okay, student name which I have in our data, and if you are going to I mean delete, then you need to enter student name. Okay, if both are equal, then we can delete. Okay, so here deleted student, delete student, deleted student equals to this student dot pop. Inside this I am going to pass index, and here it is going to be written message and student delete successfully. So here in message we got student delete successfully, and here student equals to deleted student. Here I need to put comma. Okay, student equals to deleted student, this one, so I need to return this here. Okay, so here this is our delete API. Okay guys, this is our function. Okay, this is our path, students and student name, this is the path parameter. Okay, and this is the parameter. Okay, delete student, here this should be string. Okay, so here I'm going to use for loop. Okay, for index comma student enumerate in student. Okay, so we have student, I mean index or student data inside in, I mean in enumerate means it will give you in dictionary format their index and everything, like name equals to Nidhi, age equals to 40. Okay, like this. Okay, if here I'm going to use name as a key. Okay, if you are going to use real data, then there should be you have UID. Okay, user ID, whatever. Okay, so here I'm going to use name for ID. Okay, so student name. Okay, a student name which you have in your student data. Okay, that is equals to if you are going to enter name, okay, by using Swagger UI, if both name is corrected, I mean equal, both I mean, if both equal, then you can delete the student. Okay, from student dot pop or index. Okay, here you can delete that this student by using their I mean index, by using their index. Okay, and return student delete successfully, and student here is to deleted student. Okay, it will show you deleted student. So here I'm going to refresh this. Okay, so if I'm going to click here after refreshing, I think our data is empty. Okay, so first of all I'm going to create new data. Okay, so here I'm going to write Nidhi. Okay, so here again I'm going to write one data. Okay, this is another data. Okay, so I have added two data. So I am going to close this post API because I already upload two, I mean I already create two users, and now we can see I have two users. Okay, now I am going to update Ramu. Okay, so here we can update Ramu. Okay, so here we can check. Where is the Ramu? Ramu has, I mean course fitness, and his is 90-year-old. So here I'm going to update age, and course is, okay, so we can check. Okay, student update successfully. Okay, so here I'm going to check again by using execute this. Okay, so you can see Ramu 30 is now, before we have 90. Okay, and course update in SSC. Now we are going to delete. Now I'm going to close this. Okay, so I'm going to delete student. Okay, so here I need to fill the name. I'm going to delete this Ramu. Okay, so here you can see Ramu student delete successfully. Okay, and I deleted Ramu. Okay, age 30 and course SSC. Okay, so here you can see in return I return student delete successfully. Okay, student delete successfully, and here I return student and their detail, student detail. Okay, so here student, in student detail we have name, age and course. Okay, so here I return deleted student. Okay, and deleted student what we have. Okay, so it will delete by using index. Okay, and it will give you information here. Okay, that you delete name Ramu. Okay, and age and codes. Okay guys, I hope you got it. So you can see here I got 200 200 for put, get and patch and delete. Oh, I haven't used patch. Okay, in this code I don't use any patch. Okay, we will use it later. So I hope you got it. I have already created lots of APIs. Okay, so this is for get, post, put and delete. Now I have finished this project. Okay, and in this project I use CRUD operation, that is get, I mean that is post, post means create. Okay, read means get. Okay, and put means update, and D means delete. So I have finished. Bye bye, take care. Now I am going to create another project. Okay, so project name is, I'm just creating book API with proper structure. I'm going to use response model and zero database. Okay, hello guys. So now I am going to create one project folder. Okay, this is a book API. Okay, so in this folder I am going to open this folder here in our Visual Studio. Book API. Okay, so here I am going to create one file, that is requirement.txt. I'm going to install these things. Okay, here I'm going to open terminal, and here I'm going to install what? Virtual environment. So which command I need to use? This one, python -m venv. Okay, it is used for create the virtual environment. Okay, then I'm going to create one file, book dot. So here I am going to activate our virtual environment. Okay, so here by using this command venv slash script activate. Okay, so you can see venv scripts and activate. Okay, so here I need to enter on this line, on this command. Okay, you can see now we activated our virtual environment. Now we can run our requirement.txt, that we can install everything. Okay, so this is our command, pip install -r requirement.txt. Okay, I'm going to enter. Okay guys, so here I'm going to start writing code. Okay, I need to close this. Okay, so first of all I need to import these things. Okay, here you can see I import optional field, optional and list. Okay, so here I'm going to try to install these things. Okay, so here you can see typing module. Typing module is used for typing. It helps FastAPI and IDE understand what type of data we expect. Okay, so I use optional and list with the help of typing. Okay, and here you can see I use FastAPI and import FastAPI path query and HTTP exception. Okay, so FastAPI core imports here. Okay, so FastAPI equals to main application class, this one. Okay, and path is used for, this one is path, I mean main class of FastAPI. Okay, main application class, and path used for path parameter like book and book ID. Okay, and this is a query parameter, validate for query parameter. For example, like if you are going to write one condition. Okay, and HTTP exception, it is used to return the proper HTTP error response. Okay, and here I'm going to use base model. Base, here first of all we need to learn this. Okay, so Pydantic is used for request and response validation. Okay, and here base model. Okay, this is the base. it is used for, this is the base class for creating a data models. Okay, and this is the field. Okay, if you are going to use any field, so field is used to add the validation rule and metadata. Okay, and here I import from starlet import status. Okay, so starlet status code first API is built on starlet. Okay, so this give readable name for http status code, this one. Okay, and here this is our app instance. Okay, create a fast API application instance, this one. Okay, and here I create fast API, and I'm going to write here book name, that is fast API. Sorry, book title is book API and version 1.0. Okay, title and version appear in a Swagger UI. Now I am going to create one class. Okay, so this is an inter Python class. Okay, this one. Okay, this is our internal Python class. It represents how book is stored inside the server. Okay, think of this like a database row, but in memory it is FACDB. Okay, this is a class does not validate input. It is not used directly by the client. It's only used by the backend logic. In real project, this would be replaced by SQL alchemy model or database table. Okay, so this is a internal Python class. Okay, and here this is a function. Okay, so this is a constructor in it, this one, this is a function. Okay, so you can see here we have other variable also. Okay, so this is the constructor function. Okay, and we have parameter, these are the parameter. id should be an integer, id of book. Okay, and here you can see title, name of the book. Okay, and id means unique identifier for the book. Okay, and author means author name. Okay, description means short description of the book, and rating means you are providing some rating, that book it is good or not or bad. Okay, and rating you need to provide in 1 to 5. Okay, and publication date means years the book was published, year the book was published. Okay, so this make one row in a database table. Okay, so this is a function. Now you can see this book class is our fact database model. Okay, it show how data is stored internally on the server. The client never sent this directly. Okay, now we can write other parameter like this. Okay, oh, okay guys, here you can see this is the primary key self.id equals to id. Okay, primary key of unique book. Title self dot title equals to title book, title of the book. Self dot author means book author. Self dot description means book summary. Self dot rating means book rating. Self dot publisher date, okay, equals to publisher date, that should be an integer. Okay guys, so this is the class, and this class have one constructor, and we have these parameters. Okay, now I am going to create fact database. Okay, because I'm not going to use MySQL at. Okay, so this is our fact database. Okay, this is the database name is book, and okay, and so we have list of book here. Okay, book 1, so it's id 1, and book name is computer science. Okay, and author name you can see book id, this one is book id. Okay, and title of book, this one computer science pro. Author is Nidhi, code with Nidhi. Okay, and description, this is the description. Okay, rating is 5. Okay, and publisher date, that is this. Okay guys, so we have book id. Okay, author name, book name. Okay, and description of book, rating, and published year. Okay, so we have these all thing here inside the database. Okay, here, but before this database I need to create what? Pydantic model. Okay, so here I'm going to write code for Pydantic model. Okay, so this is our code for Pydantic model. Okay, Pydantic model book request. Okay, this is the class. Here I'm going to pass base model. So this model is used to validate incoming request data by using post API and put API. It defines what field the client must send and the rule for each field. Fast API automatically check this before your API logic run. Okay, so here you can see I have title, book title, or okay, and it must be at least 3 character long. Okay, so that's why I write here minimum length equals to 3. Okay, and here author title, this should be in string. Okay, this is also in string. Okay, and field, inside field I provide here minimum length 1. Okay, so author name must not be empty. Okay, and here you can see description should be in string, and inside the field, okay, it must be 1 and 100 character. Okay, in between 1 to 100 we have description here. Okay, and rating should be an integer. Okay, inside the field I have 0, less than 0, and greater than 6. Okay, so rating of the book, this will give you rating of the book. It must be greater than 0 and less than 6, greater than 0 and less than 6. Okay, and published date should be in integer, and inside the field what I have, okay, it must be between 2000 to 2030. So year when the book was published. Okay, so these are the years when book was published. Okay, and this is the model config. Example data, this is the example data. This will be shown in your Swagger UI. This helps front-end developer understand what to send. Okay, this helps front-end developer what to send. For example, I'm going to send title, book title, author name, okay, and description of book, and rating 5, and publisher date is 2029. Okay, so this Pydantic model used to validate the import data. If the client send wrong data, Fast API will automatically reject the request. Okay, field function I use here. Field function is used to add the rule like minimum, greater than, minimum length, and value range. Okay, the example is shown in Swagger UI to help the front-end developer. This is the example. Okay, and parenting model product protect our API from the bad data. After book response, sorry, after book request, I am going to write code here for book response. Okay, so here this is a code for book response. Okay, this is a code for book request, and this code is for book response. Okay, so this is the model used for output. Okay, this is a model used for output response. Okay, guys, this is used for input response. Okay, what you are going to enter. Okay, and here this is for output response. This is a model used for output response sent to the client. Okay, whenever fast API sends something to the client, okay, it defines exactly what field the API will return. Okay, ID means here you can see unique ID of the book. Okay, title means book title. Author means author name. Description I already show you, short description. Rating means it will give you rate in 1 to 5. Published date, year of publication. Okay, and this one config from attributes true. It means this tell Pydantic I might receive a normal Python object, not a dict, and you should read the attribute from it. Okay, and here you can see. For example, we have book ID and book.title, okay, and book.author and book.id instead of book in list ID. So this is a require because we are returning a custom Python class book. Okay, not a Pydantic model. And here attribute equals to true. So book response control what the API send back, and from attribute true, this one, it allow FastAPI to convert normal Python object into a JSON response. This one. Okay guys, so now you can see here I have import some important things here. Okay, after this I have this class internal Python model. Okay, after this I have book response for input, and this is for output book response. Okay, and this is a fact database. Now I am going to write helper function. Okay guys, so this is our helper function. Generate the book ID. Okay, and here ID should be an integer in output. Okay, so generate a new book ID. With the help of this function we can generate a new book ID. Okay, so logic behind this, if the book list is empty, okay, here I'm returning 1. Okay, if book list is empty, okay, book list, this list of book is empty, then start ID from 1. Okay, otherwise take the last book. Here you can see, otherwise it will take the last book. Okay, last book here from here. Okay, books and its index -1. Okay, and this is the ID, and here it will return the last ID. Okay, if here I'm going to repeat again. Okay, if the book list is empty, if length of book is 0 or empty, it return 1. Okay, ID start from 1, otherwise it will take last book and add 1. Okay, otherwise take the last book ID and add 1. Okay, so this mimics an auto increment primary key in real database. In this phase, this logic will be removed and handled by the database itself. Okay, so return 1 if length equals to 0, else book in list -1 dot id plus 1. Okay, so since we are not using a real database yet, we manually generate ID. This function simulates how a database auto increment primary key works. Okay, now I am going to create static routes. Okay, or you can say what API. Okay, so here I'm going to write API code. Okay, and here you can see I'm going to write one decorator. Here I'm going to use get means read the data. Okay, here I'm going to pass path, that is book. Okay, I'm going to use comma. I'm going to use this model, response model, this one for output. Okay, so here I need to paste this model, and here inside this I'm going to pass list of book response. Okay, this is for import. Oh, I did mistake. Okay, this is a book response here inside the list. Okay, and here I did one mistake. It is a what? It is a response model. Response model for output. Okay, and here I'm going to pass what? Status code. The status underscore code is equals to status dot sttp underscore 200. Okay, so here after this I'm going to define one function, that is async. I got mistake here. Okay, so it should be okay. Okay, now it is fine. Okay, I miss one function name here. Okay, so f dot get book, it should be books. Okay, and here I use comma after this. Okay, and here I'm going to return books. Okay guys, so this is our what? So this is a static routes filter. It is used for filters and list. Okay, it will must come first. Okay, because this is statics. Okay, these route, I mean these routers, or you can say these routes have fixed path, no path parameter. Okay, you can see here we don't have any path parameter, and fast API match route from the top to bottom. Okay, if a dynamic route like list, okay, and in curly bracket book ID is written above, the fast API may think book, or like you have path anything. Okay, so first API think that your filter endpoint will break. Okay, so static route fixed URL. Okay, static route means fixed URL, it come first. Okay, and dynamic route with ID or any other thing. Okay, if they have query parameter also, so it will come in last. Okay, so this is a very common real world works. Okay, okay, so ordering is not a style, it is just a behavior. Okay, so now you can see it will return the all books. Okay, here I'm not using any path parameter. Okay, simple list endpoint and use a basic collection source in a rest and get the book. Okay, so fast API check route top to bottom. Okay, static route must be defined before the dynamic route, otherwise fast API may misinterpret URL. So this is our first API. Okay, and this is the status code. It will give you any status after creating this, that it is successful. Okay, and here this is the response model. Okay, I use for book response, this one for output. Okay, now we are going to create API for app.get book. It is for book. Okay, I mean book rating. So here I am going to create one API app.get, okay, for book rating. So here I'm going to use book. Okay, and here I'm going to use by rating. Okay, and here I need to write comma, and I need to use this response model here. Okay, for output, and here I'm going to write async function. Oh, I haven't explained this to you. Okay guys, so async def get book by underscore rating. So here inside this I am going to pass rating. Rating should be in integer. Okay, and here inside this I am going to write query. Query should be greater than 0 and less than equals to 6 colon. Okay guys, so rating come from query parameter. Okay guys, this is the query parameter. So rating come from query parameters. Okay, book by like this. This is a query parameter. Okay, so here I'm going to write book by rating. Okay, so this will give you like this. Okay, rating, if you give here, there is the question mark. Okay, if you give here rating 2, so it will give you like this. Okay, rating 2 after question mark, it is giving rating equals to 2 like this. Okay, and here query, you can see we have query greater than 0 and less than 6 means rating must be greater than 0 and rating must be less than 6. Okay, so only 1 to 5 are allowed here. Okay, so this is a list comparison. Look over every book in a books. Okay, keep only those books where book dot rating equals to rating. Return a new list of matching book. Okay, so here I'm going to write for this. Okay, this will return book for book in books. Okay, so this is our books. These are the books. Okay, in books, if book dot rating is equals to rating. Okay. Okay, so this is like a list comparison book over every book in books. Okay, so keep only those books where book dot rating equals to book. Book dot rating equals to rating. Okay. And return a new list of matching book. Okay, so this endpoint filter book using a query parameter FastAPI validate the rating value automatically. Then we look through all the book and return only the one that match the rating. Okay, so if you are going to search for book for rate, it has 5 rating. Okay, so this will give you book according to the rating. If book rating equals to rating that you given by using input. Okay, because we already have rating here, this one 55132. Now we are going to create one API, okay, for getting the book by using here. Okay, so here app.get book, and this is the query parameter by year. Okay, if you are going to search book by year, so you can use this API, and I use this model, similar response model. Okay, and list of book response. Okay, and here this is the async function. Okay, I think I haven't explained it. Okay, so FastAPI allow your application to handle many requests concurrently without waiting. Okay, so it will use like you can run your application without waiting for slow operation like database query or external API calls to complete. Okay, so this is achieved using Python's async. Okay, so here you can see this is the function name get book by year. Okay, so this endpoint filter book by publish here, this one. Okay, and year come from the query parameter. So here you can see year come from the query parameter, not path parameter. Okay, not body. So get book by year. Here get book by, in place of rating we can write here like this. Okay, so like this we get our book 2020 for example. Okay, so this is the query parameter. Okay, and here query, you can see here query, this one means a query must be greater than 19999. Okay, and must be less than 2031. Okay, so FastAPI will automatically validate this. If invalid, it return the 422 errors. Okay, we loop through the fake database book list. Okay, we return only those book whose published date match the year. Okay, so here you can see query parameter. I show you here query parameter. Okay, and here you can see we return our book. Okay, for book in books. Okay, we use this by using this loop. Okay, and if book dot publish date equals to year. Okay, so it will return the book. Or here this is the filter get API. Okay, using a query parameter, the client control the filter by using question mark. Okay, question mark here by using this question mark here 2026. Okay, and FastAPI validate the input automatically. I hope you got it. Okay guys, now we can run by using this command unicorn book. This is the file name and app for app instance. Okay, here we have this app instance. How many time I going to tell you this? Okay, and here I'm going to click on this button, not this button, click on this link. So I got my API share. Okay, oh, what is this here? Okay, okay, wait a minute, I did mistake. I'm going to click here again, enter docs. Okay, so we have our all three APIs. Okay, so first API is for book. It will give you books, all books. Okay, you can see in return we will get there all books. Okay, so here if you going to click here and here you need to execute. Okay, so you got your all book from data that I have created here. Okay, this one, so I got there everything from here. Okay, now we can see here in return I got my whole data. Okay, and here you can see this is the path books. So this is the path books, and this is the local, and this is for port. Now we are going to check book by rating. Okay, so I'm going to click here. I'm going to write I want a book that has rating 5. Okay, I need to click here execute button. Okay, so I got all of these books. Okay, which has rating 5. You can see here it has rating 5, rating 5, and rating 5. Okay, this one, and you can see here this is our query parameter by rating question mark rating 5. Okay, and here you can see this is the port, and this is for local, and this is a books endpoint. Here books by rating. Okay, here I got my book. Okay, so if you are going to enter rating here, okay, if this rating is equals to a rating which I have in my data here. Okay, I have one. If both are equal, here you can see here in this line, if both rating are equal, okay, I may enter by you by using Swagger UI or the book you have in your book, book database. If both are equal, it will give you a book. Okay, so here I'm going to search again. So I got my book, okay, that has rating 1. Okay guys, now we can go with another API, get by year. Okay, here I'm going to search book by using year. Okay, so I want book from, okay, you can see here I have this data. Okay, and here 30, 30, 29, 28, 27, 28. Okay, so if I am going to search year, oh, where is this? Here. Okay, 2030. If 2030 match here in your data, okay, so it will give you book. I'm going to execute this, or I got these books. Okay, from 2023. So you can filter book by using search, that you can search any years. Okay, and this is also query parameter, and this is a path. Okay guys, and if you are going to write here wrong, okay, so it will give you error because 2025 doesn't exist in our data set. Okay, so input should be less than 2031. Okay, so here this is an error 422. Okay, because we can get book from 2000 from 1999 to 2031. Okay, 1999 to 2031. Here we can also get book from rating 0 to 5, not more than 5. Okay, so I hope you got 3 API. Now we are going to create other API. Okay, so that is create. Okay, so here I'm just going to paste. okay, code. Okay, so you can see here, this is our post API and this is the path. And here I'm going to use response model equals to big response. I mean book response. Okay. So here status code equals to status.http 201 created. Okay. So while you are going to create any API, so it will give you this. Okay. And here this is the function create book. Okay. Here I'm going to write book request equals to, here I'm going to use book request. Okay. So response model. Okay. So response model equals to book response. Okay. And status code equals to this one. And here this function. Okay. So FastAPI automatically read JSON from the request body. Okay. Here by using this. Okay. Book request equals to book request. And new book equals to book. So FastAPI automatically read JSON from request body. Okay. And what validate it using a book request Pydantic. Okay, so FastAPI read JSON from request body and validate it using book request Pydantic. Okay, and convert into a Python object book request. Okay, so if validation fail, FastAPI return 422 error automatically. Okay, so generate a new ID. So this is for new ID. If you are going to create a new book, so it will generate the new ID. Okay, new book ID. And here convert validation Pydantic model. Okay, into internal book object like for factdb. Okay, so new book, here new book equals to book. Here you can see new book equals to book. Okay, so it generate the id fake id. Okay, I mean id number of book that you are going to create. Okay, and title of the book. Okay, I'm going to use this book request. Okay, okay, that it will validate the input, that it will check the input. Okay, and author equals to book request and author. Okay, and here also use description for book description, rating for book rating, and publisher date for published year. Okay, and here I'm going to append these book inside the new book and return the new book. So guys, this is our new API. Okay, so here return the new book object. Okay, and convert book object to the JSON response, serialize it to the JSON and send http book http 201 created and return a new book here. Okay, so in simple words, I can say the endpoint create a new book, this endpoint. Okay, the client send back data in JSON and FastAPI validate it using book request. Okay, so client send title name, author name, description, and publisher date and rating. Okay, so this is validated by using book request, that it is valid or not. Okay, if it is not, then FastAPI automatically reject it. Okay, so we convert request data, sorry, we generate a new ID, we convert request data into our internal book object, we save it in our fact database. Okay, here in fact database, this is our fact database books. Okay, so we save it into our fact database list and we return the created book list. It is at code 0201. Okay, now I am going to create one API for get the book. Okay, so this is our API, this one, get the book. Okay, so this is the path. Okay, and this is the book ID. Okay, and this is the response model I want to use here, and this is the function get book. Here I'm going to pass book ID. Okay, and here path, book ID should be an integer and path equals to greater than 0. Okay, book ID should be greater than 0. Okay, and for book in books. Okay, so here we are going to search book in a books. Okay, so if book in books, okay, if book id equals to book id, if you are going to enter by using Swagger API any book id. Okay, if this id match from these id, okay, these id, so these are the rating. Okay, so these are the ids. Okay, if you are going to enter any id by using Swagger API, Swagger UI. Okay, if these id match here, okay, then it will give you books, return the books. Okay, and otherwise it will raise the status code error 404 and it will give you book not found. Okay, so here this is the get API, so we can get the book by using id. So I'm going to save this So get a single book by its own ID. Okay, so here you can see book ID means we get a single book by its ID. So book ID come from the URL path. Okay, so get book ID. Okay, so path greater than 0, I mean equals to means book ID must be greater than 0. Okay, FastAPI will automatic validate this. We set the fact data book list. Okay, here for book in books, okay, loop through all the books in the fact DB. If the current book is ID match the requested ID here, okay, then it will give you books. If found and return the books, FastAPI will convert back book response automatically. Okay, otherwise it will raise the error 404. Okay, with a status code. So here we take the book ID from the URL search our in memory list, return the book if found, otherwise return the 404 error. Now I am going to run this. Okay, okay, so I have my API found. I'm API. So here I'm going to search again. Okay, so you can see I can create a new book also here. So this is our API. Okay, so these are okay, so we can try it out. Okay, we got every book here. Okay, okay, but with the post API I just created post API. Okay, so where is it? This one. I am going to create one API. Okay, so this is an example, guys. I already show you. This is giving you one example. This one, this is the example. Okay, that title name, author name, and description rating, so we can fill here according to this example. Okay, so here I'm going to write Rakesh lists. Okay, list is the name. Okay, description of book, this is the description of long book, published year 2000, 2019. Okay, rating should be 4, and this is a old book. Okay guys, so we don't have this book here inside the book list. Okay, so we only have 5 books, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, we have 6 books. Now I'm going to create this new book by using post API. Okay, this is our post API. This is the create book. I'm going to click here. Okay, so I got my new book. Okay, this is our new book published in 2019, and here you can see I got 201. Okay, it means created, and this is the path, or we got everything, these things. Okay, ID, author name, description. Here you can see in response body I got ID, title, author name, description, rating, and published date. Okay, and this is the path books. Okay, because we append this new book, this is the new book inside this book. Okay, and it will return new book. Okay guys, so now we can check this book is present here. If I'm going to search all API by using get book. Okay, I'm going to click here again. Okay, so you can see here I got my new book here. Yes, this is our new book. Okay guys, and we can search this book by using, I have also created another API, that is we get the book by using get API. So I'm going to try it out. Here I am going to search book number 7. Okay, so yes, I got my book number 7. Okay, and we got this information by using get API. So here you can see this is our get API. We can get book by ID. Okay, if book ID, this book ID I enter here, this book ID, this book ID is present here in book database. Okay, if both are equal to equal, then it will give you details of this book. Okay, and now we are going to create put API. Okay, so here I'm going to copy, I'm going to paste. Okay, so here app.put. Okay, this is the path, and this is the query parameter book ID. Okay, so we are going to update the book by using id, and response model equals to book response for output. And here I'm going to update book, so that's why I create this function update book, and book id should be an integer and update data by using book request. Okay, so here you can see I loop through all book with index. Okay, so for I comma book in enumerate books, it means I'm going to loop through all the book with index. Okay, if book dot id equals to book id. Okay, so, oh wait a minute, okay, wait a minute. So here loop through all the book with index. Enumerates give us index. I means index. Enumerate give us index in the book list and book actual book object. Okay, so it will I means index and book means actual book. Okay, so for I and book enumerates book, so that's why I use this line. Okay, here you can see book id equals to book underscore id here. So check if the current book id match the path parameter, this one. Okay, and here book of I means with index. Okay, so if we found book. Okay, so if found, create a new book object. Okay, so this is our new book object, that is book. Okay, this simulate a full update. Okay, put equals to replace the entire resources, this. Okay, so it will replace these things. Okay, so book id equals to book id means it keep same book id. Okay, and title means it will update the title here. Author equals to, it will also update the author. Okay, and description means update the description here. Okay, so I use book request here. Okay, this class book request, this one. Okay, for update the book, and this is for response model, I use book response here. Okay, this is for output and this is for input. If you are going to create something, or you want or Pydantic validate by using request book request. Okay, so here after updating everything, this field, it will return book id with books with index. Okay, so here it will return updated book in this line. Okay, FastAPI will convert this using a response model, this one. Response model used for validate the what output, and request model are used for validate the input. Okay, so if you are going to enter something, so it be use book request. Okay, so here book id come from the url, this book id we look through the fake data book. Okay, this data, and if id match, we replace the old book with a new book one. Okay, put means full replacement, not partial update. If not, if book not found, it will return 404. Okay, status code 404, and in details it will give you this book not found. Now we are going to write code for delete API. Okay guys, so this is our delete API. Okay, and this is the path and this is the book ID. We are going to delete everything. Every book by using book ID. Okay, and status code will be 204. Okay, after deleting it will give you 204 that content is not found. Okay, so here this is a function delete book. Here I'm going to use book ID, that is integer. Okay, path equals to greater than 0 means book ID should be greater than 0. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 you can enter like this. Okay, and here I'm going to use loop. Okay, this loop. Okay, so loop through the book list with index and book object. Okay, okay, it will access the book by using index. Okay, so loop through the books list with index and book object. Okay, so here enumerator will use for giving you index with book. Okay, here only. Okay, so here I'm going to check if current book id match the id from the url. Okay, if both are equal, then it will remove the book by using index. Okay, so remove and delete the book from the list using its index, and return nothing. Okay, if the loop finished and no book was found, and it will give you error like this. Okay, So here I'm going to save this and I'm going to check there in Swagger. So here I have get API, post API, okay, and this is our Swagger UI. I'm going to refresh this. Now you can see I have my put and delete API also here. Okay, so here I'm going to search all book by using get API. So I'm going to try it here. I'm going to execute here. Okay, so first of all I'm going to update this book by using put API. Book ID number 2. Okay, so here I'm going to use put API. First of all I'm going to click here and enter ID number. Okay, and here I'm going to update this book. Okay, so here you can see input API. I'm going to update title, author name, description, rating, publish date. So here I'm going to write ABC. ABC is the author, a new ABC. Okay guys, this is for testing purpose. Okay, 3030, book published date and rating is 1. Okay, book title math book. Okay, so I am going to execute this. Okay, so you can see here I got this detail in my response body. Math book ABC, author is ABC, new book ABC, okay, rating 1 and published date 2030. Okay, so now you can see is there any ABC book? Okay, so here I am going to okay, so this is our old book. Now I am going to refresh this by using, I'm going to click it here again. I'm going to check here. Okay, I got my new book, this one in ID 2. Okay guys, so I update my book with this detail. Okay, now we can delete also ID number 2. This is the detail. Okay, so here I'm going to use delete API. Okay, for delete the book. So here I'm going to click here and I'm going to delete this. Okay, so it will delete. Okay, validation error. Here I have deleted book number 2. Okay, and I got 204. Okay, okay, so we look all over book, we compare each book ID here, okay, if the match we delete the book from the list, we return nothing because delete with 204 means success but no response body. If not match it found we throw 404 not found error. Okay, so here it give you 204, okay, with no content. Okay, like if you write anything, the id doesn't exist in our data, so it will give you error. Okay, that book is not found. Okay, this one book is not found and status code is 404. So here our status code is 404. Similarly you can check here in put API also. Okay, if you don't have any id that is 9 in your data, okay, so it will also give you error, book not found and 404. Okay guys, now I think you have got everything. Okay, so these are the API I built for this project. Until now our API were working only in the memory. If the server stop, all data is lost. From this phase we will use a real database, the same way it is used in the company. And you need to download MySQL Workbench. Okay, so I already have MySQL Workbench, okay, in my machine. So I will put the download link in the description. You can install it before starting this phase. Okay. What is a database? A database stores data permanently even if the server restart. Data is safe. Okay. What is MySQL? MySQL is a relational database. Data stored in a table using row and columns. What is MySQL Workbench? MySQL Workbench is a graphical tool. It helps us to write a SQL and manage the database easily. You can search like this MySQL Workbench download. Okay, click here. Okay, and you can download from here. Okay, or if you're using like window 10, okay, or if you use Linux, okay, you can go and check here. Okay, if you want download, like if you have window, so you can download from here. Okay, so you can see I have my MySQL Workbench, this one. I need to click here. Now you can see this is our MySQL Workbench. Here I am going to write my password. I don't remember what is it. Okay, so you can see this is our workbench. So here I am going to create one database, okay, FastAPI DB. Okay, and I also write use FastAPI here because we can use our database. Okay, I need to select from here, and here we need to click. Okay, so you can see here I have my MySQL database. I need to refresh it. So you can see you need to refresh here. Okay, refresh all, and here you got your FastAPI DB. Okay, here we are going to create tables inside this. Okay, okay, so here I am going to paste some query. Okay, create table user. I am going to create one table. Its name is user. Okay, so I am going to create ID that should be integer. Okay, that is primary key. Okay, and I am going to write auto increment here. Okay, and name is where name is varchar. Okay, and it's I like 50 character. Okay, email also varchar. So guys, this is the data type. Okay, and we give 100 inside. Okay, and it is unique, and age is a integer here. Okay, now I am going to create one database by clicking here. Okay, this is our table, not database. Okay guys, so I'm going to refresh this. Okay, we can check in tables. Here I got my table, this one. Okay, I got ID, name, email address, age. Okay, primary key is a column or group of the column. Okay, uniquely identify each row in a table and cannot be null, cannot have duplicates value. Okay, there can be only one primary key per tables. So here this ID is our primary key. Okay, so guys, this is a table. Okay, here we are going to store our data. Table like an Excel sheet. Okay, and it will use to store our data. Row, you can see this is the row. Okay, as of now I have null. After some time I'm filling the here every column or row with the details. Okay, so row means one record. Okay, column means one field. Okay, primary key means unique identifier for each record. Constants are rule for data. Okay. Before connecting FastAPI, you must understand what database and tables are. Otherwise, backend development feel confusing. Okay, so we will connect the FastAPI with MySQL using SQL Alchemy ORM. Okay, so guys, you can see I am going to create a project. Okay, by using MySQL database or MySQL Alchemy. Okay, so I have created these files database.py. Okay, this is our first file. Okay, and here you can see I have model.py. Okay, here we are going to write code for tables. Okay, from database. Okay, and here this is the schema. Here we are going to write Pydantic schema. Okay, and this is for dependency. Okay, and this is our main file. Okay, and this is our requirement.txt. Here I wrote fast API and UV1. Okay, and this is our virtual environment. Okay, so if you don't have any virtual environment, so first of all create by using this one. Okay, let me wait. Okay, so if I'm going to deactivate this virtual environment, so you can see now I have deactivated my virtual environment. Okay, so you can create your virtual environment by using this command python -m venv. Okay, and after this, actually I already have virtual environment, so that's why I'm not going to create. Okay, after this you need to activate by using this. Okay, venv scripts and activate. Okay, so here I'm going to click. Uh-oh. So here you can see now I have activated my virtual environment. Okay, now we are going to install requirement.txt by using this command. Okay, pip install -r requirement.txt. Okay guys, I already installed everything, so that's why it is showing already installed. Before writing database code, we need to understand more important concept, that is ORM. One more important concept, that is ORM. Okay, so in Python, yes, Python can write the SQL directly, but in real project we mostly use ORM. Okay, what problem does ORM solve? Imagine you are writing SQL everywhere in your Python code. Okay, and 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 you are going to select insert and update. Your code become messy, hard to read and unsafe. Okay, if you make a small mistake in SQL, your whole API can break. Okay, so what is ORM? ORM means object relational mapping. Okay, ORM connect Python classes with database tables. ORM connect Python classes with database. Python class become a database table and class variable become table column. Okay, so think like if you have Python class, then it will become database table. When I create a Python object, ORM automatically save it into the database. When I read from the database, ORM convert row into Python object. Okay, why ORM is safer? ORM protect us from SQL injection. We don't manually write SQL strings. Okay, so hacker can't easily break our database. ORM also validate data type automatically. Why ORM code is cleaner? ORM code looks like normal Python code. No longer SQL query inside the APIs. Easy to read, easy to maintain, easy to debug. Okay, and why we use SQL Alchemy? SQL Alchemy is the most popular ORM in Python. It works with MySQL, Postgres, Oracle, everything. FastAPI plus SQL Alchemy is used in real companies. This is industry standard backend stack. Okay, so in my local system, my database user is root. Okay, root, and password is 123456. In production, we never hard code password like this. Okay, I'm saying my database user is root and my password is 123456. In production, we never hard code the password like this. Okay, SQL is powerful but messy. ORM is clean and safe. Python class control database tables. Okay, fast API plus SQL Alchemy is equals to real backend development. Now that you understand ORM, let's connect fast API with MySQL using SQL Alchemy. Now you can see here, this is our database.py file, this one, okay, in Visual Studio. You can see here, this is our first file. Okay, so I am going to write code for here. So first of all, I'm going to import engine. Okay, so from SQL Alchemy, SQL Alchemy, okay, I'm going to import what? From SQL Alchemy, I'm going to import create engine. SQL Alchemy. Okay, I'm going to import create engine. Create underscore engine. Okay, this is used to create a connection between a fast API and database. Okay, this is used to connect. This is used to create a connection between fast API and database. Okay, now after this, I am going to import session. Okay, from SQL, this one, from SQL .orm, I'm going to import session maker, comma declarative base. Okay, okay, I missed the spelling here. DECL, declarative. Okay, declarative base. So this is used for what? Declarative base class for all the ORM models, means tables. Okay, and session maker is used for create the database session. Okay, now we are going to connect our database. Okay, so here I need to write database underscore URL is equals to, here inside this I am going to write what? Here I am going to write MySQL. Okay, MySQL plus MySQL colon slash here root. Okay, root is my database. I mean, this is our database username root. Okay, and password is, here you can write password. Oh, after root you can write password. So my password is 123456. Okay, here at the rate local host, and this is our database name, fast API underscore DB. Okay, this one our database, fast API underscore DB. Okay, so guys, here I'm going to create connection with our database. Okay, so here you can see engine is actually connect to the database. Okay, think of engine as fast API DB plug. Okay, so here after this I'm going to create variable, that is engine equals to create engine, and here I'm going to pass this URL, database URL. Okay, now we are going to write session. Session is used to talk to the database. Okay, every API request will get its own DB session. Okay, so here I'm going to write session maker. Session local. Session local equals to session maker. Okay, so here inside this I am going to pass auto commit. Auto commit equals to false. Okay, we will manually save the data. Okay, so that's why auto commit equals to false. Here auto plus is equals to false. Okay, changes won't auto save. Okay, it should be capital F, and here I'm going to create one variable, that is find equals to engine. Okay, session will use this engine. Okay, I'm going to save this. Okay, so here I'm going to explain again. Okay, here you can see I have database URL. This is the database address. It tells FastAPI which database and which user and which password to use. Okay, and here we have engine. Engine is the connection. This one, engine is the connection between FastAPI and MySQL. Okay, no engine means no database. Engine equals to DB connection. Okay, now session is used to talk to the database. Insert, update, delete, read, everything happen through the session. Okay, now you can see here this is the session. Okay, base is the parent class of the all database. Every table we create will inherit from the base. Okay, so base equals to parents of all the model. Okay, so engine means connect to the DB, session means talk to the DB, and base parents of table. So here I need to write one base class. Okay, base equals to parent of all models. Base is the parent class of all the tables. Every table will inherit from the base. Okay, I hope you got it, everything. Okay, so we are not we are not creating table here. This is the only setup for database connection. Okay, all other this is our first file. Okay, this is our first file. All other file depend on this file. Okay, all other file depend on this one. That's why database.py is always written first. Okay, so now I am going to rewrite this. Okay, and I'm going to explain everything in comment. Okay, so here I need to erase this. Okay, and I paste same code. Okay, so this is our code. Okay, everything I explain in the comment. Okay, if you are going to use this file, you can understand everything. Okay, I uploaded this code on GitHub. Okay, you can go and check the link in description. Okay, so with the help of it, you can understand easily. Okay, this is for your explanation. Okay, that you can understand and you can explain to others also. Now we will create our database table using Python code. In FastAPI, we don't write SQL to create a table. We write Python classes and SQL alchemy convert them into a table. Database table depend on base. So we create model after database.py. Okay. Now we are going to create our model.py file. Okay. Here I am going to import SQL alchemy, import column, integer and string. Okay. First you understand this line. So I'm going to import column and data type from SQL alchemy. Okay, here I'm going to import base from database.py, this file. Have base, this one. Okay, where is it? So base is the parent class for all the database tables. Now I'm going to create class. Okay, here class is user class. Here I'm going to pass base. Okay, I'm going to use base from database.py. Okay, here I have base, this one. Okay, I'm going to use this here in our model.py. Okay, so this class require a database table. Okay, one Python class equals to one SQL table. Okay, so here I'm going to create one table. Okay, table name in the database whatever we have. Okay, so here I'm going to create table underscore, no it's not underscore, table name underscore. Okay, is equals to user. Okay, so I'm going to create this table users. Okay, now I am going to write one line here, id equals to column. Okay, this one. Here I'm going to pass integer comma primary key. So here primary key equals to true and index equals to true. So primary, I mean id in column. Okay, it should be integer. That's why I'm going to write integer. Okay, primary key equals to true means unique id for each row. Okay, and index equals to true means it make searching faster. Okay, now I am going to write one variable, that is name equals to column. Okay, name equals to column. Okay, I am going to write string 100 and unique equals to true. Okay, here name, this is the name column. Okay, I want name and string. Okay, and character should be 100. Okay, and unique, this is unique equals to true, so it should be unique. Okay, and here I'm going to write, I don't need to write this unique here. Name should be like duplicate. Okay, one name, multiple person have same name. Okay, after this I'm going to create email. Okay, so here email column, I'm going to pass here a string, its length is 100. Okay, here I'm going to write unique equals to true, means email id should be unique. Okay, Now I'm going to write age column. Okay, so age equals to column. I'm going to write integer. Okay guys, so what is this file? What is this file? This file define how our database table looks. Okay, so you can see I have this database. Okay, this one. Okay, and we have table ID, name and email and age. Okay, so similarly I define everything here. Okay, ID should be integer. Okay, and primary key is equals to true and index equals to true. Okay, and here name, this is for name column, this is for email column. Okay, name should be in string and its length is 100. Okay, email ID should be in string and unique. Okay, age should be integer. Okay, so these are the columns. Okay, you can see this is our table. Okay, so this class user base class. This class is a database table because it inherits from the base. SQL alchemy know it should be stored in a database. Okay, and this is for table name. This is the actual table name inside the MySQL. Okay, and column means each column represent one column in the database table. Okay guys, I hope you got it. Now we are going to create schema. Schema define the rule of data coming in and going out of the API. FastAPI use Pydantic model to validate request body. If client send wrong data, FastAPI automatically throw error. Okay. Remember this line, schema are for API, models are for database. Schema are for API, models are for database. They are not same. Okay. So now I'm going to write code for schema. So now I'm going to writing code for schema. Okay, so here I'm going to import from Pydantic. Okay, is there any Pydantic? From Pydantic. Okay, I'm going to import base model. Here I'm going to create a schema. Okay, so class user. I'm going to write one class, that is class user create. I'm going to pass here base model. Okay, base model. And here I'm going to write name should be in string. Okay, email should be in string. Age should be in integer. Okay, so this schema is used when clients send data to the API. Okay, if you are a user or you are a client, if you are going to send the data to the API, okay, so we use this schema. Okay, and name must be string, email must be string, and age must be in integer. Okay, so this schema is used when API return data to the client. Okay, it include everything from the user create. Okay, this is user create. Okay, so here I'm going to write code for it. Class user response. Here I'm going to write user create this. Okay, and here I'm going to write id should be in integer. Okay, id come from the database. Okay, I'm going to use this class here. Okay, so this schema used when API return data to the client. Okay, it include everything from the user create class, okay, plus id from database. Schema means what API accept and return. Okay, what API accept and return. Model means how data is stored in a database. Okay, so after schema, we are going to write code for dependency.py. Okay, so every API needs database connection. We should not open and close database manually in every API. Okay, fast API give us depend to do this automatically. This function gives database session to any API that need it. Okay, now I am going to write code for this. Okay, so this is our code. Okay, here from database I am going to import session local. Okay, and here you can see this is the function define get db. Okay, this one. Okay, this is the function name that we create a database session. Okay, this function create a database session. Okay, db equals to session local. Okay, it is used for open the database connection. Okay, here I am going to use try and finally. Okay, and here yield db means give the db session to the API, and db.close means always close db after the request. Okay, so fast API open database here. Okay, by using this and give it to the API and close it automatically. Okay, because of dependency we get clean code and no memory leak and reusable database logic. Now I am going to create code for man. Okay, man.py. So here I am going to import from FastAPI. From FastAPI I am going to import FastAPI. Okay, and here from database this file I am going to import engine. Okay, from database I am going to import engine, this one, and I am going to import model, this one, model. Okay, so here engine I import engine means connect to the MySQL. Okay, and model means all ORM table. Okay, all ORM tables definition. So here I'm going to create app equals to fast API. Okay, so this is used for create a fast API. Okay, now I am going to create models dot base dot metadata dot create underscore all. Here I am going to pass blind equals to engine. Okay, so this line tell SQL alchemy, this line tell SQL alchemy. Okay, take all the classes that inherit from the base and create table from them in a database. Okay, so from database I use this, okay, from database engine. Okay, so engine means database connection. FastAPI, I use this engine to talk to the myself, my MySQL. Okay, and if I import model. Okay, so this import all our table classes. Okay, if you don't import model, table will not be created. Okay, no model, I mean no import model. Okay, then no table. Okay, this one, base means parent of all table. Okay, parent of all table. Metadata means information about the table. Okay, create means create the table. Blind equals to table, sorry, blind equals to engine. It means what? Use MySQL connection. Okay, so this convert Python class into the real MySQL tables. Okay, now actually I already created one table manually, so I want to delete this table. Okay, 1 minute. This is a table user. I'm going to delete this. Okay, drop table. Yes, drop. Okay, now we can run our code, and then we can see that it is created table or not. Okay, so here actually I deleted everything. Okay, now you can see I don't have any table inside this. Okay, now I am going to run command. Okay, uv command f hyphen reload. Okay, actually I don't have any table. Okay, I already said that. Now I'm going to run this. Okay, I got error, app not found in man. Okay, but I already have app. Mm, okay, now I got error, no module name SQL Kami. I need to install MySQL Alchemy. Okay, so here I need to install this MySQL Alchemy and by MySQL. Now, okay, I can clear this. Again, here I'm going to write this command, save this file, and hit this command, pip install -r requirement.txt. So okay guys, here I'm going to clear this. Okay, after installing everything from requirement.txt, I'm going to check this. Okay, I did one spelling mistake here. Okay, unique, it should have q also. Okay, and I need to check this also. Oh, I also did here mistake. It should be what? Okay, now I am going to run. Okay, so here now we are going to move here in our database. Okay, so we can check. I'm going to refresh it. Okay, now you can see I got my user ID. Okay, and I got ID number, name and email automatically. Okay, so we did not write a single SQL query. Okay, but still a table is created. Okay, this is why ORM is powerful. This is why ORM is powerful. Model define the table and create all, build them. Okay, so this is okay for learning. In real project we use migration like alembic. Okay, so we will learn that later. Okay, Now I am going to use CRUD operation. Okay, so CRUD API always go inside the main.py file. Okay, because this file define our routes. Okay, CRUD means C. CRUD means C create. Okay, C means create. Okay, so if you are going to create something, then you need to use post API. Okay, or if you want to read something, then you need to write get API. Okay, if you want to update something, then you need to use put. If you want to delete something, then you need to delete API. Okay, so we already know HTTP methods. Now we are going to combine them with database. Okay, so here I already import fast API. Now I am going to import depends, and here HTTP request, HTTP exception. Okay, and after this I am going to import from SQL Alchemy. Okay guys, so here I'm going to import here, and I need to remove this two line. Okay, I'm going to import this. Okay, from fast API import fast API depends on HTTP exception. Okay, and from SQL Alchemy I'm going to use session SQL alchemy.orm. I'm going to import session. Okay, and here I'm going to import schema. Okay, this file schema, and here I use session and schema, and here from dependency I'm going to import getDB. Okay, from dependency I'm going to import this getDB. Okay, so we import 2, 2, 4 and 6. Okay, and this is our fast API instance. Okay, and I already explained these things. Okay guys, if you don't know, please go and watch my previous video. Now I need to minimize this. Okay, and I need to close this. Okay, so here I'm going to create, means I'm going to create post API. So here this is post, and this is the path name slash users. Okay, and here I'm going to create underscore user. Okay, and here I'm going to pass user colon as a parameter. What I'm going to pass schema. Okay, so this is our schema.py. Okay, so I'm going to use this file name schema. Okay, schemas, and schema dot, I'm going to access this user create. Okay, for creating the user. Okay, now here I need to use common. Now I am going to use db colon session. Okay, I use this db colon session is equals to depends equals to getDB. I'm going to use it from dependency. Okay, this one getDB, and here colons. Okay, now I'm going to convert Pydantic model into ORM model. Okay, so here I'm going to write db underscore user. This is the variable name. Okay, user equals to models dot capital U ser user, and here I'm going to pass what? Here I'm going to pass this okay. Username name equals to, okay, so here you can see db user equals to model. I'm going to use this model, okay, models, and inside the model I have user id, I mean user table, okay, and here inside this I have email, name and ages, okay. So I'm going to use this thing, okay. From model and user class I'm going to use name, okay, user dot name, email id user dot email id, sorry, okay, age equals to user age, okay. And now I am going to add to the database session, okay. So here db dot add db underscore user, okay, this user. Now we are going to update this, okay, db dot add, add user, okay. Now I'm going to commit db dot commit, save to the database, okay. And here get update data id from db, okay. So here I'm going to refresh db dot refresh, here what I'm going to refresh db underscore user, okay, and it will return same db user, okay. So here I need to fix this, okay. Now it is okay. I need to save this. Okay guys, so this is our post API, okay. This is the path, okay, and this is the function name, okay. I'm going to use schema from this one, okay, and I'm going to use class from here schema, okay, and I'm going to use db session, okay, and I'm going to use this, okay, by using dependency, this file, okay. And here db user equals to model, so this is our model file, okay. Inside this I have user table, okay, and user table we have name, email id and age, okay. Now I'm going to add this into our database, okay. Now after adding I'm going to save by using db.commit, okay, and get the updated data, okay, by using this command, okay, id from db, okay, and then return db user. I hope you got it. So this is our post API. Now I am going to use get API, okay. So here you can see I paste it, okay, app.get, okay, and this is the path, okay. Here this is the function def get user, okay, and here I use db session equals to depends, okay, db session equals to depend get db, so I'm going to use this dependency.py file to get db, okay. And here I'm going to return db.query model.users, okay. So I'm going to return here model.users, what we have in model.users table, okay. So here model, this is the file name, and user means table, and we have these column inside this table, okay. So it will everything, okay, that's why I add here all, okay. Okay guys, now I am going to create our put API, okay. So here I'm going to write at the rate, okay, not at the rate, decorator, okay, app.put, and here inside this I'm going to write path, okay, that is users, and here I'm going to pass user id. Okay, user underscore id, and here I'm going to define one function, that is update user. Okay, here user underscore id, I'm giving parameter. Okay, here, so user underscore id should be an integer. Okay, and here user underscore schema. Okay guys, I'm going to use this schema here. Okay, and it's this class. Okay, user schema, dot user create. Okay, and here dv session. Okay, dv, and here I'm going to write session. Okay, I'm going to use what? I'm going to use by using dependency. I'm going to use here get dv function. Okay, this one. Okay, from dependency. Okay, this one. Okay, okay guys, so this is our update API. Okay, if you want to update any user. Okay, here I already add schema. Schema means this. Okay, no. Okay, here if not dv underscore user. Okay, then it will raise the error. HTTP exception. Okay, here I'm going to write a status code. Status underscore code equals to 404. Okay guys, if user not found in a dv, okay, then it will raise this error, HTTP exception. Okay, with this code. Okay, and in detail you got that user not found. Okay, user not found. Okay, now so here okay, I need to fix this. Okay, so this is the dv user name. Okay, oh I did mistake, it should be users. No, it is user. Oh guys, I did one mistake. Okay, I forget to write one line here. Okay, so here I need to write code for dv user. Okay, so here dv underscore user. Okay, so here dv dot query. So here 1 minute. Okay, I need to paste it. So here you can see dv underscore user equals to dv dot query. Okay, so we are going to use models user. Okay, in model file I have users. Okay, and I applied filter. Okay, here model user id is equals to user id, and we got first. Okay, now you can see this API. But oh, I did mistake here. I need to use one more silence. Okay, so what is this API doing? This API update an existing user using their user id. Okay, using their user id. So we are not creating a new user, we are modifying an old user. Okay, here you can see app.put users, okay, and user id. Okay, so that's why we are going to update user by using their user id. Okay, and this is the function name. Okay, so user id taken, this user id taken from the url. Okay, for example, like this, put user slash 3 is the user id. Okay, FastAPI convert this user id into integer automatically. Okay, when new data comes from request body, here you can see update user. Okay, so new data come from request body. Okay, new data come from request body. So here you can see user schema. Okay, new data come from request body. Okay, client send, like for example, client send JSON data. Okay, or you can say new data come from request body, or you can say client send JSON data, that JSON automatically validated by the Pydantic. Okay, that it is that name is Amit. Okay, for example, and email is the amit@gmail.com. Okay, and age is the 28. Okay, so name should be in string, email should be in string. Okay, age should be in integer. Okay, so it is used to validate the data. Okay, so I use schema here. This is our schema file. Okay, and here I use user create. Okay, and here dv session. Okay, find user in database. Okay, so I'm going to find user inside the database by using this line. Okay, dv session. Okay, so dv user. Okay, here this is line where I'm going to find out the user inside the database. Okay, so you can see dv.query model dot users. Okay, and filter, it will filter models dot user id equals to user id first. Okay, so search user table. Okay, and find row with given id. Okay, if not found, okay, it will return 404. If user not found in dv, it will give you error 404. Okay, if id doesn't exist, return proper rest error. Don't update imaginary user. Okay, so now it will update these value, update dot name. I mean here dv user dot name. Okay, so it will update name, email, and age from the data by using database. Okay, so change the value in ORM object SQL alchemy track changes. Now we are going to save this in a database. Okay, actually writes change to db. Okay, so here we are going to save this into db without committing. Okay, without committing, no update. Okay, if you are going to commit, then it will update it. Okay, and return dv user. Okay, user which I have in my db. Okay, so send updated data back to the client and FastAPI convert to the JSON. Okay, so this API takes user ID from the URL and find that user in database. Update their details. Okay, like request body, and save changes and return the updated user. I hope you got it. This is our update API. Okay, and this is our get API. Okay, it will read all info. I mean all the user from your database. Okay, here you can see return db.query model.user, and it will return all users. And this is our post API. Okay, so if you want to create some user, okay, this is the function. Here I'm going to use schema that if somebody entered, okay, if someone want to create some data or some user. Okay, now you can see here this is our post API. I'm going to explain again. Okay, so this API create new user and save it into a database. Okay, so here you can see app, post, and user. Okay, post is used to create a new resources, and okay, and user, this one slash user means we are creating new user. Okay, this one we are going to create new user. Okay, and here you can see in request body in function what we have, schema. Okay, request body we have user data. Okay, so client send JSON data, client send JSON data in request body. Okay, Pydantic valid input. Okay, that is, it is in a correct format or not. Okay, so I use schema from here. Okay, and this is a class. I already explained this lot, I mean many time. Okay, after this is for DB session. Okay, and now here you can see DB session depend get DB. So fast API inject DB session here, handle opening and closing connection. This is for closing and opening the connection. Okay, and here you can see I'm going to create ORM. Okay, by using this DB user. Okay, so here I'm going to create Python object of the user model. Okay, this is the user model. Okay, this is not yet saved to the DB. Okay, and here after this we add to the session db dot add user here. Okay, db dot add db user. So it tell SQL alchemy. Okay, track this new object, still not in db. Okay, and db dot commit means actually insert row into database. Okay, without committing nothing saved. And here you can see refresh object db.refresh db user. So reload the data from db and get auto generated field like id. Okay, and return db user, it means return created user as a response. Okay, fast API convert it into a JSON. Okay guys, so this API take user data, create a new user object and save it into a database and return the save user. I hope you got it. Okay, and we are going to create this thing, like if you are going to create any user, so user have name, age, everything. Okay, you can see here this is our table. Here we don't have anything, this is empty. Okay, so here I'm going to run this file. Okay, this one I'm going to exit. I'm going to reopen this file. I need to save this. Okay, so now I am going to click on this link. Okay, here I need to search docs. Okay, so you can see here I got my three APIs. Okay, first is get, sorry, first is post. So we are looking at post also. This is our post API. Okay, so initially we don't have any data inside our database. Okay, here I'm going to oh, where is it? Here I'm going to click here in post. Okay, I'm going to try it on. Okay, I'm going to fill name, that is Nidhi, email address nidhi at gmail.com. Okay, so here you can see this is path. Okay, now I am going to click here on execute. Okay, so you can see I got this in request body nidhi at the rate gmail.com, age 30 and id is 1, response body. Okay, so what we return here, db user. Okay, so which field I have in db user, name, email and age. Okay, and I also have id. Okay, this one. Now I'm going to check here in db. I'm going to refresh it. Okay, so you can see I got data id nidhi and nidhi's email nidhi at gmail.com and age 30. Okay, we can create another data, okay, by using this API. So here I'm going to create Sachin Sachin at gmail.com. Age of Sachin 50. Okay, I'm going to click here. Okay, you can see everything here in response body. I got 200 because of status. Our status is successful. Sachin at the gmail.com. Age 50. ID number 2. Okay, so here you can see this is our endpoint and this is the path. Okay, after path I have this ID. Okay, ID number. Okay, we can use ID here if I am going to search or if I'm going to update a user. Okay, so I'm going to refresh again. Okay, so here, oh, what happening? So you can see I got user information, second user information. Okay, now what? Now we can check our get API. Okay, so here after post I am going to use our get API. Okay, so this is the path users, this one users. Now I am going to try it out. I'm going to execute here. Okay, you can see this is our endpoint and user. Okay, and you can see I have two users in our database. Okay, so it is showing you only two users. Okay, so get API are used for read the data from your database. Okay, or from your data whatever you have in data. Okay, and post API used for create. Okay, here this is a endpoint. Okay guys, and you can see status is 200 means we got successful result. Now we can use put. Okay, so here in put I need to enter user ID. So this is our third API, that is this one, put user. Okay, so here after you can see this is the path. Here I need to use user ID like this 3 2 1. Okay, so here I'm going to enter, I'm going to click here, try it out. Here I'm going to enter one user ID. Okay, in one user ID what I'm going to change. Okay, so I can change here. In one user ID I have Nidhi name, email address Nidhi, and age 30. Okay, Nidhi at the rate gmail.com in email address. So here I'm going to search. I'm going to change this in a Rani. Name is Rani. Email is Rani at gmail.com. Okay, and Rani says is 20. Okay, guys. So here you can see name, email, and age. Okay, so here I use schema. You can see here I use schema. This schema used to validate, okay, that this name I am entering Rani. Okay, this Rani is integer or 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 string. Okay, so with the help of Pydantic schema, okay, it will identify that it is correct or not. If it is not, it will automatically reject by this schema. Okay, you can see here I already wrote here name should be in string, email should be string, age should be in integer. Okay, so these things we are going to verify by using this schema. Okay, that you are going to enter by using by using this. Okay, if it is wrong or right. Okay, now you can see here this is our endpoint request URL. Okay, okay, this is the port number and this is for local, and this is the user. So here I have user, this is our user, and this is user ID. Okay, and I'm going to update these things. I already update these things, name, email, and age. Okay, so I update where name, email address. Here you can see email address and age. So I'm going to check here I got or not. 1 minute, I need to fix one thing here. Okay, you can see I got Rani and Rani updated. Name Rani instead of Nidhi, and email address Rani at the rate gmail.com, and Rani says is 20. Okay, but I got here what? Empty in response body. So what do we have in our response body? I wrote here DV user. 1 minute, I'm going to check. So this is, you can see response body is empty dictionary. Okay, so why you are getting this empty dictionary as a response? DB user, this one, this DB user here, where is this DB user? Okay, this DB user is a SQL Alchemy ORM object. FastAPI plus Pydantic does not automatically serialize ORM object. So without the response model, okay, plus ORM model, FastAPI return empty dictionary. Without response model and without ORM model, FastAPI return empty dictionary. Okay, so DB now DB is updated, response serialization is broken. Okay, so I'm going to what I'm going to do now. Okay, so here in schema I need to change. Okay, here I have id equals to integer. Okay, and here I need to create one class. This one class equals to config. Okay, and here ORM model, ORM underscore model is equals to true. Okay, so this model can read data from the ORM model. Okay, this is used to read the data from ORM model. Now, now we are going back here inside this. Okay, in user response model. So here I need to write one line. Okay, here after db commit, I'm going to write db dot refresh. Okay, I already have this. I need to copy this and I need to paste this here only. Okay, okay guys, so here I need to save this. So ORM model is equals to true here in schema.py. ORM model equals to true. Without this, Pydantic ignore ORM attributes. Okay, so that's why I need to write ORM model equals to true. Otherwise, it will be ignored. Okay, without this, Pydantic ignore ORM attributes. db.refresh, here I have db.refresh. Okay, this reload the latest value from db before returning. Okay, so I need to change one line also. Okay, so response type equals to unknown object, no response model and no RM. Fast API C response type equals to unknown object. Okay, and fast API C no response model. Okay, and fast API C no ORM serialization rules. So that's why so I got so empty object. So I got so empty object because fast API C response type equals to unknown object, no response model and no ORM serialization rules. Okay, so I need to change one line also here. Now it is correct. Okay, or here we can also write no, I don't need to write anything. Okay, now we are going to save it. Okay, and then need to check here. Okay, I'm going to refresh again. I'm going to use id number 1. Okay, and then I'm going to fill in here. I want to see okay what I have in id number 1, and here this is user table. So I have Rani and Rani at the okay. So here in this I'm going to enter instead of Rani here Mohina mohi at gmail.com. Okay, and age is 10. Now you can see I got details in a response body. Mohina mohi at the rate gmail.com, age 20, 10 and ID is 1. Okay, here you can go and refresh this. Okay, and also refresh this table. Okay, you can see I got Mohina. Okay, and her email ID and age. Okay guys, so you can see I got everything in my response body. Okay, and status code is 200. Okay, and this is the ID, user ID. Okay guys, now it is perfectly working, and this is the status code if you are writing wrong. Okay, if you are enter anything wrong, okay, like ID I am giving here ID number 5. Okay, actually we don't have any ID, that is 5 here. Okay, we only have 2 IDs, so I'm going to run this, it will give you error. Okay, so you can see here I got error, user not found. Okay, so in error what we have, user not found detail. Okay, and status code is 404. So here you can see status code is 404. Okay, this user number 5 is not found in our database. Okay, okay guys, so this is DB connection. I mean this session are used for closing and open the DB session. Okay, I hope you got it. This is our post API and this is our get API and this is our put API. Okay, now I am going to create one API, that is delete. Okay, now we are going to create, I already said that, what, delete API. Okay, so here I'm going to define one, I'm going to create one decorator and here delete. I'm going to pass here user and here also I need to write slash and here I'm going to put what, user ID. So this is used to remove the users in your database. Okay, so that's why we are going to create delete API. Okay, so after this I need to write what, user ID comma, oh here inside this I need to give space here for readability, and here I'm going to write a status code. You can also use status for post API also, and here status code, status underscore code, status code equals to status dot http. Here I'm going to use 204 no content, no underscore, no underscore content. Oh, it should be in. Okay guys, status dot http 2004 no content status. Okay, so first of all I need to import status here from fast API. I'm going to import response, oh, response and status. Now I am going to define one function, delete user underscore user. Okay, here I'm going to pass user ID, user underscore ID, That should be an integer. Okay, and dv session, this is our dv session. Okay, dv session, I'm going to use depend. Inside this file I have this get db. Okay, get underscore db. So why we use this, I already told you multiple time why we use this. Okay, so this is the dependency injection give db connection. Okay, now I'm going to write colons after this. Okay, after this I'm going to create db underscore users. Okay, and here db dot query. So here db underscore user. Okay, you can see db dot query. Okay, so we have these user inside our db. Okay, so I'm going to filter. Okay, model dot user dot filter. Okay, by their id. Okay, so we are going to look here for user by id. Okay, if you are going to enter any user id while deleting, okay, we can delete by using user id if anybody or anyone enter by using swagger ui. Okay, or while you are going to test api. Okay, or like if you don't want this user in your database, and you can enter the user id that I don't want to user number 5. Okay, so you can enter 5 by using ui here, or by using api any like postman, by using postman from anywhere. Okay, so here like here I have user id 5. Okay, I'm going to enter 5, or I'm going to check here this user id is equals to uh, in database user id, but I don't have any 5 id number 5 user id inside the database. Okay, so it will give you this error. Okay, if not db user, then it will raise the error if user not present in db. Okay, so it will give you http error, http exception error. Okay, here I'm going to write status code. So status underscore code, I'm going to use 404. Okay, for not found. And here in detail it is giving you user not found. Okay, so if user don't exist, it return 404. Okay, and if user exists inside the db. Okay, if I'm going to enter user id 1. Okay, but 1 is present here in database. Okay, then it will delete it. How we are going to delete this? Okay, how? So we can delete it by using this line db dot delete. Okay, and here inside this I'm going to pass this user. Okay, if id match, okay, then they are going to delete this user. Okay, if user id is equals to id we have in a database. Okay, if both are equal, then we can delete db user. Okay, and here I'm going to commit db dot commit that it can save. Okay, then I'm going to return response. I'm going to return response status underscore code equals to status dot http 204. no content. Okay, so it will return the response status code HTTP 204 no content. Okay, now guys, I did mistake. Okay, I need to write response R should be capital. Okay, like this. Okay, now we are going to check where I did mistake. Okay, status code. Oh, I did a spelling mistake here. It should be content. Okay, here should be content. Content. Okay, and here also I need to check. This is details. No content. This is right. Okay, this is also details. Okay, and I need to check my schema also. Oh, this is ORM modes, not models. Okay, now it is perfectly correct. I'm going here, guys. I did it. It is a detail, not a details. Okay. Okay, so this is our API. We can also use response here, response model. Okay, so we will use response model also after some time. Okay, before we need to understand this. Okay, so here what you can see, I have db.delete. Okay, delete user and db.commit. It marks object for deletion and commit remove row from your database. Okay, so wait a minute. Okay, so this API delete a user, its API used for deletes a user from the database using their ID. Okay, and this line delete is used to remove the data, and here you can see user ID. So identify which user to be deleted by using this user ID. Okay, and this function, this is status code for giving you error. Okay, and this function, okay, define user delete user. Okay, so here we have user ID. So user ID come from the path. Okay, and convert automatically into integer. Okay, and this is a DB session for DB connection. Okay, so it is, you can say, in dependency injection for given DB connections. Okay, and this one DB user, it is used for user, it is used for look user inside the database by using their user ID. Okay, looks for user by user ID. Okay, looks for user by ID. So this line, with the help of this line, we can find out user ID inside the database. Okay, and this is for if user is don't exist in a database, then it will give you error with 404 and detail user not found. Okay, and here this one, if user don't exist, it return 404. Okay, and here delete and commit. Okay, so it marks object for deletion. Okay, and this one commit remove row from db. Okay, and it will return response 202 no content. Okay guys, so I'm going to use response model in our post API. Okay, so this is our post API. So here I'm going to use response model. After this I need to write response, this one, response r should be in small, response underscore model. Okay, response underscore model equals to schemas dot user response. Okay, so this is a user response from this file schema, and I import this user response here in this line. Okay, this one. And here status code I am going to write status underscore code equals to status dot http 201 created. Okay, it will give you 201 for creating. Okay, and here this is same user schema, create user, dv session dependent get dv. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what is a user, what is a response, what is it. Okay, so here I'm going to, after update the post API, I also need to update our get API. Okay, so here I need to copy this. Okay, and here in get API, here after user I need to write comma, and here I need to paste response model. Okay, but like it is used for read. Okay, so I want everything in list. Okay, so that's why I use list here. Okay, user schema, user response. Now here also I'm going to use response model. Okay, so here I need to write comma. Okay, after user id, after user id I write comma here. Okay, and paste response model equals to schema user response. Okay guys, so here I finish everything. So here why we use response model. Okay, so if we are not going to use response model, so without it, fast API may return empty dictionary, bare data, or raw SQL alchemy object. Okay, that JSON doesn't understand properly. That's exactly what you were seeing. Okay, here I'm going to use response model because what client send to the API, it is called the request model. Okay, and what API send back to the client, that is called the response model. Response model means what API send back to the client. Response model means what API send back to the client. This is called the response model. And request model, what client send to the API. Okay, in request model, client send to the API, and in response model, API send back to the client. Now we are going to check this on UI, Swagger UI. Okay, I'm going to save this by using Control S, and here I need to refresh this document, Swagger documentation. Okay, and it will show you what we have in my MySQL database. Okay, so this is our get API. Okay, I have Mohina and Sachin inside this our MySQL database in this table. Okay, and here you can see I have status code 200 means successful. And after this I have put I mean post API. Okay, so we can create one more field. Okay, here I'm going to write ram, and ram@gmail.com, and age of ram, that is 45. Okay, I'm going to execute. So it is showing you 201. Status code 201 means created. Okay, so I have I have in my code. Okay, status code 201 means created. Okay, user successfully created. Okay, and this is the response body. Okay, and you can see I'm going to refresh this. I got another user, that ram. Username is ram. Okay, now we are going to check our put API. Okay, I'm going to enter ID number 3. Okay, so this is our ID number 3, ram, this one. So here I'm going to update this ID with name Ankit, and email ID anku@gmail.com, and age of Ankit 10 years. Okay, so here you can see I got Ankit and Anku at gmail.com in response body, means it is going to be updated. It is updated. Okay, okay, here I'm going to check. Now ram become Ankit. Okay, and now I am going to delete. Okay, here you can say user and user ID. So here in this code I have this user, this one, user and user ID. So I'm going to delete this user by using their ID. Okay, so here I'm going to click and click here and try on. Here I'm going to enter any ID. Okay, I am going to delete this ID. Okay, so here you can see if I'm going to enter here user ID. Okay, this user ID is equals to user ID which I have inside this. Okay, if both are equal, then user will be deleted, will be deleted. Okay, I'm going to click at here. You can say user and user number 1. Okay, so here user and user ID 1 is going to delete. Oh, here. Okay, now you can see response code is 204. Okay, so it is giving, it is correct. Okay, response header, because I sent this in response. Status code no content. Okay, so that's why it is not giving anything. So after this I got 204 here in response body. Okay, and if you are enter wrong ID, okay, like I have ID number 5. Okay, you can see here I don't have ID number 5. Okay, so it will automatically show you user not found. Okay, this one, user not found, this line will execute if user not found, if user ID not found. Okay, so here I already delete one ID. Okay, ID number 1. Okay, so here we can see after searching. Okay, after refresh we can see here is ID number is present here or not. Okay, so you can see here ID number 1 is deleted. Okay, or you can delete another ID also. You can fill here 3. Okay, now you can see here I have 3, Ankit and anku@gmail.com. Now I am going to click here in execute. Okay, so ID number 3 deleted now. Okay, I'm going to refresh this database. Okay, and here refresh the table. So ID number 3 is also delete. Okay guys, and if you want to update ID that is not present in our data, so it will give you what? I'm going to click here. I just update this AVC and AVC, but we don't have ID number 6 upon data. Okay, we only have ID number 2. Okay, by using put. So here you can see user not find, it is giving you 404 error. Okay, so here input I have 404 error. So guys, I hope you got it everything, and you can see here in terminal also we got our status code. Okay, so with the help of CRUD operation, I have finished our APIs, post API, get API, okay, put API and delete API, delete user. Okay, I also use session, schema, okay, model, schema and dependency. Okay guys, now see you in next topic. Right now we are creating table using base.metadata.createAll function. Okay, which is fine for learning, but in real project we never do this. Okay, we use Alembic for database migration. Okay, Alembic keeps track of database changes over time. Okay, so today I add a column age and tomorrow I remove the email. Okay, Alembic remember all changes. Okay, so that's why we use Alembics for production purpose. Okay, so guys, you can see here this line number 11. So we use here create all. Okay, this is not good for production purpose. So till now we have connected FastAPI with MySQL and created table using SQL Alchemy and build full CRUD API. Okay, so now we are entering real production level backend concept. Okay, this I mean this is the concept only. Okay, so after this we are going to write code. Okay, so create all, I already show you create all is a bad in production. In beginner project we use create underscore all function to create a table, but in real company we never use create underscore all function. Okay, because database already have live data. Okay, for example, imagine you already have 1 million user and real customer data and you have payment record. If you change your model and run create all again, okay, SQL Alchemy cannot track the changes. Okay, if you are going to delete or if you change your model and run create all again, okay, so SQL Alchemy cannot track the changes. Okay, so create underscore all, it cannot detect schema changes. Okay, so if I'm going to use create all, okay, so it cannot detect schema changes, it cannot update existing table safely. Okay, it cannot track database history. Okay, it cannot work in a team. So here you can see this is a real data. Okay, this is the real data. Okay, we cannot afford to break this. What are migration? A migration is a version change to the database, just like git track code change. Alembic track the database changes. Okay, so for example, today your table has name, email, and age. Tomorrow your manager say add phone number. Okay, and then next week your manager say make email unique. Okay, then next month your manager say remove age column. Okay, so we cannot delete and recreate table in production. Okay, we need step by step safe changes. Okay, so what migration does? Migration means add column safely, remove column safely, update constant safely without losing data. Okay, what is Alembic? What is Alembic? Alembic is a tool used with MySQL Alchemy. FastAPI does not handle migration. So Alembic does it. Okay, so Alembic equals to database version control. For example, Alembic compare Python models, Alembic compare database table, Alembic generate migration file, Alembic applies changes safely. Okay, so why we learn Alembic after CRUD? I mean after CRUD. Okay, sorry. Why we learn Alembic after CRUD? I'm teaching Alembic after CRUD on purpose. Okay, CRUD teach logic, Alembic teach process. Alembic is not required to learn fast API, but is required to the work in a real company. Okay. So far, I already show you that we can't use create underscore all. Okay, this is okay for learning, but in real project we never change database manually. Okay, so today we set up Alembic which manage database migration. Okay, so this is production level knowledge. Okay, so I already said that Alembic is a migration tool for SQL Alchemy. Okay, if I add a new column today and remove another tomorrow, Alembic keep history of these changes. Okay, Alembic equals to version control for databases. Okay, now 1 minute. Okay, now in main.py file, okay, we are going to use stop this create all. Okay, we are going to do like we can remove it or we can comment it. Okay, create all, it is used for learning purpose but Alembic used for production purpose. Okay, and here in terminal I am going to hit this command Alembic init Alembic. Okay, I'm going to enter. Oh, because I don't install Alembic, so I need to install Alembic first. Okay, here I need to clear this terminal. Okay, now I am going to install our requirement.txt. Okay, because I add Alembic here, it took some time. Okay, after installing Alembic I'm going to rerun this Alembic init Alembic. Okay, now you can see I got my new folder, this Alembic. Okay, inside this I have version .env, sorry, env.py file. Okay, and readme, and here script.py.marco. Okay, and this is the version. Folder name is version, and here I got this file also after installing Alembic. Okay. Okay guys, so now we are going to differentiate database.py file and alembic.ini. Okay, so you can see here I have this URL. Okay, so this is used by FastAPI app. Okay, this is used by SQL Alchemy engine. Okay, for runtime DB operations. Okay, now we can see here in alembic.ini. Okay, so here everything we have in comment. Okay, we just need to use this. Okay, this is okay. So this is used by Alembic CLI. Okay, for migration like uh, create alter tables. Okay, if you want to create table, if you want to alter table. Okay, so this is used by Alembic CLI for migration of creating table, deleting table, table alteration. Okay. So important rule, Alembic does not automatically read database.py file. This one. Okay. Alembic does not automatically connect to the SQL Alchemy. Okay. So here in Alembic, I need to change my password. Okay. So here I need to write user. My user is root. Okay. And here password is 12345 6 at localhost, and my database name is what is my database name? FastAPI app. Okay. So here I need to write my database name, that is FastAPI, and in place of driver I need to write this. Okay, MySQL, PyMySQL. Okay, so now it is perfect. FastAPI is use database.py file. Okay, this one. And Alembic use this one. Alembic, where is it? This one. .ini. Okay, and we also have this folder. This one. Okay. Now we have our env.py file. Okay, this one. So this file is like brain. It acts as the brain for your database migration. Every time you run a command to update your database, this script run first to figure out how to connect. Okay. Here I'm going to import from database. From database I'm going to import what? From database.py file I'm going to import this URL. Alembic URL. Okay. Now config. I also need to write this. Config dot set underscore man underscore option. And here I'm going to write SQL al al. So here I'm going to use this database URL. Okay, now alchemy read db URL by using this. Okay, by using this alchemy read database URL from your app config. This is what experienced team do. Okay, actually I want everything in order. Okay, so first of all I have from login config import file config. Okay, so this is right. And second is from SQL alchemy import engine from config. Okay, so this is second. And third is import pool, and fourth is import context. Okay, so it should be at this place, fourth place. Okay, and after this database URL, yes, this is at correct place. And after this I am going to import model also. After database URL, here I am going to import model from from model from models import base, from model import base, and here config equals to config.config. This is in correct order, okay? And here if file config.config file name is not none, file config.config file name, okay? And after this target metadata. Okay guys, it is now everything is fine, okay? I need to change this target metadata into a base dot metadata. Okay, so you can read everything. This file has everything in comments, okay? Add your model metadata object here, okay? So this is our models metadata object, okay? And this is the config file for Python logging. This is line setup logger basically, okay? So you can see here everything we have in comments. Oh, I did one mistake, okay? This should be here, okay? Here, and okay, so this is the what? This is the Alembic config object, okay? And here this line set db URL from FastAPI app, okay? So guys, this file look scary, but don't panic. We will not write from scratch, okay? We only understand what Alembic is doing, okay? So you can see here these things, okay? So Alembic internally use SQL Alchemy. These import helps Alembic connect to the database and manage the migrations. Okay, and here I use this line, these two lines. Here we connect Alembic with our FastAPI project. Okay, URL database URL comes from database.py from here. Okay, and base come from this base come from model.py, models.py. Okay, now you can see these two line config, okay, Alembic read setting from alembic.ini from here. Okay, so here we override database URL and tell Alembic to use the same database as FastAPI. Okay, 1DB, one source of truth. And this logging, this one, this is for logging setup, okay? This is only for logging. We don't touch this, okay? We don't need to touch this. And here you can see this line tells Alembic, look at my SQL Alchemy models. Alembic compares Python models with database tables and generate migration file, okay? This is the heart of Alembic. And these are the offline migrations. Okay, so here this is the offline migration, this one. Offline mode means Alembic only generate SQL, does not connect to database, okay? Use in rare cases, okay? And online migration, this one, okay? So online made is what we use. Alembic connect to the database and run migration directly, okay? And here connection engine from config. Okay, so here this one, these line, okay? So Alembic create its own engine to talk to the database, okay? These are the engine. Alembic create its own engine to talk to the database, okay? And here this line, okay, I already finished this line, okay? This one, this one, Alembic automatically decide offline or online mode and run the context function. Okay, we don't need to do anything. Okay, Alembic automatically do it. Okay, so env.py connect Alembic to FastAPI model and database. We usually do not modify env.py again after initial setup. Okay, so after this we are going to run one command. Okay, wait a minute. So this is the command. Now we are going to run this command alembic revision hyphen auto generate hyphen m initial. Okay, now after this I am going to run this alembic upgrade head. Okay, you can see I have this file in version.py. Sorry, here version underscore initial.py in version folder. Okay, so this is the revision id. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, now we are going to check in our database. Okay, so here I'm going to refresh this. Okay, I got alembic version, this one. Oh, I'm going to. Okay, so this is our alembic table, this one version num. Okay, so alembic version, here alembic version, this one. Okay, so this table is created by alembic automatically. It show the current migration version of the database. Okay, and version num, this one, what is it? This value tells alembic which migrate are already applied. This value tells alembic which migration are already applied. So every time we run new migration, alembic upgrade this value. Okay, we have value 1, value 2, value like this. Like this we have different value after applied the migration, or also created file, this file here. Okay, you can see here I got this file. Okay, and you can see here this is the revision id which I have in our version number. Okay, now we are going to check our user id. Okay, so this is our user id. This is our actual application table. This table comes from our SQL alchemy model. Okay, so here I can see id, name, email and age, these things. Okay, the column match our ORM model. The data you see here, this one, was inserted using FastAPI. Okay, user table is our data. Alembic version, this version, this is our real data by using FastAPI. Okay, I got this data. Okay, and this one, Alembic version. Okay, this one is used only for is used only by the Alembic. Okay, so user table equals to business data. This one, user table equals to business data, and Alembic version, this one, Alembic version equals to migration history. Okay, so user is for us and Alembic version is for Alembic. Okay, so here this data, where is user? Yeah, here. So this is this data. Okay, this data is real data created by the API. Okay, and Alembic version, this one, only track the DB changes. Okay, now our database is connected, version and control. Okay, next we will manage database changes safely using Alembic. Okay, or we can use select like this also. Okay, so I got my tables. Okay, this is Alembic version and this is user. Guys, it is very simple. Okay, you need to run two commands. These are the two commands. Okay, first one is this alembic version hyphen auto generate hyphen m and initial in double quotes. Okay, after this you need to generate this command. Where is this head command? Somewhere. Okay, this one alembic upgrade head. Okay, first of all you need to run this command. Okay, and because I already have user table here. Okay, after this you can see here one table alembic version. Okay, inside this you have this. Okay, version number this, and this is the file name revision id which I have in this revision, I mean version folder. This is the revision id. Okay, or if you like, if you are going to migrate multiple time, you got multiple files here. Okay, or you can see here revision id this one. Okay, and you can see this is the data. Okay, now now in model.py file. Okay, I'm going to add one column city. Okay, after this we are going to use two commands. Okay, so with the help of this one. Okay, we change our python model, but database is still old. Okay, N- now we are going to hit these two commands. Okay, this one alembic version hyphen auto generate hyphen m add city column to here to the user. Okay, so I'm going to copy these two commands. Okay, and here I'm going to paste. Okay, now you can see I have finished. Okay, now we can go here in our database. Okay, this is our old version. Okay, version num previously I experienced I mean I got this file. Okay, now I'm going to refresh all. Okay, so here you can see I got this new column city. Okay, this is our new column city, and here in alembic version. Okay, I got this version. Okay, version id this one. You can see here this is our version id revision id. Okay, this is the revision id and this is the old id, this one. Okay, now you can see here we upgrade our data and we add column, that is city. Okay, and it should be in string and its length is 50. Okay, so we add this column here. Okay, so this means this is the I mean this is the SQL chain alembic generated. Okay, this is the SQL chain alembic generated. This is how DB evolves safely. Okay, and here this is apply. This command is used to apply changes to the database. Okay, so with the help of this we can see here we got this. Okay, and now we can see we don't like we haven't lose our data. Okay, we have every columns every rows of inside this. Okay, so model changes migration generated and DB upgrade. Okay, so guys you can see here this is our real data, this one. Okay, and alembic version are used for what? For migration purpose only. Or we can run this command, we can select both. Okay, so nothing changed. So model change alone does nothing, migration file alone does nothing, only upgrade change the database. Okay, if if you do not change model, don't run alembic. Okay, every schema change equals to 2 alembic commands. Okay, so user table means real app data, alembic version, this one alembic version means migration tracking. Okay, it is going to track migration only. And version table, here inside this I have version table, this means, okay, version table inside this folder. This means migration files. Okay, and and version number, I already show you here in version number. What is this version number? This one, current DB version. Okay, it is showing you current DB version. Okay, because I did migration. Okay, after migration, this is our current DB revision ID. Okay, and this is our current DB version. This one. Okay, guys, I hope you got it. Now I am going to create another project. Okay, so this project demonstrate how structure real world fast API backend using router database migration with Alembic and MySQL as the database. Now we are going to create folders. I'm going to create folder here. Okay, so this is project based on everything, like I'm going to use router. Okay, so here I'm going to write code. I'm going to write project name, that is whatever I'm going just writing project. Okay, so this is the folder name. I will change this name after some time. Okay, so here I need to use Visual Studio. This is the Visual Studio. Okay, I'm going to open this folder. Okay, here I can open my folder. This is our folder. Okay, okay, so first of all I need to create one virtual environment. Okay, I need to close this. Okay, so here I'm going to create virtual environment python -m vnv. Okay, by using this command. And here I'm going to install, sorry, I'm going to create one file, that is requirement.txt. Okay, so here I need to write what? I need to write these things here. Okay, and here I'm going to write this. Okay, so I'm going to install FastAPI, UbiCon, I mean SQL, Alchemy, Alembic, and MySQL and Python.env. Okay, so we are going to use these libraries in my project, so that's why I'm going to install this by using requirement.txt. Okay, so now I have created my virtual environment. You can see I have this. Now we are going to activate this virtual environment. So here I'm going to activate by using this command. Okay, so this is the VNV and I have a script, and inside the script I have activate. This is okay. Now I'm going to enter this. Okay, so you can see I got my VNV here. Now I'm going to clear this. Okay, so now I am going to create file. So these are the files I'm going to create one by one. Okay, so first of all I need to create one file, that is main.py. Okay, and here after this I am going to create database.py. This is the first file. Okay, here we are going to write database connection. Okay, and after this I'm going to write model.py. Okay, so here we are going to write code for database model. Okay, and here I'm going to write code for in this schema.py for Pydantic schema. Okay, for validation the data. And here I'm going to create this file dependency. Okay, so here This is our dependency.py file. Okay guys, and after this, I'm going to create one folder, that is router. Okay, so I'm going to create, here I need to paste. So I'm going to create this folder, okay, inside this project. So here, this is the folder routers. Okay, inside this I am going to use this one. Inside the router I'm going to create this file, okay, router user.py. Okay, now I don't need this, and I also want to clear this. Okay, now I'm going to install requirement.txt file. Okay, so I use this command pip install -r requirement.txt. Okay, I'm going to enter. Okay, so now I am going to start writing code. Okay, so in database.py, here I'm going to write code. This is our first file. Okay, so here I'm going to use from SQL Alchemy. Maybe I have this in my requirement. Yes, this one, SQL Alchemy. Okay, so from SQL Alchemy I'm going to import create underscore engine. Okay, and from SQL Alchemy I'm going to import SQL Alchemy.orm. I'm going to import session maker. Here I'm going to write declarative base. Okay, and after this I'm going to write, this is my database connection. Okay, so here this is my test db. Okay, and you can see here I use this password 123456. This is the password of my this is my SQL workbench. Okay, so I use this, but I don't create at any database here. Okay, that is taskdb. Okay, so first of all I'm going to create this. Okay, testdb. Okay, not taskdb. Okay, and this is the password, and this is the root means I have username, that is root. Okay, and here this is the database URL. Now this is a MySQL connection string. Okay, and this has format like this, MySQL by MySQL. Okay, so here after this I am going to create what? I'm going to create engine, because I import engine here. So why we use this engine here? Okay, so with the help of this engine is equals to, I'm going to use this create engine. Okay, so here I'm going to use create engine. Inside this I'm going to pass database URL, this one. Okay, so here engine is responsible for talking to the MySQL database. Okay, that's why I'm going to import engine here. Okay, it is used for talking to the MySQL database. Okay, this is the SQL Alchemy engine. Okay, now I am going to create a session factory. Okay, so each API will get its own database session. Okay, so here I'm going to write session local session local equals to session maker. And here I'm going to write bind equals to what? Bind equals to engine. Okay, so each API request will be get its own session. Okay, so that's why I'm going to write here. And auto flush, here this is the auto flush is equals to false. Okay, auto flush is false, that it is like it is not automatically create. Okay, so here after this I am going to create one base class. Okay, base equals to declarative base. Okay, declarative base. So all SQL alchemy model will inherit from this base class. Okay, base class for all the ORM models. Okay, and I already told you that each API will get its own database session. Okay, so that's why I'm going to write this line. Okay, now so here this session maker is a factory function that generate a new session class with the configurations, okay, you provide. And bind engine equals to connect the session to the specific database engine, okay, that handle the actual connection pool and dialect. And here auto flush means, okay, auto flush is equals to false, it disable the automatic synchronization. Okay, by default SQL alchemy flushes send the pending changes to the database. Okay, so before every query to ensure the database state match the in the memory state. So setting this to the false, okay, give you manual control over when data is sent to the database. Okay, so it is used to disable the automatic synchronization. Okay, that's it. So here I'm going to create database. Okay guys, this is the old database FastAPI DB. Okay, so you don't need to focus on this. So here I'm going to create our new database. Okay, so I'm going to use create database task test DB. Okay, I'm going to select this and I'm going to click here. Okay, now I am going to refresh this. So you can see I got my new database. This is the test DB. Okay, I'm going to delete this one. I'm going to delete this. Okay, now you can see this is our new database test DB. Okay, here we can create our tables. And you can see here I also mentioned test DB, that is our database name. Okay, after this I am going to create model.py. Okay, so here I'm going to import this from SQL Alchemy. I'm going to import column, integers, and string. Okay, these are the data types, integer and string. This is for column. Okay, and I'm going to import base. Okay, base from database. Okay, just I will explain this. Okay, I already explained this. Okay, I'm not going to explain again. Okay, so this is base class. Okay, inherit all the parent class. Okay, it is used for inherit the all parent class from the database. Okay, so this is the model.py. Okay, import base to link this model with SQL alchemy metadata. So here after this I'm going to create one class name user, and here inside this I'm going to pass base for inherit the property. And here I'm going to use underscore table name, underscore. Okay, so here our table name is users. Okay, this is the actual table name in MySQL. Okay, users. And here after this I am going to create, so here I'm going to write id. Okay, id number, id of user. Okay, and here I'm going to create column, and id should be in integer and primary case true, or index is equals to true. Okay, name of user, I'm going to create one column or a string and its length is 100. Email also I have column, it should be in string, okay, and its length is 100 and it should be unique or index equals to true. So here you can see this is the primary column. Okay, primary key column, each user will have a unique id. Okay, and this is the name. Okay, store the username with the maximum length of 100, and this is email. Store the user's email unique equals to true, ensure no two user can be have the same email address. Okay, and index equals to true means improve search performance on this column. Okay, so here I use this class, okay, base. So it's mean why we use here. Okay, so this is line create a registry for all ORM model. Okay, think of base as a parent class, a container or metadata, container of metadata, a place where SQL alchemy track all the tables from your database. Okay, so base is a special SQL alchemy class that kept track of all database tables defined in our project. Okay, and this is not for normal Python class, this is the database mapped class. Okay, so this ORM model define the structure of the user table in MySQL using the SQL alchemy. Okay, so this will create the user table. Okay, and this table has id, name and email address. Okay, now we are going to create schema. Where is schema.py? Okay, so this is our schema.py. Actually I already have this code for this. Okay, so I am going here, I'm going to copy this, and don't worry, I'm going to explain everything one by one. I'm going to copy this. Okay, so here you can see here first line. Okay, I use from Pydantic import base model. Okay, okay, so for validation I use base model by using Pydantic data validation. Okay, and this is the class, this schema is used when creating a new user. Okay, this schema is used when you are going to create a new user. For example, input form of client. Okay, it defines the what data the client is allowed to send. Okay, so this is our class user create. Okay, while you user want to create some user, I mean, and client want to create user. Okay, and this will be validated by the API that name should be in string or email should be in string. Okay, if you send name in integer, okay, or it will give you error. Okay, so here you can see user must send name, okay, in a string, and and user must send email address. Okay, so this will validate it. Okay, so here you can see this schema. Okay, this schema is used when returning user data in API response. For output, this one is for input and user create, and this one user response is for output. This schema is used when returning user data in API and response output. In API response output. Okay, so it inherits from user creates. Okay, to avoid the repeating name and email. Okay, so ID, here you can say ID come from database, not from the client. Okay, and this is the config. To this line. Okay, this config to read the data from SQL alchemy ORM object. Okay, so without this fast API cannot convert ORM model to response properly. Okay, and you can see here after this we have attribute from attribute equals to true. So by schema.py exist. So schema are used for data validation and API output, input output. They are different from the database model. Okay, so so why separate user create, this one user create and user response. So client should not send ID. Okay, for example, client should not send ID. Database goes, I mean database does create ID. Okay, so this is for like if you like API send to the answer to you. Okay, so database does generate the ID. So user creates this is for input from the client. Okay, and this is for output to client. This is for API response and this is for post body. Okay, so we separate input and output schema to control what the client can send and what the API return. This is for API return. This one, last one. And this is for what the user send by using post API. Okay, so user response here inherit. Okay, user response inherit from the user creates. Okay, here. So here user response inherit from the here user response inherit from the create class to reuse the common field and follow the principle. Okay, so why attribute equals to true? From attribute equals to true. Why? This is important for FastAPI and plus SQL Alchemy. Okay, FastAPI return ORM object like a model.user. Okay, so Pydantic need permission to read the attribute from the ORM object. So from attribute equals to true, it means it tells Pydantic to read data from ORM model attribute instead of expecting a dictionary. Okay, so without it, response model validate errors and FastAPI can't serialize ORM object properly. Okay, so schema control API imports and output while model control database table. This separation keeps validation and database logic clean. So now I'm going to create dependency.py file. Okay, so here this is the code. Here I'm going to import database and database import session. Okay, so here manage the session. So that's why I'm going to create. So this function you can see get db. This function create a new database session for each API request. Okay, and here db session means open a new database connection session. Okay, and here I use yield db. Okay, and after this I have finally inside this I have this. Okay, so yield the session, this line. Okay, yield the session to the endpoint. FastAPI will inject this into route using depend. Okay, and here db.close, this block always run after the request is finished. It ensure the database connection is closed properly. Okay, so every API request should get its own db session must be closed by using this. This is used for session close and this is used for session open. Okay, session must be closed after request, prevent the connection leak and make app thread safe. Okay, so here we use yield. So yield, you can see yield allow FastAPI to automatically clean up the database session after the request is completed. Okay, so this dependency file create and safely close the database session for every request so connection are not leaked. So that's why we use this. Now we are going to run this command here in terminal alembic. Alembic I am going to use for migration. Okay, so here after v and everything, you can see here I got alembic folder here. Okay, this one. Inside this I have .env file and inside this I have versions folder. Okay, so commonly why we use alembic? So this command initialize this one alembic. This command initialize alembic in the project. It created the configuration and folder structure needed to manage the database migration. Okay, so that's why you can see I got this folder. Inside this folder I have these files. Okay, and inside this alembic folder I have these files. Okay, it store all the migration file and alembic configuration code. Okay, and now alembic version, every migration file is stored here in this folder. Okay, each file represent a database schema change. Okay, and here alembic.ini. Okay, so this is the main file. Okay, main alembic configuration file. It contains database URL. You can see here, where is our database URL? This one. It contains database URL. Okay, and we can use it in login setting. Okay, so it contains database URL and login setting. You can see here everything is comments. Okay, you can see logger, they have logger information. Okay, so we don't need to understand this, we just need to change here database. Okay, and here one file we have env.py. Okay, so we don't need to like we don't need to remember everything from this file. Okay, so this file connect alembic with SQL alchemy model and tell alembic what table and metadata to track. Okay, so alembic allow us to version control database schema change, so we can upgrade or downgrade the database structure safely. Okay, or we can say this sets up the alembic so we can generate and apply the database migration instead of manually creating table. So here in this env file, here after this, after these lines, after context, I'm going to import these two lines. Okay guys, from database, this is the file name, database, where is it? Oh, it's this one. Okay, I'm going to import this URL. Okay, here in the .env file, and I'm going to use base from model.py file, this one, this. Okay, so here after this, everything is like this is the alembic config object. This provide the access to the value with the ini file in the use. Okay, so here in this file, okay, and here we have config files, this one. Okay, this is in correct order, and target metadata equals to none. Okay guys, so you don't need to learn everything from this file. Okay, so here target equals to, okay, so I need to change this one. Okay, this is base dot metadata. Okay, so it tell alembic about the models. Okay, it tell alembic about the model. Okay guys, so here we connect alembic with our SQL alchemy models by setting base dot metadata, and alembic can detect table changes and auto generate the migration. Okay, so we also set the database URL, this one. Okay, database URL from our application config, so alembic use the same database as FastAPI. Okay, so okay, so we can't like we don't need to remember everything. Okay, you just need to change this. Okay, you just need to write these two lines. Okay, and you just need to update this line. Okay, by using base dot metadata. Now I am going to create one line also. I forgot this line. Okay, here this line. Okay, so here I'm going to add our database URL. Okay, so alembic use it from SQL alchemy.url. I'm going to use this database URL. Okay, so here here that this now our online migration will run by using this. Okay, this is for offline. Okay, and this is for online migration. Okay, run migration online mode. In this scenario we need to create an engine, and okay, so we don't need to remember this. Okay, we just need to write this line. Okay, and we need to change here this. Okay, and we just need to import these two. Okay, this is enough. So here guys, you can see I also import model here, and I shift base here. Okay, and here this is the database. Now I am going to check our model.py. Okay, so I need to add one. Okay, I'm going to remove this index from here, and here I'm going to write auto increment, that is equals to true. Okay, we can't do, we cannot create id or manually. Okay, so that's why I'm going to write auto increment true, and here after this I'm giving null level equals to true. Null level is equals to true, and here also null level equals to false. Here this cannot be null. Okay, and unique equals to true and index equals to true. Okay, I'm going to save this, and I also Save this. Now I am going to hit this command, alembic revision auto generate. Okay, create user table. So here I'm going to enter. Okay guys, so you can see here I got this table. Inside this I have these things. Okay, id, email, name. Okay, so this email ID, I mean id automatically generate. Okay, this is the name and this is the email. Okay, now we are going to create head. I'm going to run this command, alembic upgrade head. Okay, and first command is this, alembic revision hyphen hyphen auto generate minus sorry hyphen m, and in comments user create user table. Okay, and here this is the another command, alembic upgrade head. Okay, so this will show you in here task db. Okay, I'm going to refresh this. Okay, here you can see I have this table, alembic version number. Okay, so you can see this version number here. This is the name of this file. Okay, this is the revision id, this one. Okay, and here this is our user id, I mean user table, not user id. We have id, name and email. Okay, and this is our alembic version. I hope you got it. So after creating alembic, now I am going to create router. Where is our router folder? Here in this file. Okay, I'm going to write these. Okay, so I'm going to import fast API router from FastAPI and depends. Okay, so and I am use session from SQL alchemy.orm. Okay, and here I'm going to use getDB from dependency. GetDB give us database connection for every request. Okay, and here I'm going to import model and schema. Okay, so model from here in this file I use this model. Okay, this, and from schema, where is our schema file? Oh, where is our schema? Okay, so see, this is our schema file. Okay, so we are going to use this schema and models. Okay, inside this router, inside the user file. Okay, and here you can see schema are used for Pydantic request and response model. Okay, and model we are going to use SQL alchemy ORM models. Okay, and here this is used for database connection. Okay, and this line session is the database session. Okay, this is for database session, and here API router is used to split the API into separate file. Okay, we are going to use router here, so we can save split API into separate file. Okay, and depend used for dependency injection. I already explained everything. I already explained these things. Okay, I'm just repeating. And now I am going to create a router instance. This is our first time creating a router. Okay, so here this is our router equals to API router. Okay, and prefix equals to here users and tag equals to user. So all router in this file will start with the user. Okay, and text, this is only for the Swagger UI grouping. Okay, now I am going to create post API. Okay, this post API create a new user. So here I'm going to write like this, instead of app, before we use app here. Okay, like this. Now I am going to use router. Okay, so router dot post, and here I'm going to use path, and here I'm going to use response model. This is the variable name response. In place of class I need to write model. Response model equals to schema dot user response. From schema I need to copy this user response. Okay, where is router? Here. Okay, so user response model equals to schema user response. Okay, so I'm going to use this line. Okay, data coming from the request body. Okay, and here I'm going to write comma. No, not comma. Now I'm going to define one variable, sorry, one function. Okay, define create user. This is for output, okay, not for input. I said that it is for input. No, it's for out. Okay, so this is for function that we can create the user. Okay, so here inside this I'm going to pass user colon. I'm going to use schema dot. I'm going to use schema dot user create. Okay, so this is here from schema. Okay, this is for creating the user. Okay, so data coming from the request API, request body, sorry, data coming from the request body. Here I need to use comma, and here I'm going to write dv colon session. Okay, dv colon session I'm going to use equals to, and here I'm going to use depend. Here I'm inside this I'm going to write get dv get underscore dv. Okay, so database session injected here. Okay, from dependency file. Here we can close data, we can close the session of data and close the open and close. Okay, and here again. Okay, I need to use colon here. Now let me check router dot post, it is correct. Response model schema dot response user response create user. I use colons. Okay, user schema dot user create and the session. Okay, now it is correct. Now we are going to convert what? dv user, dv underscore user is equals to models dot user. U should be capital here because we have inside the model user table. Okay, this user table. There is the user.py. Okay, so this one. Okay, so dv equals to user, sorry, schema model dot user. Okay, so here I'm going to write for term and condition user dot model underscore dump. Okay, I'm going to use this. So convert Pydantic model into SQL alchemy. So by using this line. Okay, now I'm going to add data to the database session. So here dv dot add dv user, dv underscore user. Now we are going to save changes to the database. Okay, so with the help of dv dot commit we can save. Okay, and here I'm going to refresh the dv. So dv dot refresh. Here I'm going to use dv underscore user, this line. Okay, that user can be refreshed here, and here I'm going to return dv underscore user. Okay guys, so this is our first API from here to here. Okay, by using post. Okay, so here I'm going to create user. Okay, I'm going to use schema from schema.py. Okay, here email and name. Okay, and after this here I'm going to use dv for close and open session. Okay, and this I'm going to use user in from model.py. Okay, we got everything, email, name and id from here. And here we are going to add data to the database. Here we are going to save, and here we are going to refresh the data, and here we are going to return the db user. Okay, so what we have inside the db we can return like this. I already created this table. Okay, so it will give you id, name and email. Okay, after return everything. Okay, because I return db user. Okay, if you are going to enter name, email and id, not id, so it will return user here. Okay, so after this I'm going to create another api, that is get user. Okay, so this api route all the user, it will show you all the user. Okay, get information. So here I'm going to use router dot get colons. Okay, here I'm going to define one function, get user. This is used for read the information, get users. Okay, and here inside this I'm not going to pass, I'm going to pass db session. Okay, so this is our db session, this one. I'm going to pass this db session here only. Okay, okay, and I need to use colons here, and here I'm going to write, I'm going to fetch all row from the user table. Okay, so it will return here what, db.query db.qu db.qur. Oh, what happening? 1 minute guys. So here I'm going to return db.query. Okay, db.query. Here inside this I'm going to pass models and user, because we have user table inside the model. Okay, and dot all. Oh, it is dp, that's why it is showing error. It should be db. Okay, now it is correct. So here I mean router is used to organize API. Here I am going to use router because router is used to organize the API instead of writing all API in main.py. Okay, so we create separate file like user.py, and for example you can use another file for product.py to write the product API, and here you can write in user.py user API. Okay, so that's why we use router here. Okay, the prefix user, this one. The prefix user means the file contain all the user related API. Okay, and here this is our post API. Okay, this is a post, this is look like a post here, and it give you path this user. Okay, and this is get API, and it is giving you this path user. Okay, so dependency get, depend get, I already explained these things. I'm going to explain again. Okay, so depend get db means automatically give us database connection and close it after the request is finished. Okay, so that's why I use this db session. Okay, now model dump, I use somewhere model dump, this one. Okay, so model dump convert Pydantic data into dictionary. This one are used to convert Pydantic data into dictionary, so SQL alchemy can understand it. Okay, and here I use response model, this one. Okay, so response model convert what data is sent back to the client. What data sent back to the client, it hides extra field and keep the response clean. Okay, so this router file handle all the user related API using clean structure and database session and ORM models. Okay, I hope you got it. Now we are going to write main file. Okay, oh, I did mistake here. So yes, I need to write these two things, break it. Okay, okay, I also miss this here also we have bracket, this open and close bracket. Okay, this is not variable, this is the function. Now I'm going to clean this. Okay, so now we are going to create our main.py file. Okay, so here I'm going to import FastAPI from FastAPI, and I'm going to import user router from the router folder. Okay, so in router folder I have this file user. Okay, this is the app instance. Okay, FastAPI app instance. Okay, and here this is register. It means register the user router with the main app. Okay, this connect all the user API to the application. So that's why I need to write this. Okay, so I need to save this, and this is our main entry file. Okay, this is our main entry file. Fast API is created here. We import the user router from the router folder. Okay, and include folder, this one in include router tells Fast API, hey, these API exist, activate them. Okay, now all router defined inside the user router are the part of this application. So router help us to split the large application into a small file. Instead of writing everything in main.py, we keep related API together. Okay, so here I'm going to run uicon man is the file name, this one, and f is this instance. Okay, and hyphen reload, uicon is the server. I'm going to enter. Okay, I'm going to click on this link, and here I'm going to search docs. Okay, so here I got, so this is our get API. Okay, so initially we don't have any element, so it is showing you empty list. Okay, so here this is our user API, post API. Okay, so here I'm going to try it on. So here you are, guys. First of all, 1 minute. Okay, I'm going to reload this again. So you can see here, guys, I have this user here. Okay, so these are the this is the tag. Okay, in router file we have tag, this one. Okay, all router in the field will start with the user. Okay, so this is the user prefix or whatever. So here I'm going to use this API first. Okay, so here you can see user and create user. So here I got this user. Okay, this is the only for Swagger API grouping. So here I already show you tag. Okay, and this is the path user, this used by post API. Okay, because I don't use this here. Okay, so this is used, this one, users prefix users means we have this user. Okay, now we are going to try. Name is Sia. Okay, and email is sia@gmail.com. Okay, I'm going to create, I'm going to execute on this button. Okay, so this is our post API, guys. Okay, this is our endpoint, this is the port, and this is for local. Okay, and this is the user means this is user I got from prefix. Okay, we don't need to write again and again. Okay, so that's why we use the slash here. Okay, and this is for grouping purpose. So we got every API here in user group. Okay, okay, so you can see here Sia email ID and ID in response body. So we got the all user from the database. Okay, it will return DB user. So here I'm going to search in a DB. So before I have ID, name, and email ID. Okay, I'm going to refresh this. Okay, I'm going to use user. Okay, so you got this ID, Sia, name, and email address. Now we are going to check this get API. I'm going to try it out, execute. Okay, so you can see I got this ID in response body. Okay, this is for read. So this is our get API. Okay, here this is also use this, and after this it automatically take this prefix. Okay, for giving you route. Okay, so this is our user. Okay, in URL. So here this is our response body 200. Okay, so here you can see db query, and I will go, I get here all the users. Okay, but we have only one, so that's why it is giving you one. Okay, if you create multiple users, then it will show you multiple users. Okay, by using get API. So welcome to the phase 4 our fast API backend journey. In this section, we are going to learn authentication and authorization. Up to now, we build fast API that anyone could access, but in real world application, that's danger. So in this phase, we are going to learn how to secure our API properly, just like real production system. So by the end of this phase, we build four critical things: a login system, JWT based authentication, protected routes, and role based access control, also called the RBAC. Okay, so these are not optional features. Okay, this is the minimum security every backend developer must know. Okay, now we are going to understand what is authentication. What is authentication? Authentication answer one simple question: who are you? Okay, so where a user login in with email and password, the server verify their identity. Okay, if the credentials are correct, the user is authenticated. Okay, so login equals to authentication. Now we are going to understand authorization. What is authorization? Authorization answer a different question: what are you allowed to do? Even after login, not every user should have the same permission. Okay, some user can only read the data, some can create or delete the data. Okay, so admin versus normal user equals to authorization. Now we are going to understand what is auth 2. Auth 2 is a standard authentication flow used by modern API. Okay, it defines how users send credential, how server issue token, and how clients send those tokens back. FastAPI use Auth2 because it's secure, standardized, and widely adopted. And now we are going to understand what is a JWT token. Okay, so JWT stands for JSON Web Token. It is digitally signed token that proves the user is login. Okay, and content user information and expires automatically. Instead of storing session on the server, we trust the JWT token. What are protected route? Okay, so a protected route is an API point that require a valid token. If the token is missing or invalid, the server reject the request. Okay, for example, slash profile, slash order, okay, and slash admin. Okay. So before writing any authentication code, we need a few external libraries. Okay, by these packages we need. Okay, so first is passlib. Passlib is used to hash password. We never store plain password in a database. Okay. Second is bcrypt. So bcrypt is the hashing algorithm used by passlib. It's slow by design, which makes brute force attack harder. And third is Python JOS. Okay, Python JOS is used to create and verify JWT token. And this one Python multi-part multi-part Python multi-part auth2 login use form data. Auth2 login use form data, not JSON data. Okay, so Python multi-part allow fast API to read that form data. Okay, so that's why we use these packages. So guys, this is our folder structure, project folder structure. I'm going to create these things. Okay, so first of all I need to create one project folder here. Okay, I'm going to write project. Okay, so by I'm going to create folder. Okay, so to keep the project clean and scalable, we separate authentication and logic into its own module. So that's why we need to create everything separate. So first of all, after this, I'm going to create this folder also. Okay, auth, models, schema, and router. Okay, so first folder is auth. Okay, so here auth. This folder contain all security related logic. Okay, this folder contain all security related logic, password hashing, token creation and validation. Okay, and second folder inside this project, I'm going to create models. Okay, so models, database model is live here. Okay, this is where we define how data is stored. And third one is schema. So here I'm going to create third folder, that is schema. Okay, schema define that what data the API accept and return. They help with validation and documentation. Okay, and fourth project, sorry, router. We can check here. Okay, auth model schema and routers. So here inside the router I'm going to create inside this project folder another folder, that is router. Okay, so router contain API endpoint. Each router handle a specific feature of the applications. Okay, now that we understand the concept and structure, we are ready to start implementing authentication step by step. Okay, so let's begin with the password hashing and user restriction. Okay, so if you understand authentication deeply, you are no longer a beginner backend developer. Okay, so we also create file. Okay, in auth we need to create this file. Okay, so first of all I need to open VS Code. This is my VS Code, and here in auth I'm going to create one file, that is security.py. Okay, oh, where is another file? Another file is jwt.py. So here inside this we have jw.py. Okay, and here I'm going to create user.py inside the model. Okay, and here in routers I have auth.py. Okay, and schema we have user.py. Model also have user.py here, but schema also has this file, that is user.py. Okay, now we have created everything. Now we are going to open terminal. Okay, so here I'm going to create one virtual environment. Okay, so this is our command for virtual environment, Python -m venv. Okay, so I'm going to run this. It took some time. Okay, after this, and I'm going to create one file also. Okay, till now we are going to understand this thing. Okay, so now I am going to install this by using pip command. Pip install Python JOS. Okay, Python JOS used for JWT token. So I'm going to use this. I'm going to install this. Okay, and here after this I'm going to install this Python bcrypt. Okay, so bcrypt means secure hashing. Passlib bcrypt, not Python. Okay, so bcrypt means secure hashing, and passlib means password hashing. Okay, Python multi-part means auth to form data. So I'm going to install this. So I need to copy this, and here after I activate our virtual environment, Okay, I'm going to activate our virtual environment by using this command venv slash script slash activate. Enter. Okay, or here you can see this is our virtual environment. Okay, I'm going to write this command. Enter. Everything is going to be installed. Okay, guys, wait a minute. So here I need to create one file that is init.py inside the project folder, and I need one, I mean two more file, that is man. Okay, so man.py file, and one more, that is dependency.py, and database.py. I already create database. If you haven't created, please create it right now. Okay, so we have auth, models, routers, schemas. Okay, and database file. Oh, where is the other file? Let me check. User, auth, models, router, schemas. 1 minute, I'm going to create again. Okay, here I need to create this dependency.py file. Okay, and I also need to create this man.py file. So now I have our main.py file, dependency.py file, database.py file. Okay, and this is a init. Okay, so this folder act as a package. So it act as a module, not package. Okay, so first of all I need to write code in database.py here. Okay, so this is our code. I'm going to use this SQL alchemy. I'm going to import create engine. Okay, and here I'm going to use session maker and declarative base. Okay, and this is the database URL. Okay, so here I'm using test.db. Okay, so this is the database connection URL, this one. We are using SQLite database stored in a test.db file. So here you can see engine. Why we use this engine? Create engine. So engine is responsible for connecting Python code with the database. Okay, check same thread equals to false. Here check thread same equals to false is needed for a SQLite with FastAPI. Okay, this is used for create a connection, database connection to the URL, and this is the session. Why we use session? So this line session is used to create a database session. A session is used to talk to the database, read, write data. Auto flush is equals to true. This one. Auto flush is equals to true means what? Auto flush equals to false means data is not saved automatically. Okay. And auto commit equals to false. We control when to save changes. Okay. Auto commit means we are going to we control when to save the changes. Okay, and declarative base, here you can see declarative base. No, yes, declarative base is the parent class. This one, for all database model, all table like user will inherit from this base. Okay, so this file used to connect our fast API app with the database. First we define the database URL, then we create a engine here. Okay, which handle the database connection. Session local is used to communicate with the database. This one. Okay, and base is used the base class for all our database models. Now we are going to create dependency.py. Okay, so here I'm going to import session local from database. Okay, so here I'm going to import this session local from the database. Okay, and here this is the function get db, create a new database session. Okay, so this is for open. Okay, this is for open connection. Okay, and here provide the database session to the API request, and this is for the close. Close the database session after request is completed. So this function open a database connection, it give the database session to the API. Okay, here it give the database session to the API. After the request is finished, it close the connection. This helps to avoid the database connection leak. Okay, so first thing, this function open a database connection by using this. Okay, and then it give the database session to the API by using this, and here it will close. After the request is finished, it will close the connection, and this help to avoid the database connection leakage. So after this dependency, I am going to create models of user. Okay, so here you can see this first line from SQL Alchemy. I am going to import column, integer, and string. Okay, and here base class used to create a database table. This is the base class. Okay, and this is the class user. I'm going to pass this base for creating the user, and this is the table name user. Okay, this is used for creator table. Okay, and here this is a function. Okay, sorry, this is the class. Okay, and you can say here this is the user model represent the user table in the database. Okay, so table name is user, and here we have these fields inside this table. Okay, id, email address, hash, password, and role. Okay, so id should be unique, that's why we use primary key. Okay, id should be unique. Okay, so that's why I use primary key for each id. Okay, index equals to true, and id should be an integer. Okay, and email address, you can see email should be in string, unique equals to true, it should be true, unique, sorry, and index equals to true, and hash password, it should be in column. Okay, I mean it is a hash password column, or it should be in string, and role should be in string, and default equals to user. Okay, default role should be user. Okay, and it should be in string. So this is the user model using SQL Alchemy, this whole things. Okay, it represents the user table in the database. Each user has a email ID, email, hash password, and role. We never store plain password, only hash password for security. We only store hash password for security. We can't store plain password. This role field help us to implement role-based access control like normal user and admin user. Okay, so we can enter the role like it is normal user or admin user. So role field help us to implement the role-based access control like normal user and admin user. So this model define the database structure for the user, and it used for authentication and authorization. Okay, the user class inherit from base, which connect this model to SQL Alchemy ORM system. Okay, guys. So after this, I am going to write code in schema inside the users. Okay, so here this is our Pydantic schema. I'm going to import base model is used to validation and control the request and response data. Okay, so that's why I'm going to import base model. It is used to validate and control the request and response data. Okay, here you can see user creates base model. So this schema is used when a user sign up. It define what data the user must send. Okay, so here you can see email, user email must be a string. Okay, and password, user password, plain text will be hash deleter. Okay, and here this one token. So this schema is used as a response after login. It defines the structure of the JWT token response. Access token, this one access token, the JW token given to the user, and token type should be in string. Okay, token type usually bearer token. Okay, so this schema is used when a user registers. First schema, this schema is used when user registration, when user do registration. Okay, it makes sure the request contain an email and password is correct format. Okay, and this schema is used when a user login token. Okay, this one. This schema used when a user login and the API return JWT access token and the token type. Pydantic schema help the validate request data and control the API response. Now I am going to write code for security inside the auth. Okay, so this is our code. So first line you can see from passlib.content I'm going to import corrupt content. Okay, so this create a okay, wait a minute. Okay, so this create a password hashing content. Okay, this create a password hashing content. We are telling passlib to use bcrypt here. This line password content is used to create a password hashing context. Okay, this create a password hashing password context. Okay, so we are telling passlib to use. We are going to tell passlib to use bcrypt. Okay, this is a secure and industry standard hashing algorithm. Okay, deprecated auto here. And this line you can see define hash password. So this function taken a normal plain text password, okay, and converted it into a hashed password. Okay, so this return password content, normal password and convert into a hash password by using hash. Okay, hash method. We never store the original password in the database. And you can see here this line define verify. Okay, this function is used during the login. Okay, it compare the plain password entered by the user with the hash password. Okay, it compare the plain password entered by the user with the hash password stored in the database. Okay, so here I need to pass our password. Okay, and then we pass two parameter password and hash password. Okay, then we need to compare both are equal. If it is equal, then it will be verify your password, and you can log in. Okay, in the app. Okay, this is for normal. It will convert the normal plain text password into a hash password by using this hash. Okay, and here we are going to compare hash password and normal password, both are equal, then you can log in. Okay, and this is the context. This create a password hashing context. Okay, so that's why we use it. We are telling the passlib to use the bcrypt here. Okay, so here we using passlib with bcrypt to secure user password. Okay, instead of saving the real password, we convert into a hash password in this line. Okay, and during the login, we don't decode the password. We just compare the enter password with the stored hash. If the database is hacked, real password are still safe. Okay, so that's why we use this. So after this, I am going to write code in jwt.py. Okay, so this is our code. Okay, so here you can see security key, secret key, not security key, sorry, secret key used to sign the JW2 token. Okay, and this is the algorithm. Okay, so algorithm used to create and verify the JWT token. Okay, this is the secret key used to sign the JWT token. In real project, this should be stored in an environment variable. Okay, like .env file. And this is the algorithm means used to create verify the JWT token. Okay, and this function create a JWT access token. Okay, here I pass data in dictionary. Okay, so expire, this is for expire, like the token will expire at what time. Okay, so expired, we are going to set here token expire time. Here token expire time. Okay, so correct time plus 30 minute. Okay, so token expire after 30 minute of current time, from current time. Okay, so data dot update. Okay, so it means add expiry time to the payload data. So here data dot update expiry time. So add the expiry time to the payload data. And here encode the data into JWT token using the secret key and algorithm. I'm going to encode JWT token, this secret key and algorithm. Okay, this secret key and this is the algorithm and this is the data for expiry time. Okay, so we encoded these things here. Now I am going to create routers. Where is our router folder? Here inside the auth.py. Okay, so here you can see I'm going to import API router depends on HTTP. So API router is group of authentication related API. First line. It is used to group the authentication related API. Okay, and this session. Okay. First thing is API router. So API router used to group the authentication related API. Okay, and depend is used to dependency injection like database. Okay, and the HTTP exception is used to return the error response. Okay, and after this we have session. Okay, so session is used to interact with the database. Okay, I'm going to import sqlalchemy.orm import session. So session is used to interact with the database. And here from fastapi.security I'm going to use auth2 password request. So auth2 password request form is used to accept the login form data. Okay, here I'm going to use from dependency from this file dependency. This file I use this getDB. So this means okay getDB. So getDB given us database session. So that's why we use here. Okay, from model and this folder. Sorry, this folder where is model? This folder model.user. I'm going to use this. Okay, bash. Okay, so here model.user I'm going to import user. Where is the model? Model.user I'm going to import this user. Okay, so user model represent the user table. Okay, because we have tables inside the model. So user represent the user model represent the user table. Okay, and here I use auth.security. I'm going to use this folder auth and inside this security inside auth folder and security is the file. Okay, I use this hash password and verify password. Okay, so here hash password and verify password I use hash password convert the plain text to the hash and verify password check password during the login. This one. Okay, I'm going to use this also auth folder JWT token. I'm going to use create this function create access token. So it means what create access token means generate the JWT token here. Okay, now we are going to create router. This is our router. Okay, API router and here this is the prefix for path. Okay, and this is text for auth. Okay, so we can see separate group for auth in a Swagger UI. Now we are going to create sign up API. After this sign up means login. Okay, so here sign up I'm going to create sign up API. Okay, so this is our sign up API router dot post. Okay, sign up. So here I'm going to use before I use app, but now I use router because separate endpoint because we keep separate endpoint in one place. Okay, so here I'm going to use sign up. Okay, so this is the function sign up. Okay, if you are going to sign up in any application you need email address and password. Okay, and this is the database session for closing the database connection and open the database connections. This is for session. Okay, so we have 30-minute session. I already write here inside this. Okay, this is for token. Okay, and where is it? Here. Okay, so create a new user object. So here we are going to create new user equals to user. Okay, so we are going to create a new user object. Okay, so here email in any application or website if you are new user you can create I mean, you usually see there that you need to enter email address and password. Okay, so here we have email equals to email, okay, and hash password equals to hash password. Okay, so we have this field also in database, hash password, email address, okay, role and id. So I use here email address and password for creating the new user, and we save user to the database and we commit this, okay, and return the user is created. I'm going to save this, and we can run also this. Oh, we can't try because we haven't tried main.py file. Okay, wait a minute. So guys, I'm going to say this. This is, I mean, so this file automatically handle the sign up and login. It use JWT token for security. Okay, so here you can see this is our post API for sign up. So in sign up API, user send email address. User send email address and password. Okay, password is has using bcrypt. We never store plain password in database. User is saved in database. Okay, so by using this, now I am going to create login API. In login API, user send the email and password. We check if user exists in database, then we verify password using hash password. If credentials are correct, we generate WT token. Okay, so here I'm going to write code for login API, sign up API, sorry, login API. So here this is a code for login API. Okay, so here you can see this is our router dot post. Okay, so this is the API endpoint for user login. This one, router dot post login, and here I'm going to define login. This is the function. Okay, so I use form. So fast API dependency to, here by using this fast API dependency to automatically get form data, username and password. Okay, so fast API dependency to automatically get form data, username and password. By using this form data, we get the form data by using this. Okay, and dependency to get database session by using this line. Okay, so this is the dependency to get the database session. Okay, so in this file dependency.py file, I have getDB, this function. Okay, this one. So dependency to get database session. Okay, so in first step, user find user by email address. Okay, so we are going to find the user here in the database by email. Okay, so here user.db, user.db, sorry, user equals to db.query user and filter. Okay, so user.email equals to form.username, and we got the first. Okay, so form.username contain the email from the login form. Okay, so we are going to match here and find the user by email address. The form.username contain the email from the login form. Okay, so after this, in second step, check if user exists and password is correct. Okay, so here we are going to check if user exists and password is correct. If not user or not verify password, okay, so it give you like if not user or not verify password. Okay, so if you don't have like correct password, okay, and correct user, then it will raise the error, this error, status code 404 and detail invalid credential. Okay, or otherwise it will create the user, I mean it will log in after find out the email address here. Okay, so this is used for find the email address in a database. This one, sorry, this is used to find the user by email in a database. User equals to db.query user and filter user.email equals to form username. Okay, so like you are going to use any app, okay, and you need to go there and log in, okay, and login page, you need to fill their email id, and this email id should be equal which I have in my database. Okay, so both email id equal, then we find out the user. Okay, so you can say here form user means if you are going to fill email id by using ui, this email equal to email id I have in our db. Okay, so this will give you first email id. So find the user in the database by email id. Form dot username contain the email from the login form. Okay, check here. I'm going to check if user not exist, then it will give you error. Okay, if password is not match, okay, user not match, then it will give you this error. HTTP, it will raise HTTP exception status code 401 and detail invalid credential. Okay, and here also verify the hash password, verify with the hash password. Okay, verify password, compare plain text with the hash password here. Okay, now in step 4 we have JWT token. Create a JWT token with user email and role. Okay, so return the JWT token. Okay, this is the token equals to create underscore access underscore token. Okay, so return the JWT token to the client. Return the JWT token to the client. Access token equals to token itself. Access token equals to token itself. And token type equals to bearer. Token type equals to bearer and access token equals to token. Okay, so here also you can see this line. This is used to generate a JWT token. This line is used to generate the JWT token. Okay, B include user email and role for authorization. Here we use email and role for authorization. Okay, and then it will return the JWT token to the client. Okay, access token means token itself, and token type means we are going to return bearer token. Okay, guys. So in login API, this is our login API. In login API, user send email and password. Okay, user send email or password in the form. Okay, password is hash using bcrypt. We never store plain password in database. Okay, so in login API, user send email and password. We check if user exists in database. Okay, so here we are going to log in API. User send email address and password. We check here user is exist or not in database. Okay, then verify here password using hash password. Okay, verify password using hash password. If credentials are correct, we generate JWT token. This one. Okay, if credentials are correct, we generate JWT token and return this. So JWT token contain user JWT token. This token contain user email and role. User email and role. This token is used to access the protected route. Token improves security and authentications. Okay. And we use depend here. Depend this one. So depend db get db provide the database session automatically open and close the database connection. Okay, so this model implements secure authentication using auth2 JWT token and password hashing in FastAPI. Okay, I hope you got it everything. So this is our login API. This one, okay. So this is our login API endpoint where users send the email address and password. We will first check the database to see if the user exists. Okay, we can find out in database if the user is exist. If the user doesn't exist in this line, if user doesn't exist, Okay. B, first check the database to see if the user exists. If user doesn't exist or the password is wrong, we return the 404 error, 401 error. Okay. Raise the HTTP exception, status code 404 and detail invalid credential. Okay. Unauthorization error. And if the login is successful, we create a JW token by using this. This token include the user email and role. Okay. And finally we send token back to the client. The client use it to access protected routes. Okay. So now we are going to run this file. Oh, okay. Now we are going to write code for this. So here I'm going to write code for main.py. Here I'm going to import FastAPI, import base and engine, and I'm going to import from routers. From this routers, I'm going to import auth. This one. Okay, here I have my API for post API, sign up API, and post API, that is login. Okay, so here I import auth. Okay, this is the app instance. App equals to fast API. Okay, so create a fast API app instance here. This one. Okay, so this is the main application object that handle all requests. And step 2, create all the database tables. Okay, metadata, create all tables. Okay, so here create the corresponding table in the database if they don't exist by using this line. Okay, and here app.include underscore router auth.router. It means step 3, include the auth router. They set all router from the routers auth.py. This one, routers auth.py. Okay, to our main app. So all the endpoint like auth sign up, auth slash sign up and auth slash login will now be available. App.include router auth.router. Okay, so first we import fast API here. Okay, to create the app and our database engine and base from the database.py. We then import the auth router which contain our sign in, sign up and login endpoint. Next we create the fast API instance. This is what run our API. We call base.metadata create underscore all this line. Okay, so to make sure all the table from our model are correct created in the database automatically. Finally, we include auth router here. Auth router. So all authentication router are part of our app. Okay, so now we are going to run our code. So here I'm going to run main.py file. So this is our code unicon main. This is our main file name and app. This is app instance underscore reload. I'm going to reload this. I got error. The ucan is not recognized. Okay, so I thought I haven't installed this. Okay, I have one command here. Where is it here? Okay, this one. I haven't installed it. I'm going to install this. Okay, fastlib for password hashing, bycrypt for secure hashing, and Python hyphen JOS JWT token, Python multipart for auth form data. So I am going to create this. I'm going to install this. Okay, by using pip. So I have already installed. Maybe I can check. I need to install pip ubicorn. Okay, I need to. I did mistake. Pip install. Now I am going to install ubicorn. Okay, I'm going to install fast API. again I did mistake. Pip install FastAPI. It took time, guys. Okay, now we finish this. I'm waiting for it. Now we are going to, after finishing it, I'm going to run our code. Okay, guys, I hope you got everything. Okay, because I don't have time, so I have created code like this. Okay, so here, command this one. I'm going to run this command. App is not in main module. Oh, so guys, I'm going to do one thing. Okay, so here I need to create one init file, empty init file. Okay, so that it will act as a package. Okay, so this is empty file. Inside module also I need to create this file. Okay, inside the router I need to create this file also. Okay, and inside the schema also I need to create this empty file underscore init.py, that it will act as a module package whatever. Okay, module router schema now auth. So with the help of init file, okay, this folder act as a module, sorry, this folder act as a package, so we can use it as a module. Okay, we can import and use it as a module. Okay, so this is a, by using this it will become package. Okay, now we are going to run this command unicon man. Okay, app reload. So here I am going to run our code by using this command unicon man is the file name. Oh, where is the man? This one. Man is the file name, app this is the instance. Okay, now I am going to run this. I'm going to open this link. Okay, I'm going to write here slash docs. Okay, you can see here this is our post API. First of all, you need to click here. Okay, and first thing you can see here I have email and password. Okay, so this is our first API, that is user sign up. Okay, so we need email address and password. Okay, in here here I'm going to enter avc@gmail.com. This is our email address and this is our password for testing. I'm going to enter here. Oh, you can see here now I got what I got in response body, user created. Okay, so you can see here what we written here, this one, this message, user created. Okay, by using database create a new user object and we store this in a this db. Okay, so you can see I automatic created. Okay, you can open it. Okay, you can install some editor for this database. Okay, here where is, okay, so here we use SQLite database, so you can install readable application to check this database. Okay, and now we can go here. So this is our endpoint or URL. Okay, so here you can see auth, in auth folder, this is a auth folder. Okay, this one I have sign up, sorry, this is not auth folder, this is the prefix auth. Okay, auth means here this is the prefix auth and this is the tag text. So here auth and sign up, this is a user, and here I'm going to pass email address and password. Okay, auth and sign up, and here you can see auth, this is a for group the API. And here, not here. In response body, I have created my user. Okay, and I got 200 successful response. Okay, now we are going to create login. Okay, I'm going to log in with same API. So we don't need to touch this again. Here I'm going to write username, that is abc@gmail.com, and here I need to fill my password abc. Okay, and I need to click here. Oh guys, here you can see I got what I got in response body. So here you can check in login API I written access token and bearer token. Okay, so if user find in the database, it will give you these two tokens. Okay, access token and bearer token. Okay, so here this endpoint, this one, this is for create, sign up purpose. This endpoint create a new user. This password, the password is never stored directly. Okay, it is first hashed using bycrypt and then save in the database. Okay, so you can see already we have code for this. Okay, they need to do hash password and store in a database. So password is hashed and user is saved in DB. No token return, sign up only, create the user. Okay, so here we created our user. And here in login API, this is our post login API. Okay, so you can see here auth login. Okay, or you can check here this endpoint auth login. Okay, so here I pass email address and password. Okay, so here in login API I passed email address and password here. So this endpoint verify the user credential. If the password match the hash password in the database, a JWT access token is generated and returned. Okay, like this. So this is a JWT JSON wave token. JWT means JSON wave token. Okay, and here this is a token content. What? This is a token content. What? Sub means here you can see sub means user ID, sorry, user email, and role means user role, that is user should be admin or user. Okay, and by you can by we write this, so this token is proof, this token. Oh, so this token is proof that the user is authenticated. Okay, this the client send this token in the authorization header to access the protected router. Okay, and here you can see auth to request. So auth to require this format. This format means application slash x www form and like this. Okay, so this form require by this one content type. Okay, content type equals to application JSON, application whatever JSON. Okay, so auth to require this format. First, if I follow the auth to standards. Okay, auth to password flow uses form data instead of JSON. FastAPI automatically handled this using auth to password request form. And what is a 422 validation error? So if you are going to enter wrong information here, like if you are going to write this, okay, so it will give you the error ABCD. Okay, this is the incorrect email. Okay, so invalid credential, it is giving you invalid credential, and this is the error 401. Okay, Here I don't pass any 401. Okay, so it is automatically handled by the fast API. Or if you miss the one field here, okay, like this, I missed password. So what should I get here? It is also give you required the password here. Okay. Or if you are missing required field, or if you give the wrong data, it will also give you 422 validation error. Okay, example, no password, no username. 422 means the request data is invalid or incomplete. Fast API automatically valid import data using Pydantic. Okay guys, so now phase 4 is completed. We have finished auth 2, JW token, password hashing, login endpoint, and token generation. Okay, so here now let's understand the most important concept in fast API, synchronous versus async. Okay, so here I'm going to click here. Okay, synchronous sync means blocking. Okay, so this is a synchronous function, this one. Okay, when the function run, the server wait for 5 minutes. You can see here time dot sleep. So when this function run, the server will wait for 5 minutes before responding. Okay, so during this time the server cannot handle other request. Okay, so during this time server cannot handle this other request. So if one user is waiting, all other user are blocked. If one user is waiting, all other user is getting blocked. And you can see here this is asynchronous function. Okay, it means non-blocking function. Okay, so this is a asynchronous function. This is a asynchronous function. Here the server does not wait. Okay, while this task is sleeping, the server can handle other requests also. So that's why asynchronous API are much faster and more scalable. Okay, so synchronous block the server, but async freeze these servers. So async function allow fast API to handle the multiple requests at the same time without blocking the server. Okay, so it's like a restaurant. In synchronous, the waiter wait at the one table until food is ready. Okay, in asynchronous, the waiter takes multiple order while food is cooking. Okay, so that's why fast API use asynchronous by default for high performance application. So after understanding async function and sync function, I'm going to create one asynchronous API. Okay, so here I'm going to import from fast API. From fast API, I'm going to import fast API. Okay guys, so before writing anything, I need to create one virtual environment again because this is another new folder. Okay, so here in this folder I'm going to create one virtual environment. Okay, otherwise I can't run this without installing. Okay, so it took time. Okay, now I am going to move here. I'm waiting for finishing it. Okay, so here I'm going to write code. Here I'm going to import what? I'm going to import async function. Okay, so this one. I'm going to import async queue. This one. Here in this file, I'm going to import async function. And here I'm going to create app equals to fast API instance. Okay, and here I'm going to define one function, that is app dot this one. So here I'm going to define this function app dot async def async 1 minute. I'm going to write this function name here, async underscore example, and here I need to create one decorator. As always, I have created this. So here I need to pass this function async. Now here, okay. So this is our async def async example. This is the function name, and here I'm going to write await. So here await async dot sleep, and I write here 2 minutes, okay, and return message async response. Okay, if you don't activate your virtual environment, so you can activate like this, okay, this one. Now you can see I got my virtual environment here, and after this you need to install two things: pip install FastAPI, okay, and you need to install, I already installed this, okay, and you need to install this pip install uvcon, this. Okay, now we can clear it. Now I am going to run our file. Okay, our file name is app, this one, app, and app, this is this instance. Okay, so app colon app reload hyphen reload. So I'm going to open this. Here I'm use docs. Okay guys, so you can see here this is our first asynchronous API. So you can see here I got response, async response. Okay, so we are going to understand this. This is a async API endpoint in the fast API. This one. This is a async API endpoint in the fast API. The keyword async. This keyword async allow API endpoint. I mean this keyword async allow the server to handle multiple requests at the same time. Okay, it will handle multiple requests at the same time. So you can see here await asyncio dot sleep 2. So simulate a slow operation like a database call or a external API request. So here wait asyncio dot sleep simulate a slow operation like a database call or an external API request. Because it is a async, the server does not block, it can serve other user while waiting. Okay, so it can also serve other user while waiting. Okay, and this one, and here with the help of this we return async response. Okay, so after here you can see here async endpoint. Okay, and we got response. This one is our response async. Okay, async response. So this is a visible, I mean this endpoint is a visible here in Swagger UI. When I execute it, the response come after 2 seconds. Okay, so here you can see here I'm going to execute it. Okay, the response come after 2 seconds because I wrote here await, here await asyncio sleep dot sleep in bracket 2. So it will give you response in 2 minutes. So when I execute it, the response come after 2 minutes, but the server remain responsive. Okay, so till now we use asynchronous SQL alchemy for database operation. Synchronous database calls block the request until the database respond. Okay, so if the database takes time, the server wait. During this time, other requests cannot be handled efficiently. This is a fine for small application but not for the high traffic system. Okay, so in this in production, we use asynchronous database drivers. So database operation do not block the event loop. Fast API works best with asynchronous database access. Okay, so here you can see these two lines. Okay, so first line, here you can see this line. Okay, async with means open and asynchronous database session. It means we open asynchronous database session and await session execute query. This means what? Send the query to the database without blocking the server. Send the query to the database without blocking the server. Okay, this means await this line. This line tell you send the query to the database without blocking the server. And async with means open and send asynchronous database session. Okay, so while the database is working, FastAPI can handle other incoming request. While the database is working, FastAPI can handle other incoming request. So this can be done using async SQL alchemy or the database library with async drivers like a async pg. Okay, and I am not implementing async database here, but I understand when and why it is used. Okay, so async database logic work internally. It does not change the API contract so in Swagger UI. It does not change the API contract so in the Swagger UI. Swagger UI will look same, backend performance improve. Okay, so async database improve the performance by pretending database calls from the blocking the fast API event loop. Now we are going to understand background task. Okay, so sometimes we need to do extra work like sending email or saving logs. But we don't want the user to wait for these tasks. So FastAPI provide background task for this purpose. Okay, so here like send email, save logs and heavy processing. Okay, these tasks are important but they don't need to block the response. Okay, so here I'm going to write this code. Okay, from FastAPI I'm going to import background task. So this function send email. Okay, this function send email simulates sending an email. Okay, it is used to simulate sending an email. And after this, here we inject background task into the API. This one. Here we inject background task. This background task in the API. We add the email function as a background task here. So background task dot add task send email and email. So here we add the email function. Okay, this send email function. So here we add this email function as a background task. This email function as a background tag. So this response is returned immediately. Okay, message user created. So this response return immediately. So background task run after the response is sent. Okay, so background task, this background task run after response is sent. So the user does not have to wait. Background task run after the response is sent, so the user does not have to wait. Okay, so now I'm going to run this. Okay, so here I'm going to clear this screen. Okay, and this is the file name. I'm going to copy this name. Okay, and replace this replace app with this name. Okay, because this is the file name. Okay, what is it going to say that we don't have FastAPI instance here? Okay, so here we are going to create. Oh, we just we don't have any FastAPI instance here. Inside the main I have this function, this. Okay, so I'm going to paste it here. Okay. Oh, I also need to import FastAPI. So here I need to copy this and I'm going to import FastAPI. Okay, now it is working. We can run again. Okay, I'm going to open this. Inside this, I'm going to write here docs, enter, and you can see I got my sign up API. Okay, so here I have this API, post API, and this is the path sign up. Okay, and this is I'm going to send background task. This is our background task. Email send. Now I'm going to click here. Okay, in sign up. Okay, so sign up endpoint. I'm going to enter any email address. Okay, this is our. I'm going to click here. I'm going to enter test@gmail.com. Okay, I'm going to click here in execute button. Okay, should this confirm that the background task execute after the response? This confirm background task execute after the response. Okay, you will see here I got this email address. Okay, so this confirm that the background task execute after the response. Okay, so first I got response here. Okay, then we got in background. I need to clear this. I'm going to use other email address avc. Okay, so here. Okay, so this confirm background task execute after the response. So here you can see this is our response. Okay, here this is a sign up path, this one. Okay, here I pass email. So you can see I have email ID, this one. And here in message response body I got this user created. Okay, user created. So background task improve user experience by running slow operation in the background. I hope you got it. Okay, so now we are going to understand middleware. Middleware is the layer that run before and after every request in FastAPI. It is commonly used for logging, authentication, security, and monitoring. Okay, so I'm going to write code here. Okay, so I'm going to import from FastAPI request. Okay, and here app.middleware we can use like this. Okay, app.middleware. So here this is a custom HTTP middleware. This is the custom HTTP middleware. Okay, and request, you can see here request. Here this is the asynchronous function log request. Okay, and this is the request. This one request contain information about the incoming request. Okay, and call next. You can see here call next. Pass the request to the actual API point. Call next. Pass the request to the actual API endpoint. Okay, the code before call next, call underscore next, run before the request. Okay, and the code after call underscore request run after the response. Okay, so what this middleware does, this middleware logs the request URL. This middleware logs the request URL for every API call. It works globally, so we don't need to add logging in every endpoint. This middleware logs the request URL for every API. Okay, it works globally, so we don't need to add the logging in every endpoint. Okay, so here you can see request equals to wait and call next request and return the response. So here I'm going to run this line. Okay, I'm going to run this file. Again I need to use what, I need to use these two. Okay, I'm going to click here, and here we can check our endpoint. No operation defined in specs. Now you are going to understand. Okay, this code I'm just writing here. For example, I'm not going too deep. Okay, so we are going to understand course. Okay, so when a front end application like React or Angular tries to call an API from the another domain, the browser block it. Okay, course middleware solve this problem. Okay, so this is the code for course middleware. Okay, I'm not going deeply. Okay, so this configuration allow request from any front-end origin. In production we restrict this to a specific domain. Okay, so course is a browser security feature, so Swagger UI already work without issue. Course become important when front-end app call this API. Course is a browser security feature, so Swagger UI already work without issue. Course become important when a front-end app call this API. So middleware allow us to apply logic globally, and core enable front-end application to communicate with the backend. Okay, and we can say this middleware and enable cores so front-end application can access the API. In production, we restrict allow origins for security. Okay, so logic middleware applies logic globally, and cores allow front-end app to call the backend API. Okay, so I got this because middleware does not appear in Swagger UI because it is not an endpoint. Swagger show only API operation. To test middleware, we can call any API endpoint and observe the terminal logs. Okay, so here I need to write one API. Okay, so this is our API get app.get home message. In return we oh, and return message hello middleware. Okay, I'm going to save this. This is our get API. Okay, and this is the home, this is the function, and this is the route. So here after this I'm going to refresh this. Okay, so now you can see here middleware is working. So if swagger so no operation defined, it means no route are defined, not an error. Okay, so this confusion happened to almost everyone first time you understand it correctly. Why? By writing here one API. Okay, so here you can see this is our middleware is working. While middleware does not appear in the Swagger, I already said that. Okay, now guys, I have finished middleware. So here we can check. Okay, and here we can check here middleware. Hello middleware. Okay, and this is our endpoint. So you can see here in log we got this request URL doc. Okay, so what you can see here, the request URL, this one. This is request URL printed in the terminal, which means middleware is execute for every request. Okay, request URL. This means middleware is execute for every request. So now we are going to create one API for what? For upload the files. Okay, so file upload is a very common requirement in real world applications such as uploading resume, profile picture or documents. Okay, so that's why I'm going to create one API for uploading the file. So fast API provide upload file which supports asynchronous file uploads. Okay, upload file is a memory efficient because it does not load the entire file into the memory. Okay, so this is code for upload the file. Okay, so here I'm going to import upload file and file from fast API for uploading the file, and this is the API endpoint app.post. Here I'm going to upload. Okay, so this is the path for upload the file, and here this is the asynchronous function. Okay, this is the function name upload file, and here I'm going to write file colon upload file equals to file. So this endpoint is used to upload the file, this one. And here it means open a new file in write binary mode. Okay, so here with open new file, write in a binary mode. Write binary mode. Open new file in write binary mode. Okay, so here file dot name, this one. This one file dot name is the original uploaded file name. This name. Okay, and read the uploaded file asynchronously. Here read the uploaded file and asynchronously and write its content to the new file. Okay, here this is a read the uploaded file asynchronously, and write its content to the new file. Okay, read the read the uploaded file asynchronously and write the file content. Okay, F means file and the WB means what? Write binary. So here you can see open file, original file. Okay, open new file in binary. WB means write binary mode. As F means file. Okay, and after this we have F dot write await read file. It means read the uploaded file asynchronously. Read the uploaded file asynchronously and write its content to the new file. Okay, and here return the uploaded file name as response. Okay, so here file name. Okay, so I'm going to run this, but before I need to use what these two things. So here where is our code? This is our code. Okay, so here I'm going to install this. Sorry, I'm going to save this. Now I can go here. I'm going to save. Sorry, our file name is different. Okay, so I need to run another file. So here I'm going to clear this terminal and check file name. Okay, so I have this. And here in place of middleware I need to write file. So here I got error. Okay, I need to install this Python multi-part. So I'm going to install this. It took some time. Okay guys, so this is for uploading the any file by using API, fast API. Okay, now I'm going to clear this. So here I'm going to run this file. Okay, I'm going to click here on this link. Okay, and here I need to write docs after select. Oh, now you can see I got my upload API. I'm going to try it out. Okay, you can see here post upload, and here I got this one upload path. Okay, and in return it will give you file name in response. Okay, so here I'm going to upload file name. So this one is langgraph documents. Okay, I'm going to upload this. Okay, now you can see we uploaded successfully. Okay, so this endpoint access a file from the client and save it on the server. So this file is read asynchronously and returned to the disk. Because the function is async, the server can handle other requests while the file is being uploaded. So here you can see in this endpoint Swagger UI. This is a Swagger UI. Allow us to test file, upload file without writing any front end code. Okay, so you can see this is a Swagger UI. Allow us to test file, upload without writing any front end code. After executing the file, it's saved in the project directory. Okay, so we can see here. Oh yes, I got here in project directory. Okay, so fast API makes file upload simple, fast and efficient using upload file. Okay guys, so I hope you got it, how to upload file by using fast API. Now we are going to understand steaming. Okay, so here from fast API response input is steaming response and file name. Okay, so this function generate data line by line. Because I use loop for I in the range of 5, yield f string line I/n. And so here it read this function generate data line by line. Okay, instead of returning all data once, we yield data in small chunks. Okay, and this is API endpoint for streaming response. This one app.get stream. So streaming send the data gradually. Okay, as it generate. Okay, so here I'm going to return streaming response, file stream, and media type text and plan. Okay, so after this I need to write these two things. Okay, so here, so what is the steaming? Steaming response are used when we don't want to send all data at once. Streaming response are used when we don't want to send all data at once. Streaming response are used when we don't want to send all data at once. Okay, so they are commonly used for large file downloads. Okay, they are commonly used for large file downloads, video streaming, and real time logs. Okay, so in this example, data is generated line by line. Okay, using a Python generator, because we use yield here. Okay, so each line is sent to the client as soon as it is available. Okay, so streaming response, this one, improve the performance and reduce the memory usage. So streaming response send data in the chunk instead of all at once. Okay, so now I am going to run this code. Okay, so first of all use I need to check file name. File name is streaming.py. Okay, now I'm going to run this file. Here what we have, streaming. I'm going to click here and I'm going to open docs. Now you can see this is our try it out. I'm going to click here in execute. Okay, so you can see in response what we have in response. Okay, so here the response is stream line by line instead of returning a full response. Okay, so you can see response in line by line. So streaming response are useful when working with the large or continuous data stream. Okay guys, so here this is the response in stream line by line instead of returning a full response. Okay, so this is our response and this is the endpoint, this one. So I hope you got it.